Loser? He simply did not dare to believe his own ears. A genius who could fuse with a supreme hegemon's origin was actually called a loser by someone. Did the world already become so crazy? Her? Brat who's surnamed by, don't think that with your family's ancestor. Protecting, you can engage in wild talk in front of this seat. Do you really think that origin is so easy to fuse? This seat thinks that it's clearly you. Guys who couldn't fuse the origin calling the grapes sour because you can't eat them, right? Mountain Goat looked at Bai Tsueshan and said with a cold laugh, ha ha ha. Mountain Goat did not expect that the moment the words came out of his mouth, it immediately incurred hooting waves of laughter. The pseudo-imperishable physiques that entered the seven-colored pagoda all laughed. Although Mountain Goat was a great emperor whose reputation shook the imperishable soul domain, he felt somewhat ashamed and angry at this time too. I was actually being laughed at by a bunch of pseudo-imperishable physique. Trash? You trash have been laughing all the way from just now. Laugh my asterisks. All shut up for this seat, Mountain Goat said in fury. The moment an origin powerhouse was enraged, everyone shut their mouths one after another and did not dare to laugh anymore. However, Mountain Goat also finally realized that the matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. Wang Qian, you say? What on earth happened inside the seven-colored pagoda? Mountain Goat said in a solemn voice. Lord Shenyang, Wang Qian stammered. Hoo-hoo? Lord Shanyang, although Wang Qian is already very shameless, he's probably still ashamed to talk about the events inside the seven-colored pagoda. Why don't I tell you? Bai Tsueshan said with a laugh. Seeing that Wang Qian still had a stammering appearance, Mountain Goat gave a cold snort, which was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. The few great emperors were long already full of suspicion and could not help perking their ears up to listen attentively. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Even if they had vast experience and knowledge, they also did not think that such terrifying things actually happened inside the seven-colored pagoda. And the initiator of evil for all these was Yi Yuan, including Cloud Neon. Their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan were like looking at a monster. They thought that the seven-colored pagoda this time, the most optimistic estimation, would only be one person who could come out. But who would have expected that more than 100 people actually came out? Furthermore, these over 100 people all made great progress in strength. The likes of Bai Tsueshan even thrashed the Wang Qian, who fused with the origin. Loser! Mountain Goat was angered until he billowed smoke from all seven orifices. Wang Qian was really an out-and-out loser, fused with origin, and he was actually still being trampled by people. His central soul region's face had been utterly lost. Senior apprentice Sister Mu, you said that Yi Yuan is a joke. Senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, you said that Yi Yuan was rotten mud. That can't even hold a wall up. Brother Shan Yen, you were showing off in front of me about how impressive Wang Qian is. Suddenly, the Cloud Neon, who had been icy cold all along, opened her mouth. The three people's faces immediately felt a fiery heat. This 1 month plus, they had scolded Yi Yuan plenty. Cloud Neon did not make a sound the entire time. Who knew that she endured for more than a month? But now, she finally launched an attack. It was not that she did not care. It was just giving you a fatal blow at the critical moment. What a resounding slap. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded from listening. Sure enough, women could not be provoked. Furthermore, this woman was well versed in the Tao of posturing. Let you guys jump around first. After you guys finish posturing, I'll posture. Furthermore, it was a one-hit certain kill. Yi Yuan was currently marveling but saw Cloud Neon's gaze look toward him as she said coolly, since Wang Qian has already fused with the origin, then you're useless. You can go and die already. Cloud Neon's words were devoid of any emotion. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt a piercing cold killing intent. He was virtually going to asphyxiate. This woman was not kidding. She had doubts about his motives and was really going to silence him to prevent divulgence of secrets. That meaning was that you had no more value to exploit, you can go and die. Already, even if Yi Yuan was currently extremely strong, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of Cloud Neon either. This woman was too strong.
Ye Yuan sculptingled.
This woman fell out at the drop of a hat. It really caught him off guard. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that his actions had angered Cloud Neon. I asked you to go and integrate with the origin, but you're good directly throwing the origin to someone else. This imperishable origin held extraordinary significance to the 5 great regions. Whoever fused with the origin was equivalent to being progenitor, imperishable's direct lineage disciple. After Hegemon Imperishable returned, that region status would not be the same anymore. Well done. I regarded you so highly. You sold me with a flip of your hand. If I don't kill you, won't I let you down? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Hold on. Although Wang Qian fused with the origin, he might not be able to find progenitor imperishable. Maybe I can help you guys. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great origin powerhouses changed. The pseudo-imperishable physiques present were in an uproar. Find progenitor imperishable? What's going on? Did something happen to progenitor imperishable? Ah? No wonder they sealed the 7-colored pagoda. Turns out that it's because of this. Yi Yuan and Wang Qian both had a tacit agreement to not say the truth. At this time, Yi Yuan blurted it out under desperation. Everyone exploded at once. Something happened to progenitor imperishable. This was an earth-shattering major thing. When progenitor imperishable was around, the imperishable soul domain was around. If progenitor imperishable died, the imperishable soul domain would perish. This was what everyone knew. Mountain Goat said angrily, Yi Yuan, you're courting death. The origin has already been integrated by Wang Qian. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Since junior apprentice sister Cloud Neon wants to kill you, you go to hell. Then, the 5 great powerhouses were all in a thunderous rage at this time, wishing to kill Yi Yuan off for good. Mountain Goat even directly cleaved a palm knife over without giving a chance to explain. He had long found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye. At this time, he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. Although Mountain Goat casually struck, it was a cataclysmic crisis to Yi Yuan. It was like he was hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. An origin power was too strong. Boom! Mountain Goat's expression changed. His sneak attack was actually terminated by Cloud Neon without extra trouble. Let him speak, Cloud Neon said lightly, not giving Mountain Goat face at all. Although it was a soul body, Yi Yuan still felt cold sweat run down his back. He drew a deep breath and said, Finding progenitor imperishable through this trace of origin, that's just your speculation. You guys also can't guarantee that Wang Qian can find progenitor imperishable, right? But I can. Mountain Goat was somewhat angry from embarrassment and said with a cold smile, Even progenitor's origin can't find him. What right do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, Based on that I'm of the real imperishable soul.
Physique.
Mountain Goat laughed loudly and said, What a joke! The 33 heavens have already existed for God knows how many years. It has also only produced progenitor imperishable, one enshrouding mist soul physique. You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really take us, these great emperors, to all be fools? The old woman also sneered and said, In these countless years, no idea how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques have appeared before, all saying that they are of the enshrouding mist soul physique. But they were all not. What right do you have to say that you are? Yi Yuan looked toward Mountain Goat like he was saying, Yes, you look just like a fool. Without waiting for Mountain Goat to fly off the handle, Yi Yuan said, Before entering the 7-colored pagoda, I didn't dare confirm that I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique too. But now, I'm incomparably sure. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique.
Soul physique.
All talk but no promises. You're saying that you're the real, enshrouding mist soul physique. Don't you find it ridiculous? Mountain Goat said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, if you say that there's a real enshrouding mist soul physique, then it can only be me too, because it's me who fused with progenitor. Imperishable's origin. You being able to pass the levels only means that your comprehension ability is high, that's all. How do you prove that you're of the
Impérissable soul physique.
Wang Qian saw that his chance had come and could not resist coming forward to trample Yi Yuan again. Imperishable soul physique, this sort of thing, only progenitor imperishable could prove it. The others, whoever said it, it did not count either, and it could not prove it too. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Yi Yuan. You were disdainful to fuse with the origin. Now you're finally getting your just desserts, right? Wang Qian felt incomparably delighted in his heart. The old woman, senior apprentice Sister Mu, also said, what Wang Qian said is, right? How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? Cloud Neon did not speak. Her icy cold expression was considered to have tacitly acknowledged these people's words. Want to not die, prove yourself. Yi Yuan knew that his most dangerous time had already passed. Cloud Neon, this woman, still valued him greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated each stage to the realm of grand completion inside the seven-colored pagoda. Furthermore, only he could comprehend the inheritance that progenitor imperishable left behind. I feel that he is indeed very likely to be of the imperishable soul physique. At this time, Bai Tsuishan suddenly stepped forward to speak. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Not enough, Cloud Neon still said icily. Hearing this, Wang Qian was wildly elated in his heart, although he did not know why Cloud Neon suddenly changed her attitude. But, as long as Yi Yuan died, it was enough. As for proving whether Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, this was simply impossible. Yi Yuan, unless you can find progenitor imperishable, otherwise you'll die. Without a doubt today, Wang Qian said with a smug look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Suddenly he released his aura. A powerful to the extreme soul force billowed straight for the clouds. Above the void, an enormous stone door appeared. On the stone door, there were still seals with the word myriad on them. This action immediately attracted a wave of exclamations. This is the door of eternal life. Master Yi is really incredible. He summoned so easily. Does Master Yi want to use Emperor Realm to prove himself? I also feel that Master Yi is very likely to be the real imperishable soul
Physique.
The stone door that appeared above Yi Yuan's head was called the Door of Eternal Life. As long as one could summon the Door of Eternal Life, one would be considered to have stepped into the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. The cultivation of half-step Emperor Realm was in order to summon this Door of Eternal Life. To others, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But, the moment Yi Yuan's soul force was lightly released, it was summoned. The cultivation after Emperor Realm was closely related to the Door of Eternal Life. 3 myriad word seals were Emperor Realm's 3 firmaments. 3 seals, 3 shackles. Wanting to step into the realm of hegemon, one needed to use the power of origin to break the 3rd seal, knock open the door of eternal life, thus transcending samsara, and live forever. Hegemon realm powerhouses were not restricted by hegemon realm and would not experience Tao tribulation. As long as they were not killed, they could live forever. It was just that time flew past. Hegemon powerhouses had also experienced many blood transfusions. People who could truly live forever did not exist. Arriving at the soul race, Yi Yuan experienced the Nirvana Soul Hall's hall entrance test and also entered the 7-colored pagoda to gain enlightenment. On Tao, he finally comprehended the divine emergence's 3rd level. His thick accumulations erupted. Summoning the Door of Eternal Life was like taking something out of his bag. Door of Eternal Life. This guy is actually going to break through to Emperor Realm at this time. It's just that breaking through to Emperor Realm and Hill Be able to prove that he's of the imperishable soul physique? What a joke! Wang Qian could not help laughing as he said. Mountain Goat similarly sneered and said, "Too naive. Does he think that by breaking through to Emperor Realm here, he won't need to die anymore?" Junior. Apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, now that progenitor imperishable's origin has already been fused, our top priority is going to find ancestor. Can't be delayed. Could it be that you plan on wasting time here and delay things? The old woman also nodded and said, "Finding progenitor is the top priority. Cloud Neon, if you have time, play with him here. We're leaving." Cloud Neon's expression still remained unchanged. She just said coolly, "Have you all forgotten progenitor imperishable's legend?" "Legend? What legend?" Wang Qian said with a baffled look. However, the other four trembled all over. They had really forgotten about it. This legend was already too far back. Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "You're saying that he can do it? This is impossible." The old woman also said, "What a joke. That's just a legend. Even progenitor imperishable has never personally admitted it before." Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said coolly, "Who the hell do you think you are? Does progenitor imperishable need to explain anything to you? You." The old woman was angered by this sentence until she wanted to vomit blood. Great Emperor Ming Jian said, "But this matter is a highly guarded secret. Even with our status, we've only heard of it too. How did this boy know about it?" Cloud Neon said, "It doesn't matter. What's important is, can he do it or not?" The four people's expressions turned somber, and they stopped talking. Wang Qian had a look of confusion as he said, "Ancestors, what on earth are you all talking about? Could it be that breaking through to Emperor Realm can still set off any waves?" Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "Legends has it that a long time ago, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had not given birth to a supreme hegemon yet. The Nirvanic Soul Clan at that time was completely enslaved by the Chi Soul Clan. It was just a branch of the Chi Soul Clan, that's all. All the way until the appearance of progenitor imperishable. When progenitor imperishable corroborated his Tao as Emperor Realm, he comprehended the enshrouding mist origin, and he is also the only existence who comprehended origin in Emperor Cloud Heaven Realm in our soul race over countless years. Hence, that's why he could lead our Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise and stand up to the Chi Soul Clan as equals. If this kid can really comprehend enshrouding mist origin, when breaking through to enshrouding mist soul physique, then he'll definitely be of the imperishable soul physique without a doubt, because in these countless years, only progenitor imperishable alone had done it." Mountain Goat's words made the pseudo-imperishable physiques completely explode. Only then did they know it turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique actually still had such a saying. No wonder the pseudo-imperishable physique status in the Nirvanic Soul Clan was extremely low. Turns out that these pseudo-imperishable physiques were really just pseudo-imperishable physiques, that was all. But Yi Yuan? TCH? This is simply impossible. When Wang Qian heard, he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, Hegemon imperishable was the one and only through the ages. What capability did Yi Yuan have to follow in progenitor imperishable's footsteps? Senior Apprentice Sister Mu laughed coldly and said, "Cloud Neon, you're completely wasting time. Every minute that we're late, progenitor imperishable might be in greater danger. I'm very suspicious of your motives now. Shan Yang, this seat feels that you should immediately go and invite Lord Yutian now to clean up the household." Her words were already completely targeting Cloud Neon. Originally, the 5 great regions had continuous conflicts, impervious to reason. Cloud Neon, this woman, clearly had a strong character. She would not care about other people's opinions at all. Mountain Goat felt somewhat of a loss in face. He snorted coldly, a burst of soul force tearing across the air. Cloudmount's gaze remained on Yi Yuan's body from start to end, not caring about Mountain Goat's action at all. A moment later, the void trembled, and a figure stepped out of the air. This was the Central Soul region's present leader, Hegemen Ution. Paying respects to Lord Ution, Mountain Goat and the rest gave a bow towards Hegemen Ution, but Cloud Neon was aloof and indifferent. A hint of displeasure flashed across in Hegemen Ution's heart, and he said, in a solemn voice, since Wang Qian has already fused with progenitors, Origin, then what are you still waiting for? A child is messing around and you guys are messing around with him too. He looked toward the Yi Yuan who was currently breaking through, full of disdain. Emperor Realm comprehending Origin, he had attempted it before back then too. In the end, it ended in failure. It was far too difficult. Since time immemorial, there was only imperishable alone. What he comprehended was naturally not the enshrouding mist Origin. The difficulty was far from as high as the enshrouding mist Origin, but he still felt that it was as hard as ascending to heaven. In reality, it was far from just him alone who attempted to comprehend Origin at Emperor Realm, but they all ended in failure. Now, you're telling me that you can comprehend Origin? What a joke! While talking, Hegemen Ution already released his soul force domineeringly, intending to kill Yi Yuan. If you dare to make a move, I'll break through to Hegemen right now and fight it out to the death with you. Cloud Neon said it very lightly, as if she was chatting. But Hegemen Ution's soul force could not help stagnating. If you guys want to leave, bring Wang Qian and hurry up and go. If Yi Yuan doesn't comprehend Origin, I'll naturally kill him. There's no need for others to do it on my behalf. Of course, if you all feel that there's any issue, I'll accompany you to the end too. Cloud Neon said it in a soft voice, sounding very pleasant. But the words revealed a majesty that brooked no questioning. Hegemen Realm, to others, that was a peak that was far beyond reach in their lifetime. But in Cloud Neon's eyes, it was like 100-foot tall small earth mound. If I wanted to climb it, then I'll climb. Hegemen Ution was Central Soul region's peak Hegemen. But at this time he hesitated. Otherwise, even if it was Mountain Goat, no one knew Cloud Neon's strength either. But he knew. Once Cloud Neon really risked it all, a sanguinary slaughter would probably be set off in the imperishable soul domain. The threat. A blatant threat. Would I, an exalted Hegemen, be threatened by you and Emperor Sakura Heaven? Since Martial Niece Cloud Neon is so confident, what's the harm in watching? Hegemen Ution suddenly smiled and said. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Please, you're a Hegemen. Do you still want face or not? Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, the door of eternal life suddenly emitted a profound and inscrutable power. This power might not be too great, but it was sufficient to make the expressions of Hegemen Realm powerhouses change. Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, suddenly opened both eyes. That secret that came from inside the door of eternal life, as if it could pry into the world, was currently being grasped by him. Is this the door of eternal life? Seems like all of my secrets are so laughable in front of it. Just where does this door lead to? Yi Yuan thought. In his heart. In reality, when he was in the seven-colored pagoda, he already vaguely felt something. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just taking advantage of the opportunity. To him, Yi Yuan's accumulations in the second level of Deity Realm were sufficient to let him break through to Emperor Realm. But the inheritance that Hegemen Imperishable left behind had indeed opened another window for him, letting him enjoy a new scenery. At this time, that aura of Origin completely wrapped Yi Yuan up. Everyone happened naturally without extra effort. But, in other people's view, it was an earth-shattering scene. Origin. That's really Origin. Emperor Realm comprehending Origin. He's really of the imperishable soul physique. No wonder he's disdainful to fuse with progenitor imperishable's Origin. Turns out that he had a well-thought-out plan. With his own Origin, why does he need to fuse with other people's Origin? True. Apart from the real imperishable seven-colored pagoda, who else can clear the stages so easily inside the seven-colored pagoda. Following the descending of origin, the pseudo-imperishable physiques present stared dumbfoundedly. Hegemen Yu Tian's eyes almost popped out. This? How is this possible? He's actually of the true imperishable soul.
Physique.
Yu Tian sucked in a cold breath and said. Wang Qian's face burned red hot. He was slapped again. It was just that this time it was more shocking than any other time before. Even if Yi Yuan beat him black and blue, he also never thought that Yi Yuan was of the true imperishable soul physique. But now it was not up to him to not believe anymore. One and only through the ages. In these countless years, only Hegemen imperishable alone had once done it. Now it was accomplished by Yi Yuan, the senior apprentice sister Mu, Mingjian, and Mountain Goat, who were jumping around endlessly just now, all stopped talking now. Yi Yuan grasping origin, it was already conclusive beyond all doubt. A hint of surprise flashed across in Cloud Neon's beautiful eyes. She was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Therefore, even if she was not sure of Yi Yuan's objective, she let him enter the seven-colored pagoda too. Even if it was before, when Yi Yuan said that he could grasp origin, she only held 1/10,000th hope too. Who knew that this 1/10,000th hope actually came true? The door of eternal life gradually exited. Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed and already reached the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. He looked towards Cloud Neon and said coolly, now it can prove that I'm of the imperishable soul physique, right? Cloud Neon was silent. Since ancient times, the soul race only had these two imperishable soul
Physique.
She believed that there should be some connection between these two great
Impérissable sous le physique.
But she was somewhat afraid now. She was afraid of Yi Yuan breaking away from her control. This person was clearly very dangerous. Was letting him go and find progenitor really a wise choice? What on earth was this boy's goal? Everyone's gazes turned toward Cloud Neon, while Yu Tian, this Hegemen realm powerhouse, was directly ignored. Clearly, the one who decided Yi Yuan's life and death was not Hegemen Yu Tian, but it was Cloud Neon. The matter brooks no delay. Come on. After being silent for a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Mountain Goat, the old woman, Mingjian, these people all shut their mouths. Now, they followed Cloud Neon quietly, leaving the central soul region. Nothing left to say. Previously, they could use not being able to fuse with the origin to shoot Yi Yuan down. But now, what could they say? This was the true enshrouding mist soul physique, an existence like progenitor. Imperishable, the second one through the ages. Yi Yuan clearly had a great say in this matter of finding progenitor. Imperishable. Yi Yuan did not say much either, following the few powerhouses and leaving. Along the way, one powerhouse after another gathered. Each person that arrived, their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan carried incredulity. The party went out of the imperishable soul domain and arrived above the sea. Above the sea, an enormous stone door appeared in front of everyone. This is the Abyss Gate. The last place that progenitor imperishable appeared was here. Previously, we've already sent many people into the Abyss Gate, but not a single one returned. The two of you try to feel it. See if you can feel progenitor's aura or not, Cloud Neon said. Felt it. Progenitor imperishable did indeed enter through the Abyss Gate. Wang Qian's mind stirred, and he said. Hegemen Yu Tian said, then it's correct. The two of you lead the way. We'll enter the Abyss Gate together. There are many powerful existences in the Abyss.
Gotha.
Some of them, even Hegemen realms, are very fearful of them. Everyone be careful. At this time, a large group of Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses already gathered in front of the Abyss Gate. Just the origin realms were as many as 30 to 40. Hegemen realms even already reached 10. In order to save Hegemen imperishable, the Nirvanic Soul Clan already transferred close to 1/10 of their strength. Under the prerequisite that the soul race and blood race were at war, this was already the greatest transfer of forces. Another Hegemen said, this matter brooks no delay. Let's go in. With my estimations, hegemon imperishable should be in the abyss, being tied down by some powerful existence. Everyone nodded, expressing agreement. Hegemon Ution looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, after messing around, "For so long your origin looks nice but is useless, it's not even as good as Wang Qian." Yi Yuan had a calm look and did not refute. Abyss Gate, it was a spatial crack between nihility exceeding balance heaven and another heaven. Inside, there were countless powerful evil things. Some could even threaten hegemons. One could say that this was a death zone. Yi Yuan, what do you have to say? Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to say." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "If you don't say, I'll kill you." Yi Yuan was helpless. This woman indeed would never talk sense with you. All right, I can indeed feel that there's the aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique here, but I feel that this is a trap. Hegemon imperishable isn't in the abyss rift at all. He headed in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed in another direction and said. Cloud Neon frowned and said, "Why do you say that?" Yi Yuan said, "There's some remnant enshrouding mist origin aura there, but it's extremely weak. Without carefully sensing it, it can't be discovered at all." The moment he said it, Wang Qian immediately snickered and said, "Your meaning is that the origin that you comprehended is higher level than progenitor. Imperishable. I can't discover it. Only you can discover it. Is that it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether or not it's higher level than progenitor. Imperishable, I don't know. But it's definitely higher level than you." Wang Qian's face turned black, instantly feeling like he got slapped. He did not know whether or not it was high level, but having entered Emperor realm and comprehended origin, Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as crushing an ant to death. Yu Tian also said, "Your meaning is that someone deliberately covered up progenitor's aura, then lured us into the abyss gate." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right." Yu Tian snickered and said, "That's right, my asteriskis. What you're saying is simply pulling down your pants to fart. Superfluous. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the only one in the world. Regarding this point, forget about nihility exceeding balance heaven. Even the other heavens know it too. Before this, who could have thought that we could find this place? Could it be that that person can foretell the future?" Another hegemon nodded and said, "I also feel that Brother Yu Tian's words make sense. You say that there's the remnant aura of the enshrouding mist origin over there. Do you have a way to prove it?" Yi Yuan ignored him and shrugged at Cloud Neon as he said, "I already said that. There's nothing to say, yet you insisted on making me say." Cloud Neon said, "You have no way of proving?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The aura is very weak. I almost overlooked it just now too. Even if we want to track, it's very difficult too. Very clearly, the other party is very careful." Yu Tian's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "In my view, the one with ulterior motives should be you. You, this boy, have unknown origins. Who knows what the hell you're planning in your heart? You want to make us fail to find hegemon imperishable so as to let the blood race and Chi Soul clan prevail, right?" Yi Yuan was dumbfounded by listening. This old man had such rich imagination. These hegemons were not fools. In reality, they had long seen through some inklings from Cloudneon's attitude towards him. It was merely because he comprehended origin that they did not kill him. Wang Qian was indeed very unreliable when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also due to Cloud Neon protecting him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, all right, just take it as I didn't say anything. Everyone enters the abyss gate together. However, if we encounter any danger inside, don't blame me for not warning you guys." Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, "We'll be in danger if we trust you. Come on." The party entered the abyss gate. Inside, it was pitch-black darkness with countless evil things. Furthermore, their strength was extremely powerful. However, with 10 great hegemons blazing the trail, there naturally would not be any problem. Along the way, Wang Qian sensed Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin and led the way for everyone. Half a month later, everyone arrived before a dark fog. Ahead lies the Sea of Evil. There are many Hegemon-level evil things inside. The Sea of Evil. East Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon Wang Ning said. Yutian said, already at this step, we have no path of retreat either. Moreover, if it isn't an extremely dangerous place, Progenitor Imperishable wouldn't have been caught deep inside too. In the Sea of Evil, that evil dragon's strength doesn't lose to Progenitor Imperishable. Everyone nodded one after another. How could ordinary means trap Hegemon Imperishable this level of existence? However, Yutian was not a reckless person either. He naturally knew propriety. He said to Wang Qian, Wang Qian, sense carefully outside the Sea of Evil. There mustn't be any mistakes. This place isn't an ordinary place. A single misstep and even the likes of us will be trapped inside too. Wang Qian had a serious look too, feeling tremendous pressure. He was a clever man and naturally knew the degree of seriousness. Hence, he started to spread his senses carefully. Cloud Neon said, Yi Yuan, you go too. Yi Yuan said, there's no need. Progenitor Imperishable has indeed come here. Before he entered the Sea of Evil from that place. Cloud Neon frowned and said, you're sure? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'm of the same root as Progenitor Imperishable. Can easily feel the enshrouding mist origin's aura. Is that place? There's no mistake. But Yutian smiled coldly and said, no matter if you are of the same root, it can't compare to the origin from Progenitor himself either, right? Kid, if you let this seat discover that you're spurting nonsense, this seat will kill you. Right now. 2 hours later, Wang Qian came back. Ancestors, I carefully investigated the Sea of Evil's entrance 3 times, and confirmed that Progenitor Imperishable entered from there. The direction that Wang Qian pointed in was exactly the same as Yi Yuan said. With this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Yuan's perception ability was so much stronger than Wang Qian? This was also too sensitive. Wang Qian expended a Herculean effort before finding the place. Yi Yuan discerned it with just a glance. The group of hegemons looked toward Yi Yuan one after another. Wang Qian had a blank look. The entrance was investigated by me. What are you guys looking at Yi Yuan for? However, many hegemons were already somewhat having their thoughts stirring. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said outside the Abyss Gate was true? If it was true, this would be a trap. Then these people would really somewhat be in danger. What do you think, Brother Yutian?
Wang Ning said.
Yutian was silent and shook his head and said, no matter what, Progenitor has indeed entered the Sea of Evil, no? Ancestors, actually, this disciple even discovered this at the entrance area. Wang Qian took out a very, very small white crystal. When Yutian and the rest saw it, their pupils could not help constricting. Spatial origin crystal fragment. Yutian exclaimed, Progenitor Imperishable must have entered the Sea of Evil. There's no mistake. Wang Ning also nodded and said, Progenitor has already searched for this thing for several tens of thousands of years. Didn't expect that it would actually appear in the Abyss Rift. This also becomes understandable. Progenitor Imperishable won't easily brave dangers. No need to hesitate anymore. Enter. The others responded one after another, already very certain that Progenitor Imperishable entered the Sea of Evil. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. The more this was the case, the more he smelled a hint of danger. Cloud Neon, who was by the side, also became aware of Yi Yuan's expression. Her expression stirring slightly. However, she did not say anything in the end. Now, all the evidence showed that Progenitor Imperishable was in the Sea of Evil. Furthermore, with their strength, even if there was really an ambush, they could retreat unscathed too. Regardless of whether it was Yutian or Wang Ning, they were all not ordinary Hegemon realms. Their strength was not at all inferior to Hegemon Cloudmount. There was only progenitor imperishable, this level of powerhouse, who could threaten them. The party stopped hesitating, entering the Sea of Evil. Upon entering the Sea of Evil, Yi Yuan felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In fact, even soul force was circulating somewhat sluggishly. The turbid air here seemed to have a great suppressing effect on soul bodies. Yi Yuan felt that in this place, the soul body could only unleash 70% to 80% of its strength. Even those hegemon realms were no exception either. But, unexpectedly, after entering the Sea of Evil, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. Along the way, they actually did not run into a single evil creature. With this, even Yutian, they all felt something amiss too. Something isn't right. Wang Qian, are you sure that there's still the aura? That progenitor imperishable left behind here? Yutian said with a frown. Wang Qian nodded his head and said, yes. After entering the Sea of Evil, progenitor's aura became even thicker. I don't even need to sense carefully anymore. Yutian looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing approval. With Wang Qian. Indeed, the enshrouding mist origin's aura here was already very thick. It looked like this place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Otherwise, the origin aura would not be so thick. Brother Yutian, this place has already entered that pincer worm sphere of influence. But I can't feel that pincer worm's aura at all. Something isn't right here.
Wang Ningsai.
But Yutian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat ugly. Could it be that this guy really hit the mark? Judging from this situation now, it was very likely. Brother Yutian, we wouldn't have really been schemed against, right? North Seoul region's leader, Hegemon Wu, once said. Yutian's gaze turned intent, and he spat a word out of his mouth. Retreat! But right at this time there was a tremor in the void. One figure after another poured out from all directions. There were as many as 100 people. Each and every one of the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Haha! Brother Yutian, you finally managed to make a trip to the Sea of Evil. You're going to leave without even drinking a cup of tea. The one speaking was an enormous pincer worm. Naturally, it was this region's king. Brother Yutian, we haven't met for many years. Why? Not saying hello. Yutian's pupils constricted, and he said, Bloodmorn, your blood race, actually colluded with the Abyss Rift. Bloodmorn, blood race hegemon, Yutian's old rival. His strength was not beneath Yutian. Yutian never expected that the blood race and Abyss Rift colluded together. This was undoubtedly massive bad news to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Bloodmorn smiled and said, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yutian, such a simple logic, there's no need for me to tell you, right? However, you're old. Friends aren't just us. Brother Jun-E. Not coming out to say hello. Hearing this name, Yutian and the group of Nirvanic Soul Clan hegemons all trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Hegemon Jun-E, who was wearing azure-colored long robes, slowly walked out. Yutian's eyes had an additional trace of despair.
Yun-Yi.
The Chi Soul Clan and Nirvanic Soul Clan belong to the same ancestry. No matter what, you guys actually allied with the blood race to deal with us. Yutian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, with the blood race and Abyss joining forces, although he was surprised, he was not angry. But Jun-E was the Chi Soul Clan's powerful hegemon. He actually colluded with the blood race too. This made him incredibly furious. Jun-E said coolly, same ancestry? Yutian, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Your Nirvanic Soul Clan is our Chi Soul Clan's dog to begin with. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one soul race, whatever Chi Soul Clan doesn't exist. Imperishable, that old thing, he should have died long ago. Yutian's entire body trembled, and he said worriedly, you all, what the hell did you all do to progenitor imperishable? Jun-E smiled and said, although imperishable, this old thing is known as imperishable, with 3 great supreme hegemons joining hands. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin too. Moreover, this time it's scheming against the unguarded. He should be having a very bad time now. He might already be dead. The Nirvanic Soul Clan members present all sucked in a cold breath. 3 great supreme hegemons joined forces. Without a doubt, these 3 great supreme hegemons were the Abyss Hegemon, Evil Dragon, the Blood Race's Hegemon Bloodsong, as well as the Chi Soul Clans, Hegemon Heavenly Soul. These 3 people actually joined forces. These 3 great hegemons joining forces, they could practically sweep across a world. Although Hegemon Imperishable was strong under the joint forces of these 3 people, his life or death was really hard to say. An atmosphere of despair spread in the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Even the hegemons suffered a huge blow to morale at this time too. Hegemon Imperishable was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's strongest person and also their totem, their spiritual leader. Now, Hegemon Imperishable might be dying. Their blow could be imagined. Bloodmourne smiled and said, "Brother Yution had better worry about yourself. In order to lure you all out, we paid a considerable price. However, as long as you all, these 5 great regions leaders, are dead, the nihility exceeding Balance Heaven will basically be finished. From now on, our blood race will share control of nihility exceeding Balance Heaven with the soul race." Yution glared at Jun-E and said, "You all are asking a tiger for its skin. The blood race's ambitions. All the heavens know. You all are actually working with them." Jun-E smiled and said, "The soul race and blood race are both chaos races, the top species in all the heavens. We are of the same kind." The Chi Soul Clan had always been high and mighty. They looked down on the Nirvanic Soul Clan, but because of Hegemon Imperishable's existence, they could not do anything to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. All the way until the blood race found them, they discovered that the opportunity had arrived. Of course, the blood race naturally paid a huge price in order to join forces with the Chi Soul Clan, and the Abyss Rift were of one body and 2 faces with the soul race. Natural enemies. The matters of the world mutually promoted and restrained each other. And the Abyss species was the nemesis of the soul race. In this situation, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had already reached the juncture of life and death survival. From the 3 great races, 100 powerhouses were gathered all around. Just the Hegemon realm powerhouses were as many as 23 people. The number was more than double that of the Nirvanic Soul Clan. The rest were all origin powerhouses. In order to completely wipe out the Nirvanic Soul Clan's core forces, the 3 great races really mobilized powerhouses this time. Sigh. I really regret not listening to young friend Ye's words. If I had listened to young friend Ye's words, the Nirvanic Soul Clan wouldn't be in this current danger. The death of the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is entirely due to this old man's muddle-headedness. Young friend Yi, this old man apologizes to you for the disrespect along the way. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan shouldn't have dragged you into the water. Yution suddenly looked at Yi Yuan, his face full of regret. Only now did he know that him suspecting Yi Yuan was pushing the Nirvanic Soul Clan into the abyss with his own hands. Thinking up to here, he felt incredibly guilty. The other hegemons also had remorseful looks. Outside the abyss, Yi Yuan urged them time and again, but none of them believed him. Now, they were getting there just desserts. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of harming people at all, but they projected their shortcomings onto him, harming themselves in the end. Hearing this, Bloodmourne 3 people all looked towards Yi Yuan, somewhat visibly moved. All of this had been arranged carefully to the extreme. In fact, even Hegemon Imperishable had fallen into the pit too. In the end, this important matter was actually almost ruined because of this
inconspicuous Emperor Realm Brat.
The flawless plan was actually seen through by this kid. Bloodmourne's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The blood race had schemed for far too long, for the sake of this plan. If the entire plan fell through because of this kid, then the losses would really be too great. Dealings between the 3 great races with complicated interests and alliances, and they even had to hide from the entire Nirvanic Soul Clan. The manpower and resources expended for this were simply unimaginable. This nihility exceeding balance heaven was different from grand bright jade. Complete heaven. This place was the soul race's world. The soul race had 3 great supreme hegemons who were extremely powerful. This bone was not easy to chew. Hence, they could only put up with the second best option. It was to think of a way to join forces with the other 2 major factions first and then eradicate the Nirvanic Soul Clan. This godlike maneuver was actually completed by them. Now, when the results bore fruit, it actually almost failed. Luckily, Yution, these guys were too stupid. If they believed Yi Yuan, then he would probably be hammered to death by Lord Bloodsun.
Sorry.
Cloudneon's voice entered Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan gave her a glance, somewhat surprised. This woman actually knew how to apologize. Actually, you all don't need to despair.
Progenitor imperis habel vonte di.
After killing your way out, the Nirvanic Soul Clan is still the Nirvanic Soul Clan, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly, but he laughed loudly on the surface and said, "Kid, you just entered Emperor Cloud Heaven, and you dare to surmise the victory or defeat of supreme hegemons. Hegemon imperishable is indeed known as imperishable and is difficult to kill, but there's no unkillable person in this world at all. Regarding this point, Yution, they all definitely know better than you. 3 great supreme hegemons joining forces, it's just a matter of time that imperishable, that old thing dies." The moment these words were said, the expressions of Yution and the rest became even bleaker. They knew that what Bloodmorn said was right. Although progenitor imperishable was known as imperishable, he was not undying. He could be killed. A supreme hegemon naturally could not kill him. But 3 supreme hegemons, that was completely different. Evil Dragon, Bloodsong, Heavenly Soul, these 3 great supreme hegemons represented the apex of 3 great chaos powerhouses. With them joining forces, there was no one that could not be killed. Yi Yuan gave Bloodmorn a look and said coolly, "Why are you in such a hurry? To come out and defend yourself? Guilty conscience." Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly again. What a formidable brat. Every word pricked the heart. When did such a monster appear in the Nirvanic Soul Clan? Although you all are hegemon realm powerhouses, nobody understands this. Enshrouding mist soul physique better than me. If it was before entering the 7-colored pagoda, I'll definitely say that progenitor imperishable will D. But after entering, I can tell you all that those 3 can't kill him. The blood race's true objective is you all. If you all, these people, die here, the Nirvanic Soul Clan will really be finished. Progenitor imperishable alone can't set off any waves. Yi Yuan said it slowly, each word like a knife, making Bloodmorn's expression change greatly, because what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off from the blood race's plan. It was just like this plan was drawn up by him. Before this, Bloodsong had personally admitted that even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could not kill Hegemon Imperishable too. Hegemon Imperishable was an anomaly among hegemons. His soul physique had already been cultivated to an incomparably terrifying realm. It could virtually be said to be undying and imperishable. Therefore, the blood race's true objective was the 5 great soul regions. Leaders. The Nirvanic Soul Clan had already become extremely powerful after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Compared to the Chi Soul Clan, it was much stronger. Although supreme hegemons hard to come across, powerhouses below supreme were similarly hard to come by. Not every hegemon could reach Hegemon Cloudmount's level. But one Nirvanic Soul Clan produced 5 of such existences. It was a very difficult bone to bite on. As long as they killed Yution, the 5 of them, the Nirvanic Soul Clan would completely fall. Bloodmorn did not expect that such an elaborate plan would actually be laid bare with a single comment from an Emperor Cloud Heaven boy. However, Yi Yuan did not finish speaking yet. He continued, "From the moment they appeared, they have been using psychological attacks on you all, making you all think that progenitor
Imperishable will die.
In addition, Sea of Evil, this battlefield is too advantageous to them. This way they will be able to kill you all at the smallest cost. If you all are dispirited, it will fall right into their wishes. Therefore, kill your way out. Even if a single hegemon escapes, it will be a great loss to them too. Boom! A streak of bloody light lit up, flying straight for Yi Yuan. Yu Tian's pupils constricted. A streak of soul force flying straight for the firmament. Two great hegemons exchanged blows in an instant. But how terrifying was the attack of hegemons. That aftershock instantly vaporized Yi Yuan.
Ye Yuan.
Yu Tian roared angrily, glaring at Bloodmorn. He still failed to save Yi Yuan in the end. Bloodmorn snorted coldly and said, "A reckless and blind ant actually dared to talk about hegemons presumptuously. His death isn't regrettable." The Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses were all glaring furiously. And Emperor Cloud Heaven was seriously too weak in such a battle. Even a tiny aftershock was sufficient to kill them several times over too. But Bloodmorn's sneak attack also indirectly proved that Yi Yuan's guesses were completely correct. Sigh, it was a shame that a peerless genius was gone. However, in the next second, misty air emerged from the ground. Gradually, it condensed into Yi Yuan's appearance. The eyeballs of everyone present were almost popping out. How is this possible? Yi Yuan actually didn't die. That blow earlier, forget about Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, they would turn to ashes too. His enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly completely erased under that blow. Why didn't he die? The four great races looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Full of incredulity. Suffered a hegemon's blow and actually did not die? Being in such a hurry to kill me, you became angry from embarrassment?
Yeah.
Yuan looked at Bloodmorn and said with a light smile. Bloodmorn's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. You're of the imperishable soul physique? There's actually a second imperishable soul physique in this world. This is impossible. Even if it's the imperishable soul physique you received the seat's blow. It's impossible not to die either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's why I said that you all couldn't kill hegemon. Imperishable. Even a hegemon can't kill me. An Emperor Cloud Heaven. Progenitor imperishable soul body is on a completely different level from me. Even if three great supreme hegemons join forces, so what?" Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the true imperishable soul physique. Even if died until not even residue remained, you could still revive. This scene made the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses become invigorated at once. It was indeed as Yi Yuan said. The enshrouding mist soul physique could not be killed. Humph! Your measly deceptive trick can deceive others, but do you think that you can hide from this seat? The Nirvanic Soul Clan's methods simply have no way of hiding in front of my soul race, Junie said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan knew that he could not hide it. He did not plan to hide it either. Even Cloud Neon could see through it. How could the hegemons from the soul race not see through it? In reality, Yu Tian and the others had seen through it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not planning on hiding from anyone. I just want everyone to know how hard it is to destroy the enshrouding mist soul physique. Even if many Emperor Sakura Heavens come, so what? With your strength killing me many times it will naturally be effortless, but so what? Can you truly kill me?" Junie gave a cold snort but did not speak. Clearly he could not kill. Yi Yuan continued, "You can't kill me. This rookie who just entered Emperor realm. Then how powerful is hegemon imperishable's enshrouding mist soul
Physique?
If the three great supreme hegemons are several realms stronger than him, then there's naturally no problem killing him. It's just a pity that they are the same rank." The eyes of Yu Tian and the rest lit up. They were convinced. Honestly speaking, it was also their first time witnessing what was the true
Enshrouding mist soul physique.
enshrouding mist soul physique could actually borrow the power of heaven and earth to instantly recover. Such a soul physique. How terrifying was it? No wonder progenitor imperishable had experienced countless battles but could never fall from beginning to end. They knew that back then when progenitor imperishable led the Nirvanic soul clan to rise up, he had fought with the Chi Soul clan countless times. At that time, he was still not the invincible hegemon imperishable. But, no matter what means the Chi Soul clan used, they were unable to kill him. That was how he had this name, imperishable. Yu Tian drew a deep breath and said, "This seed understands. Everyone listen. No matter what grudges we had in the past, the biggest goal of all of us from the Nirvanic Soul clan today is to live. We don't fear death, but we don't treat death lightly." Wang Ning nodded and said, "East Soul region's people, heed my order. Every person that can escape counts as one. As long as we get out of the sea of evil, they won't be able to trap us anymore. Heh. Old Ghost Yu Tian didn't expect that this old man I will actually have a day where I join forces with you. North Soul region's hegemon Wu One said, "Ha ha ha. This old woman, I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I've lived enough too. Today I'll fight it out with this bunch of sons of bitches." West Soul region's leader said. For a moment, everyone who had originally lost their wills actually soared with fighting spirit. Yi Yuan's words had already completely activated them. Bloodmorn was furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The situation that they had meticulously created was actually messed up by an Emperor Cloud.
Heaven brat.
What shocked him even more was that the Nirvanic Soul clan actually had another true enshrouding mist soul physique appear again after hegemon. Imperishable. Given time, this boy would soar to the sky, and then the Nirvanic Soul clan would be at the height of its power. Everyone, we can't let a single person off today. Wu Jia, you don't need to take part in the fight anymore. Kill that boy called Yi Yuan at all costs. Bloodmorn said in a solemn voice. Lu, you go too. This boy can't be kept alive. Junie said with a deep gaze. The Chi Soul clan was the one that was more apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If the Nirvanic Soul clan really tided over this calamity, then it would be a grave threat to the Chi Soul clan in the future. Therefore Yi Yuan must die. The enshrouding mist soul physique was too terrifying. The three great races hegemon realms had a total of 23 people. The numbers were quite a few, but wanting to completely kill 10 great hegemons, the difficulty was still quite high. But even so, they still transferred 2 great hegemons to specially deal with
Yi Yuan.
It could be seen how much importance they attached to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell into a desperate situation at once. He naturally knew the logic that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks. But this was an opportunity. First of all, if the Nirvanic Soul clan was really completely wiped out, he would have to die too. Secondly, if he could really bring the Nirvanic Soul clan out, then progenitor imperishable would owe him a huge favor. This would be of great help to him, lending the purple ripple umbrella. However, what he could do was also just these. He could only hope that, after pulling themselves together, Yu Tian, these guys could have a few more of them survive. Cloud Neon, regardless of Yi Yuan's identity, he's our Nirvanic Soul clan's benefactor. You escort him out. Yu Tian looked towards Cloud Neon and instructed. Even when facing such a desperate situation, Cloud Neon did not show the slightest expression either. She just nodded her head lightly. But Yi Yuan was speechless for a while. People already sent 2 hegemons to come kill me. You guys were just sending an Emperor Sakura heaven? Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan, rest assured. Cloud Neon's strength is more powerful than you
Imagine.
She'll ensure your safety, Yu Tian said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said solemnly, "Have a few more survive." Yu Tian laughed loudly and said, "Don't you worry, the few of us old fellows aren't so easily killed. Let's go." Cloud Neon said coolly, and Yi Yuan rushed out with Cloud Neon in spite of himself. The great battle instantly broke out. Yi Yuan only heard heaven-shocking explosion sounds coming from behind. It was as if the entire abyss was going to be blown apart. The Battle of Ution. This level of powerhouses was seriously too terrifying. The aftershocks of the battle were naturally extremely terrifying. With the likes of his strength, he could only become cannon fodder. The pitiful Wang Qian turned to ashes in the instant the great battle erupted. Even if he merged with the origin, it could not save him either. Yi Yuan two people were not out of danger. Even if Cloud Neon helped protect him from the vast majority of the force, he still felt like his soul body was going to be scattered. In front of them, there were 7 to 8 origin powerhouses that directly blocked off the two people's escape routes. Although origin powerhouses were inferior to hegemons, they could virtually be said to be the strongest under hegemons already. It was also that 2 great hegemons issued a certain kill order on Yi Yuan. Therefore, Cloud Neon this side immediately attracted considerable firepower. Dozens of firepower fired over in unison. Yi Yuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. However, amidst the torrential storm, a white beautiful figure strolled over. Leisurely, a surge of origin power spread out, and Yi Yuan's eyes went wide. Those dozens of unbelievably powerful attacks actually seemed to have grown. Eyes brushing past the two of them. Amidst the violent storm, it was only to see Cloud Neon point a finger. Terrifying soul force directly stabbed toward the soul race origin powerhouse. That was coming head-on like a sharp sword. That origin powerhouse gave a miserable cry and directly turned to ashes. Origin powerhouses were actually not opponents that could last one exchange with her. How formidable! Yi Yuan was stunned by Cloud Neon's casual strike. Just earlier he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell into her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone, leave. Leave this place to the two of us. You guys aren't her match. The figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul Clan's hegemon realm powerhouse. Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul physique. Said that this soul physique isn't beneath the enshrouding mist soul physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme soul canon dream recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul Clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream Soul physique. Once these two steps into the realm of hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yi Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream Soul physique, but he was very clear about dream recollection. The soul race's 3 great sacred canons, divine emergence, dream recollection, and extinction, each of them was a powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these 3 great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, 2 races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor, Imperishable, was seriously wounded before snatching away these 3 great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul Clan. Dream recollection. This sacred canon, what it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams, comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally, comprehending origin, dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These 3 great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul Clan or the Chi Soul Clan. But dream recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul physique. The Nirvanic Soul Clan once had a peerless heavens chosen appear before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed. At that time, he was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul Clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul Clan did not hesitate to mobilize 3 hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloud Neon and said with a light smile, I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable that old thing. He really hid you too well. Cloud Neon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloud Neon was gone. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that? Have you forgotten what you promised Hegemen Yu Tian? In just that instant, Yi Yuan could not perceive Cloud Neon's existence anymore. Hegemen Wu Jia was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing and said, What bullshit Cloud Dream Soul Physique? More like it's called fleeing soul physique, right? Kid, since that girlie ran, you can go and die then. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Yuan felt like he was gonna die. He was still too far away from Hegemen realm. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yi Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, Originally I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What?
Impérissable sous le physique, Cloud Dream sous le physique.
All simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Lu smiled and said, While these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Bloodmorn they all then. That side is of the utmost priority. Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the Battle of Hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yutian were all top powerhouses among Hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually smashing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul Clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in this sea of evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With 3 races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed, and he said, Brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu's expression changed, and he said, Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them. Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. Brother Lu, what on earth happened? Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking. We fell into that girl's dream realm just now. Lu said. Dream realm? Her. How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakura heaven can use dream realm to deceive the two of us at the same time? Let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there. How can it be what she, measly little Emperor Sakura heaven, can simulate? Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Dowie had a solemn expression as he said, half awake and half dreaming. That is when it's the hardest to distinguish. Just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too. If not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation, even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's cloud dream soul physique has probably already surpassed the Menglan of back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakura heaven. If she stepped into the realm of Hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too. With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakura heaven, he actually did not detect it in the slightest. I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong.
Ye Yuan marveled.
When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made two great hegemon realms. Unable to detect it in the least bit. Then, she brought him away from under the two of their hands unknown to gods. Or ghosts. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time he succumbed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory real. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart. Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him, but thinking about it, he felt at ease too. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that Hegemon Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloud Neon previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to Hegemon Imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to Hegemon realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength, coupled with her powerful soul physique as well as dream recollection. No matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloud Neon. 2. The two people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, two incredibly powerful attacks, suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloud Neon's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out, Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil, involuntarily, while her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Boom! Cloud Neon's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still Brother Lu who's formidable, seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped." Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloud Neon and said with a smile, "You didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? Lass, although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a Hegemon realm powerhouse." Cloud Neon had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul Clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided wish. Your Nirvanic Soul Clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul Race. But, actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both Chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our Chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul Clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. What right do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloud Neon's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him. Hegemon realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yi Yuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloud Neon. Facing Cloud Neon, even if Lu was an Hegemon realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a hegemon under the besiegement of 3 great hegemons. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloud Neon 2 people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified hegemon realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Sakura heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. Too humiliating. But right now, Cloud Neon's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloud Neon's expression turned cold, dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great das, it's born in dreams. Indeed well deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul physique. You lass actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9 81 origins blasting. Open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak hegemon. Impressive. Truly impressive. But sadly you don't have the chance. Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of eternal life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a massive lucky chance. By opening the door of eternal life, the origin comprehended in Emperor Sakura Heaven realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the door of eternal life in Emperor Sakura Heaven realm, but comprehending origin as much as possible. Because after entering hegemon realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakura Heavens comprehended was like the end of a Tzet. The power was not strong. But the function of the door of eternal life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakura Heaven realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those like Lee Clearcloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloud Neon poured out dozens of origins at once. Could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. This hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins. Although in terms of quantity he could not compare to Cloud Neon, this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Boom! Cloud Neon bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The 2 people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloud Neon with a look of shock, full of disbelief. He and hegemon realm was actually evenly matched with Cloud Neon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloud Neon said in a cold voice, the strength of the Cloud Dream Soul physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul clan boasts that you are a chaos race. Then how much do you understand? The 2 of you great hegemons, I'll naturally have some fear. But if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you. Lu said in rage. I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today. Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. Boom! 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 The hegemon level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Ution and the rest, it was also extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloud Neon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloud Neon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloud Neon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloud Neon became a hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloud Neon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. Boom! With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloud Neon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Her? You're finally still going to die, Lu said with a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment, because his opponent, Cloud Neon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloud Neon but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated. In the dreamland? No way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detect it in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This cloud dream soul physique coupled with the dream recollection were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon. It was just that Cloud Neon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloud Neon to kill the two of them now. It was over. Completely over. How could this be? I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons who were seriously injured on the verge of death and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed the two people's strength. It was also that Cloud Neon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloud Neon being seriously injured was real. And this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party. All the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloud Neon's dream recollection. Cloud Neon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing, Cloud Neon said. Recalling that miraculous feeling just now, Yi Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloud Neon's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloud Neon. His soul force skyrocketed too. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, they were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon did not expect that they would actually succumb. Just like that, Cloud Neon did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move, killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors just like that. "All right, you can go," Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "You want to go back?" Cloud Neon nodded and said, "Lord Wang Ning's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm going to save Progenitor Imperishable. Do you want to come along?" Cloud Neon gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, "Progenitor Imperishable is being besieged by three great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That might not be the case. If the three of them want to trap Progenitor Imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the seven-colored pagoda, I can feel that Progenitor Imperishable is very strong, extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save Progenitor Imperishable?" Yi Yuan said, "Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is? Actually, my objective is Progenitor Imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella." "Why?" Cloud Neon was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging Progenitor Imperishable were three of the 33 heavens' topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save Progenitor Imperishable. If the three great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with Progenitor Imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go!" Cloud Neon made a prompt decision. For hours later, several figures tore across space and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions' leaders, only North Soul region's hegemon died. Although Yutian, Wang Ning, and the rest suffered serious injuries, they killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yutian down. On the one hand, it was because Yi Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yi Yuan two people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more damnable was that 4 hours had passed and Wu Jia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped, and he said, "Stop!" Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wu Jia's aura. To theirs also the Chi Soul. Clans Lu." Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wu Jia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmorn's heart. 2 great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sacra Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven, and they actually all died? How is this possible? They actually all died. That hegemon cried out in alarm. 2 hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the 2 hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul clans. Wu Jia two people's demise also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul clan that was caught off guard. If the 3 great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wu Jia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell? How is this possible? That Cloud Dream Soul physique is actually so strong? She's just Origin, Emperor Sakura Heaven, and she could actually kill 2 hegemons already. Really, damn it. Our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmorn shook his head and said, "Although that lass is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia. They all, something that we don't know, must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside Ution, they all 1 Cloud Dream Soul physique, 1 Imperishable Soul physique. These 2 juniors are too dangerous." The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, 2 great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmorn the most was still Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. This was terrifying. Imperishable Soul Domain, Central Soul Region. A group of remnant troops gathered together, their expressions very heavy. Several peak hegemons all had faint soul bodies at this time, close to dissipating. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price too. North Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Wu 1, held back 3 hegemons by himself in order to cover the other people's departure and died on the spot. At this time, the atmosphere in the Central Soul Region's main hall was depressed to the extreme. Old Ghost Ution still hasn't come back until now. It's likely fraught with grim possibilities. South Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Jijun, said with a heavy look. Sigh? Old Ghost Wuwen is gone just like that. Old Ghost Ution's and progenitor Imperishable's life and death are unknown. Our Nirvanic Soul clan has really encountered a huge crisis this time. If Old Ghost Ution is dead, too, then the 3 of us really won't know what to do. West Soul Regions. Old Woman Hegemon Shimian was in dejection. Ancestor Wang Ning did not say a word, but his expression was similarly heavy. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure fell with a loud bang. Old Ghost Ution. When the 3 hegemons saw the arrival, they could not help being overjoyed. This figure that fell was precisely Hegemon Ution, who returned with heavy injuries. The current Hegemon Ution was very miserable. His soul body was incomplete. Saying that it was a remnant soul was also not overboard. Old Ghost Ution, are you alright? Hegemon Jijun asked in concern. But no dismay could be seen on Hegemon Ution's face at all. Instead, he had an excited look. Jijun, few people exchanged glances, wondering to themselves if this old thing was beaten silly. We're already miserable until like this, and you're still in the mood to smile? I'm fine. I won't die? Ha ha ha. Satisfying, Ution said with a loud laugh. The 3 people had baffled faces, not knowing what this guy was being happy about. Old Ghost Wu 1 was already dead, and everyone sustained serious injuries. Shouldn't you be a little pessimistic? Old Ghost Ution, were you beaten silly? Our Nirvanic Soul clan suffered our greatest crisis in history. You're actually still in the mood to laugh. See, Mion said with a livid face. Ution smiled and said, "Why can't your father laugh?"
Blomuan, Yun Yi.
These few damn things exhausted all of their brain power wanting to round us up in one fell swoop. In the end, they suffered a double loss. Their casualties are even more disastrous than ours. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Those 3 old things expended God knows how great a price for the sake of the setup this time. Now it has all been for naught. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Ha ha ha. The three people exchanged glances, feeling baffled again. They were certain that this guy was beaten silly. Enough! Stop laughing. Old Ghost Wu 1 is already dead. Which eye of yours saw that their casualties are worse than ours? Shi Mian reproached. Yu Tian chuckled and said, we had a peak hegemon die. They had one die too. But those two who hunted Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon down are both dead. Tell me, does your father feel great or not? Regarding this battle, Yu Tian was stifled badly. Three great races joined forces to deal with the Nirvanic Soul Clan. It was too hidden, too despicable. It made Yu Tian keep on holding his anger in his heart. But when he passed by the place where Wu Jia and Lu died, he felt it. But at that time, Bloodmorn was pursuing closely behind. He did not dare to stay either. But at that time, he felt frustration being given vent in his heart. Now he escaped with his life. He could not resist anymore and burst out, laughing. But when Shi Mian three people heard this, they did not laugh but had doubtful faces. You're sure that those two are both dead? Wang Ning said with a frown. He also felt that Yu Tian was beaten silly. How could two little brats possibly kill two great hegemons? Yu Tian's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, do you all really take your father to be stupid? The fall of a hegemon, the origin undulation is so intense. Can your father not sense it? Those two have indeed died. Hey, if not for Bloodmorn, that old thing stopping to investigate back then, your father really might not have been able to escape back. With these, the three people were shocked. How is this possible?
Wang Ning said.
Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, although I don't know what's going on, either it's true that those two hegemons are dead. Plus, with the two that were killed by us, they have lost a total of 4 hegemons. In this battle, we gained a huge advantage. With 2 great hegemons dying, this matter can't be concealed. News will transmit over very quickly. At that time, you guys will know. Wang Ning three people felt that it was too inconceivable. This kind of exterminating besiegement, it was actually their side that gained the advantage. If it was really as Yu Tian said, then they really should be laughing out loud. Before long, this great battle shook the entire nihility exceeding balance. Heaven. 3 great races actually joined hands to deal with the imperishable soul domain. This news was earth-shattering. But what shocked people even more was that 3 races besieged the Nirvanic Soul Clan's hegemons, and their casualties were actually even more than the Nirvanic Soul Clan. For some time, the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven was shocked. It's here. The aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique disappeared in this small lake. If my guesses are correct, progenitor imperishable should have entered the lake. Yi Yuan pointed at a lake in front and said, he and Cloud Neon had been tracking all the way, arriving at this small lake. After spending a month's time, this lake was situated in the Chi Soul Clan's hinterland. It looked very unassuming. Cloud Neon frowned and said, you're sure? You're not lying to me? There are no traces of any battle at all here. For hegemon realms, especially the battle between supreme hegemons, their battles were absolutely heaven-shocking. If progenitor imperishable was really here, it was impossible for her not to feel it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, your Cloud Dream Soul physique is extremely formidable, but this person who laid down the camouflage, their formation Dao attainments, has already reached the acme of perfection. It's very normal that you can't tell. Cloud Neon was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly just an Emperor Cloud Heaven. But his cocky appearance really pissed people off. However, she really could not tell that there was any camouflage here. You're saying that there's someone guarding here? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, just one person. But with this one holding down the fort, they can probably withstand 100 by themselves. I didn't expect that a human hegemon would actually dare to be a lackey. Although Cloud Neon thought otherwise, she also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. While she could not figure the situation out, she still decided to trust Yi Yuan. Otherwise, once any accident arose, the 2 of their small lives would be Finished too. Then what should we do now? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if the two of us join hands, so what even if it's a hegemon? You execute your dream realm and cover this lake. We'll swagger our way in. Hence, a dreamland quietly covered the lake, and the two people fumbled their way over quietly. Cloud Neon discovered to her surprise that the trail that Yi Yuan took was extremely strange. Sometimes it would be forward. Other times he would step back going round and round like walking through a maze. Suddenly, Cloud Neon's pupils constricted. An old man was sitting quietly on the surface of the lake just like that, with his eyes shut. Hegemon powerhouse. Prior to this, she actually did not detect at all. Cloud Neon knew that Yi Yuan was right in the end. In this inconspicuous place, to let a hegemon set up a camouflage and guard the area. This place must be very fishy. It's actually him. This guy actually sought refuge with the blood race too. Looks like our Nirvanic Soul Clan is really surrounded by enemies on all fronts. You know him? He's the human race's hegemon Inkcloud. His strength isn't beneath that. Hegemon Lu. Especially in Formation Dao, he has already reached the acme of perfection. Oh, actually, you don't need to be anxious either. After you enter Hegemon realm, you can match 10 Hegemon realms. You look, you're standing in front of him right now, and he can't even see you. In the dream realm, Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan were currently talking opposite of Hegemon Inkcloud, but Hegemon Inkcloud was oblivious. This Hegemon Inkcloud's strength was very strong, but Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, two people joining forces, had entrapped two great hegemons to death. He was no big deal. Of course, if they wanted to kill Hegemon Inkcloud, it could not be done. Dreamland was born from the heart. Cloud Neon being able to entrap Wu Jia and Lu to death, it was by exploiting their desire to kill them, making the two people kill each other and die. Making them kill themselves on their own, that was impossible. If hegemons were so easy to kill, then they would be worthless too. But it was also precisely because of this that even those hegemons felt that it was inconceivable. Alright, let's go down. Hegemon Imperishable should have entered another space, and the entrance is right below this lake, Yi Yuan said. Cloud Neon nodded and sank to the bottom of the lake together with Yi Yuan. The lake was not large, but it was very deep. Not long after the two people sank to the bottom of the lake, a cluster of gloomy light was very eye-catching. Clearly, this was the entrance to another space. Entering the spatial passageway, the scenery before the two people's eyes suddenly changed. A desolate slaughter atmosphere hit them head-on. Cloud Neon's and Yi Yuan's expressions changed wildly. Their soul bodies virtually going to be torn to shreds by the wild gale here. What a terrifying place. This place should be an ancient battlefield. Furthermore, the origin powerhouses who died will probably have to be counted in millions. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath and said, this place was completely a savage battlefield of origin powerhouses. On the battlefield, there were utterly disorderly origins everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was as if they were still fighting. If ordinary people came here, just the chaotic origins were sufficient to reduce them to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Yuan two people's soul bodies were different from the rest. That was how they barely managed to hold out. By the side, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Yi Yuan, I seem to have comprehended. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Turning around to look, he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body was actually dissipating. His gaze could not help turning intent, immediately understanding something. The Cloud Dream Soul Physique and Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique was born from chaos and could transform into Myriad Dao, and the Cloud Dream Soul Physique belonged to nothingness, feeling the growth of Myriad Dao with Dreamland. These two great soul bodies had a natural advantage in the comprehension of origin. There were countless chaotic origins here. It was simply a paradise for gaining enlightenment on Dao to their two soul physiques. Cloud Neon's realm had long already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Sakura heaven. The origins that she gained enlightenment on had already reached as many as several dozen too. Now this opportunity to break through arrived. However, Yi Yuan also understood that this was a lucky chance, and there was also tremendous danger. There were tens of millions of disorderly origins here. The strength of the origins was not uniform. Many similar origins had different directions of comprehension too. A single misstep and one would be lost in it. The current situation was somewhat like the lucid forest. It was just that this place was full of origins. Compared to the lucid forest, this place was much higher level. Furthermore, the lucid forest was actually within the scope of rules. But there were no rules here. It was completely a chaotic land. Cloud Neon already entered the state of sudden epiphany virtually without needing to deliberately comprehend. Yi Yuan thought about it but still did not wake Cloud Neon up. This was her lucky chance. Life and death, it was controlled by and up to her. He did not have the right to interfere. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Yuan walked forward. The further he walked, the more difficult it became for Yi Yuan to extricate himself. One origin after another seemed to drill into his own soul. That sort of temptation was simply without equal. That was the allure of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Gaining enlightenment on Tao here, he could climb to the summit and become the strongest hegemon in this world. Hegemon imperishable might be nothing more than this too. Yi Yuan's eyes became more and more dazed. His soul body also completely transformed into the enshrouding mist soul.
Physique.
The enshrouding mist soul physique already left his control, deriving all kinds of origin power on its own. Under such an environment, the temptation was simply fatal to the enshrouding
Mist sous le physique.
Yi Yuan discovered that his own consciousness had started to blur. Damn! My soul physique isn't strong enough yet. This place is the enshrouding mist soul physique's paradise, but not my paradise. At this rate, my consciousness is going to be completely wiped out, becoming a part of these countless chaotic origins. Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety. He was very clear that currently he was already at the most dangerous moment, but he had no way of reversing this situation. His soul body was completely out of control. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually suddenly fall into danger. This state was like the common saying that a feeble body could not take tonics. His strength, his soul body was simply not capable of enduring such terrifying origin power. But his soul body was still absorbing it in spite of himself. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, four powerful forces were entangled. Together, these four powers seemed to have already reached a delicate balance. Appearing very calm, these four people were naturally four great supreme hegemons. Heh. Two babies who haven't even reached hegemon realm actually barged into the god-bewildering battlefield. Inkcloud, that brat is really a good for nothing. Furthermore, it's actually the Cloud Dream Soul physique and the real
Impérissable sous le physique.
old ghost imperishable. With this, you have a successor. A sinister and charming voice came from the void. This void came from hegemon evil dragon of the abyss. Humph! Progenitor imperishable snorted coldly. He knew that this evil dragon was intentionally making digs at him. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. In this period of time that he was not around, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had a second imperishable soul physique appear. This was the real enshrouding mist soul physique. As a supreme hegemon, he could naturally sense it. That lass with the Cloud Dream Soul physique is still alright. She might still have a slight chance of survival. But that enshrouding mist soul physique brat is somewhat overestimating his own ability.
Hur, you look.
His consciousness is about to dissipate right away. This place is one of the battlefields where all the heavens annihilated the labyrinth divine palace. Back then, the origin powerhouses who died reached as high as 1 million. The likes of him, a measly little emperor cloud heaven, actually dare to enter this place too. Hegemon heavenly soul said with a snicker. Old ghost imperishable. These two babies are clearly here to save you. Looks like this enshrouding mist soul physique still sensed the origin that you left behind. It's just that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually sent these two little fellows over. I reckon that you Tion, those few brats, have already died out. Do you still want to continue struggling? The one speaking was Hegemen. Bloodsong. Hegemen Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "The three of you exhausted, every power of your mind. But what can you do to me? At most, the four of us perish together. Do you really think that my title of imperishable is called
In vain.
Heh? Old ghost imperishable, you don't need to be unruly with us either. Your strength has indeed exceeded our imaginations, but reaching our realm, you're not willing to die just like that either, right? If you really had this determination, you also wouldn't be dawdling with us here. With regards to Hegemen Imperishable's threat, Hegemen Evil Dragon just laughed disdainfully. Although the present situation was far beyond their expectations, nobody could hide their thoughts from anyone. Reaching this level of realm, no one was a fool. Hegemen Imperishable just snorted coldly. Clearly, he had tacitly acknowledged Evil Dragon's statement. Moreover, we're not here to kill you either. As long as you're trapped here, that's enough. After those descendants of yours have died out, we can let you out too, Hegemen Bloodsong said with a laugh, looking like he had cornered Hegemen Imperishable. Amen? That kid's strength is too weak. His consciousness is already almost dissipating, Heavenly Soul said. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's consciousness was already disorderly and confused. Once his consciousness dispersed, the soul body would be a masterless object, and one would be considered to be completely dead. It was just that Yi Yuan's residual consciousness still had a strong reluctance. The purple ripple umbrella is already right before my eyes. I can save Lingxue right away. How can I die just like this? No way. I can't die. Absolutely not. This intense unwillingness made his consciousness still remain there. Even if it was just an insignificant trace, it was like a feeble spark, stubbornly not dissipating. Saving Mu Lingxue, this breath had already supported him until now. He was absolutely not willing to give up now. 2 hours, 4 hours, in a blink of an eye, a day passed. The four great hegemons all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead for sure, but he actually held on stubbornly just like that. With this, the four great hegemons were shocked. The four of them mutually restrained each other and were bored out of their minds. Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon's arrival brought them a trace of fun. Therefore, their attention was placed on these two people very naturally. Compared to Cloud Neon, Yi Yuan was naturally a little more worth paying attention to. It was because he was about to die right away. This boy has such a powerful will. Like this, and he's still not dead. Hegemen Evil Dragon marveled. This seat wants to see just how long this kid can last, Bloodsong said. Heavenly Soul smiled and said, Her? It's boring too. Why don't we bet how long this boy can last? Evil Dragon laughed and said, Haha. Good idea. This boy's willpower is indeed very strong. This seat bets that he can last 10 days. Bloodsong also smiled and said, I'll bet 15 days. But Heavenly Soul smiled and said, There are a million origins here. This kid is like a drop of water that fell into the sea. How long more can he last? In the end, he can only be assimilated. I bet that he absolutely can't last 3 days. Old Ghost Imperishable, you're of the imperishable soul physique too. What do you think? The one who understood the imperishable soul physique best was naturally Hegemen Imperishable. Hegemen Imperishable was silent for a while and said, 3 months. The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons all burst out, laughing. Clearly, this was a joke. Although you're of the imperishable supreme hegemon, don't treat us, these supreme hegemons, as morons either. Like this, he could last 3 months? Old Ghost Imperishable, do you feel that it's very boring now, and you're teasing the few of us? Heavenly Soul could not help laughing as he said, Forget about this boy, even if it's this seat back then, under this sort of Environment, I can't last a month too. You're actually saying that this boy can last 3 months? Hegemen Bloodsong laughed in spite of himself. In this place, there's not a trace of other variables. His consciousness is already close to disappearing. If he can last 3 months, this seat will pluck my head off for you to kick. Hegemen Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Hegemen Imperishable gave him a glance and said coolly, then be prepared to pluck your head off. Finished saying, he shut up and stopped talking. Regarding Yi Yuan, this second true imperishable soul physique, Hegemen Imperishable naturally paid great attention. He seemed to have seen himself back then from Yi Yuan. Not the imperishable soul physique, but the person. That sort of unwillingness to be outdone by others, that sort of stubborn unyieldingness, he saw it from Yi Yuan. Back then, in order to lead the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise, he challenged the entire Chi Soul Clan with his power alone. That sort of difficulty was absolutely hell level. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many ups and downs he had? He relied on his astonishing willpower to pull through. But, as an enshrouding Miss Soul physique, he knew Yi Yuan too well. Without something that could influence the situation, it was impossible for him to pull through. Yi Yuan came to the wrong place. If Yi Yuan entered at Origin Realm, this place would definitely be a paradise. But he was currently too weak. Right now, this god-bewildering battlefield was the nightmare of the
Enshrouding mist sous le physique.
Therefore, he felt that 3 months was the limit. Very soon, 3 days passed. The first to get slapped was Hegemen Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "This brat is really a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. What's the point of holding on like this?" Hegemen Imperishable smiled coldly and said, "Hence, that's why you, this idiot, would be surpassed by this seat." Hegemen Heavenly Soul's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Imperishable, you're courting death." Hegemen Imperishable was indifferent and said coolly, "Is that so? If you want to perish together, bring it on." Hegemen Heavenly Soul gave a cold snort and stopped talking. When Hegemen Imperishable was a nobody, he was already a supreme Hegemen. But countless years had passed, and Hegemen Imperishable's strength had already surpassed him. Got to admit, this sort of thing was very disgraceful. If not because the Chi Soul Clan still had a Hegemen Samsara, they would really be completely suppressed by the Nirvanic Soul Clan. It was just that Hegemen Samsara's status was transcendent, traveling the myriad worlds. He did not ask about the soul race's affairs at all. If not for this existence, Hegemen Heavenly Soul would have long been unable to suppress the Nirvanic Soul Clan. 10 days later, Hegemen Evil Dragon was slapped in the face. This boy is also too monstrous, right? Does he feel that he can really go against the heavens? Evil Dragon said somewhat glumly. Later on, after 15 days, Hegemen Bloodsong was slapped too. This boy actually really survived for 15 days. How was this possible? Forcibly hold on like this doesn't have any meaning at all. It's absolutely impossible for him to survive. Bloodsong shook his head and said with a sigh, "Time passed day by day. 15 days, 20 days, a month. 3 months were up. This time, even Hegemen Imperishable was slapped in the face too, because Yi Yuan lasted 3 months. With this, the 4 great supreme Hegemens were really shocked. Just what kind of unfulfilled wishes does this boy have? Hanging on with this one breath. Is he going to hold on until heaven and earth turn old?
Hur.
Her? Old Ghost Imperishable. Looks like you've miscalculated too. Hegemen Evil Dragon said with a laugh. Hegemen Imperishable let out a sigh and said, "Young man, give up. It's too hard for you to hold on like this. There's no meaning." Hegemen Imperishable's words carried a requiem effect, directly reaching Yi Yuan's last trace of consciousness. But he completely did not expect that his one sentence was like throwing a bunch of withered grass on the spark. Instantly, the spark reignited. These Hegemens were all clear that being able to hang on with one breath and Not die, there must be some unfulfilled wishes. Just like mortals, when lying in a coma, if they had any unfulfilled wishes, they would refuse to shut their eyes no matter what. Hegemen Imperishable knew that the current Yi Yuan was in far too much hardship. Therefore, this requiem was to help him be free. But the one who spoke was him, Hegemen Imperishable. The perception between enshrouding mist soul physiques was completely ignited. At this moment, Hegemen Imperishable's voice was hope to Yi Yuan. Actually, the current Yi Yuan already had little consciousness. But Hegemen Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique was like a clap of thunder exploding in his last strand of consciousness. What was his obsession? Wasn't it to meet Hegemen Imperishable and borrow the purple ripple umbrella? The resonance between enshrouding mist soul physiques made the Yi Yuan, who was in the chaos, instantly find the lighthouse, finding the direction home. The four great supreme hegemons were all struck senseless. What's going on here? Old ghost Imperishable, what kind of trickery did you do? This kid actually came back to life again. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with shock all over his face. Hegemon Imperishable himself also had a stunned look and said, "This seat didn't do anything. I just saw that he was in too much suffering and let him be free with a requiem sound. I don't know what's going on either." While Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a strange look, "Really seeing ghosts? You helped to appease his soul." Not only was he not freed, his consciousness became increasingly stronger instead. Amen? He's starting to control the
Enshrouding mist soul physique.
His enshrouding mist soul physique unconsciously comprehended origins in so many origins. Origin seeds have probably already been planted in his soul body. When his realm is reached, these origin seeds will take root and germinate. This was simply a massive lucky chance for him. When speaking, Hegemon Evil Dragon was even somewhat jealous. Yi Yuan's situation, if he died, everything was naturally over. But not dying, then the benefits would be unimaginable to him. The enshrouding mist soul physique was born from chaos to begin with. It was extremely sensitive to origins. Under a conscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was limited by individual talent, and the comprehension would be limited in the end. But under an unconscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was completely comprehending origins on instinct. Finally, Yi Yuan's soul body condensed and formed again. He also felt his own soul body's chances. Inside this enshrouding mist soul physique, there seemed to be many origin powers that appeared correct but were really wrong. His realm had not reached yet. This response was very blurry. But he knew that the power of each origin was extremely precious. Origins could not be comprehended because you wanted to. For a great Tao, only by cultivating the power of rules to the realm of grand completion could one have the chance to comprehend origin. Yi Yuan's Tao was not yet perfect. He did not have too clear an understanding of these origin powers. But the enshrouding mist soul physique recorded the sensations of these origins in his body. Yi Yuan could find the direction of great Tao by following these sensations. This was equivalent to saying that each great Tao had a beacon light. To Yi Yuan, cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. I didn't expect that I actually had a blessing come to me in the disguise of misfortune. Hegemon Imperishable wanted to help me be free, but he didn't expect that it would actually let me grab the last strand of life-saving straw. The matters of the world are indeed hard to predict, Yi Yuan said, ruefully. He knew how dangerous his previous state was. If it was anyone else, it would have been impossible to reawaken his consciousness too. Converging his mind, Yi Yuan did not remain anymore and continued deeper in. The surrounding origins became more and more, but it was already inconsequential to Yi Yuan. His realm was limited, and the enshrouding mist soul physique was already satiated. It was impossible to absorb more origins. Following the direction of Hegemon Imperishable's voice, Yi Yuan chased after. Along the way, there were scenes of desolation. Clearly, the four great supreme hegemons had experienced an extremely Horrifying battle. Heh? Interesting. This boy really came over to find you. He came in together. With that girl. It's probably for the sake of you, old ghost imperishable. Right? A human brat, wonder what goal he has. Hegemon evil dragon said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan's paltry cultivation realm naturally could not deceive these supreme hegemons. Actually, as soon as he entered the god-bewildering battlefield, the four great hegemons could see through it. Therefore, with regards to Yi Yuan's life and death, they all did not care too much, inclusive of Hegemon Imperishable. After he comes, wouldn't we know then? Hegemon Imperishable said coolly. Along the way, he did not encounter any dangers. Whatever danger was gone after the four great supreme hegemons battle too. Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and saw a blue-colored giant dragon. Hovering at the horizon, an enormous blood lake and also a big and tall celestial deity. But these three were bogged down in a mass of enshrouding mist. Without a doubt, these were the four great supreme hegemons. However, Yi Yuan saw a large purple umbrella in this region of mist. The purple-colored halo emitted by that large umbrella made the misty air shine purple. When Yi Yuan saw it, his entire body could not help trembling. There was no doubt that it was the purple ripple umbrella. Human brat, don't tell this seat that you're here to save old ghost. Imperishable. Evil dragon said with a smile that was not a smile. Having his identity be seen through, Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a nod. What senior said is right. I'm here to save Hegemon Imperishable. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Just based on your bit of strength, it's still far lacking. Evil dragon said with a loud laugh. To the four great supreme hegemons, Yi Yuan was just a little bug. Puff a breath of air and he would be gone. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Seniors, let it go. Your plan has already completely failed. The moment these words came out, the three people stiffened up noticeably. Bloodsong smiled coldly and said, A mere Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to engage in wild talks in front of this seat. Do you not believe that this seat will exterminate you right now? I don't believe it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Hegemon Bloodsong. If you had this ability, would you still talk rubbish with an ant like me here? Therefore, the three of you can only take a beating from me now. The title of Supreme Hegemon was indeed scary, but it would also depend on who you were scaring. It looked like these three people were seemingly joining hands to deal with Hegemon Imperishable currently. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through. These four people had reached a delicate balance. Whoever broke this equilibrium, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. At this point, the only way was for the four people to pull back at the same time. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan said it, the expressions of the three great hegemons became ugly to the extreme. A little bug actually dared to swagger and bluster in front of them. I really underestimated you. This brat. Pretty good eyesight. But do you think that based on your strength, you can cause any harm to us? Evil dragon said disdainfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Maybe I can. Evil dragon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha. Then you come and try it. See if you can scratch your Lord Dragon's itch. Amen? You wait for a moment. Yi Yuan nodded his head in earnest, but he cast Evil Dragon to one side and said to Hegemon Imperishable, Hegemon Imperishable, I want to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Evil Dragon was ticked off. He was actually being ignored. Hegemon Evil Dragon was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was a Hegemon powerhouse and had always been standing at the apex of all the heavens. Today, he was actually being underestimated like this by an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Wait a moment? What was called wait a moment? Could you freaking give me, this supreme hegemon, a little respect? Hegemon Imperishable was shocked too. This boy asked for the purple ripple umbrella the moment he opened his mouth. Could it be that he did not know what the purple ripple umbrella meant to him? Impudent thing. After the seat gets out, I'll definitely use the fire of Evil Dragon to burn you for 9,999 years. casting you into eternal damnation, Evil Dragon said with a furious roar. Yi Yuan ignored him but stared at Hegemon Imperishable and said, I saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, resolving their 3 races' besiegement against Hegemon. You Tian they all. Now I'll help you to get out and heavily wound the 3 of them. I wonder if these 2 favors are enough or not. Before Hegemon Imperishable spoke, Hegemon Heavenly Soul smiled coldly and said, Little fellow, before you talk big, can you look at the target first or not? You, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, can disrupt the all-encompassing net that our 3 races joined hands to lay down? Dozens of Hegemons are there. A sneeze from each person and you won't even have residue remaining. You're insulting old Ghost Imperishable's intellect by saying this. Hegemon Imperishable said coolly. Wanting to let me believe you, you have to display your strength first. What you said is indeed too exaggerated. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said, the 4 great hegemons did not believe a word. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even if an ordinary hegemon realm was standing here, they would not even believe it. A war that engulfed 4 great races. A battle that involved dozens of hegemons. How could it be what you, a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven, could influence? Hegemon Imperishable's meaning was very clear. Want to make me believe. Eradicate the 3 of them before talking. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, You swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. I only need the purple ripple umbrella for 3 months. Otherwise, I can only cripple the 4 of you thoroughly, then force you to hand over the purple ripple umbrella. These words were arrogant to the extreme. In the 33 heavens, someone who dared to say such words to these 4 people. Affront probably had not been born yet. Yet Yi Yuan dared to say it. However, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will too. He saw through that Hegemon Imperishable was extremely vigilant toward him. This kind of existence, joy and anger were unpredictable. If he refused to hand over the purple ripple umbrella, even if he saved him, he might kill him afterward. The purple ripple umbrella was too important to Hegemon Imperishable. This item, even if it was someone closest to him, he probably would not lend it out either. The reason why he could fight 1 versus 3 while it was because the enshrouding mist soul physique was incomparably powerful, it was also because of the existence of the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that when these words were uttered, even Hegemon Imperishable jumped in fright too. You're freaking teasing me, right? Ha ha ha. Old Ghost Imperishable. I even thought that this boy was here to save you. Didn't expect that he's here to kill you. Pray tell, are you scared? Or not? Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Imperishable was speechless. Hegemon Heavenly Soul also laughed loudly and said, Brat, the more you say, so, the more it shows that you're talking nonsense. Are you trying to tell us how formidable you are at boasting? The few of us have been bored for a very long time. Thank you for delivering us a bit of gag? Ha ha ha. Really very funny. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Soul a glance and said with a smile, Hegemon Heavenly Soul, right? Your old friend Hegemon Tian asked me to send you his regards. But it seems like you haven't been well these few years, being suppressed firmly by Hegemon Imperishable. That stalwart celestial deity's laughter abruptly ceased at this moment. A pair of angry eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Hegemon Tian. This was a name that humiliated him. The divine emergence that Yi Yuan cultivated was snatched away from his hands by precisely Hegemon Tian. Back then, Hegemon Tian crossed worlds, saying that he wanted to borrow the 3 great sacred cannons to browse. Hegemon Heavenly Soul was naturally not willing. In the end, he was beaten by Hegemon Tian until he had to search the ground for his teeth. In the end, it was when Hegemon Samsara returned that this skirmish came to an end. However, under Hegemon Samsara's agreement, Tian still borrowed the divine emergence among the 3 great sacred cannons to read. This matter was the humiliation of the entire Chi Soul clan. To this day, it was still an indelible humiliation in Hegemon Heavenly Soul's heart. Today, this junior actually mentioned Hegemon Tion in front of him. This was really courting death. Similarly, Supreme Hegemons, the strength had a disparity too. Just like Hegemon Imperishable, he could deal with 3 great Supreme Hegemons with his power alone. Clearly, his strength belonged to the very strong kind among Supreme Hegemons. As for Hegemon Tion, he overwhelmed the Chi Soul clan with great ease with his power alone. Yi Yuan guessed that he was probably even stronger than Hegemon Imperishable. Didn't expect that your old man Tion's successor, after the seat gets out. I'll definitely kill you right away, Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said lightly, "You don't have the chance. Senior Tion told me that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was born with a powerful soul body, even stronger than the fleshy body major powers of all the heavens. But he's merely a meathead, that's all. Dealing with him using a weaker force to deal with a greater force would do." The other 3 great hegemons desperately held back their laughters. In the end, they could not hold it anymore. Hegemon Heavenly Soul was furious to the extreme. Meathead, this term of address was truly all too apt. He was actually unable to refute. He was born from chaos. His inborn soul body was incomparably strong and could not be killed at all. But his comprehension of origin was extremely dull. The reason why he could squeeze into the ranks of Supreme Hegemon was entirely that his soul body was powerful. As for origins, he practically knew nothing about it. Although he was a soul denizen, he was simply a big fellow who trained the
Physical body.
Of course, that also depended on who it was. To Hegemon Tion, he could toy with him however he wanted. But Supreme Hegemons whose strength were lacking, even if they reached Supreme Hegemon, it would be hard to gain any advantage under his powerful soul body. 2. As for Yi Yuan, it went even more without saying. Using a weaker force to deal with a greater force?
Hur.
The seat wants to see how you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, use a weaker force to overcome a greater force, Heavenly Soul said in rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's fine. You just watch."
Hegemon Imperishable.
Are you really not lending it? Not lending, Hegemon Imperishable said without thinking. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then I can only offend." Swoosh, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared. The 4 great Supreme Hegemons were stupefied, feeling a little baffled. "Ha ha ha! This boy is really interesting. Threatened us for half a day here in the end. He slipped away," Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. "Humph! If he has the ability, flee out of nihility exceeding balance heaven. Otherwise, even if this seat needs to chase him until the end of the world, I'll kill him too," Hegemon Heavenly Soul said hatefully. But Hegemon Bloodsong said, "Amen?" This boy didn't run. He went over to the sea of origin there. What does he want to do? The current Yi Yuan plunged headfirst into the sea of origin, enshrouding mist. Soul physique fusing into the origins once more. The 4 great hegemons stopped laughing. They felt as if something was about to happen. Should we bury the hatchet first? I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen, Hegemon Heavenly Soul said. Bloodsong snorted coldly and said, "Heavenly Soul, are you a good-for-nothing? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven has scared you? Or is it that you got scared by Hegemon Tion's name?" Heavenly Soul's expression turned cold, and he said in anger, "Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, this seat will find trouble with you." Bloodsong's mouth curled, and he stopped talking. He currently needed the Chi Soul Clan's alliance. However, with this disturbance, no one kept Yi Yuan in mind. They were supreme hegemons in the end. There were really not many existences in this world that could threaten them. They also really wanted to see just what the hell Yi Yuan was doing. In the Origin Sea, Yi Yuan emitted a series of strange fluctuations through the enshrouding mist soul physique. This undulation was very unique. Even the 4 great hegemons could not sense But a portion of the origins in the origin sea started to seethe little by little. These were all masterless origins without consciousness. They would not deliberately attack people and would not deliberately let people comprehend. But at this time they actually seemed to have their consciousness be awakened, producing a resonance with Yi Yuan's soul physique. Very soon those origins were seemingly lit up. In this dark God-bewildering battlefield, countless stars seemed to have lit up all at once. Originally, the four great hegemons were all waiting to see Yi Yuan's laughingstock, but now they could not laugh anymore. At their prime, they naturally did not care about these origins. But the four of them were currently in a situation of four sides being defeated and wounded, being attacked by so many origin energies. The consequences were not an ordinary kind of serious. What on earth is going on here? Those masterless origins are being awakened by him, Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in shock. Could it be that this boy is planning to use these origins to come and attack us? This isn't possible, right? Evil Dragon said in shock. Her. How is this possible? These masterless origins, even we can't order them about. He, a puny little enshrouding Miss Soul physique, can order so many origins to be used by him? This boy probably imprinted many origin seeds in the enshrouding mist soul physique and can cause an origin resonance. That's all. He wants to use this move to force old ghost imperishable to submit. Bloodsong still said disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense too. They immediately felt much more relieved. At this time, Hegemon Imperishable suddenly said, what he awakened doesn't seem to be all of the origins. This place is the God-bewildering battlefield. Do you guys think he will use some method to awaken all of the origins of the labyrinth divine palace powerhouses that died? The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons were shocked. If it was like this, it would be terrifying. This isn't possible, right? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. What right does he have to be able to summon the origins of the labyrinth divine palace powerhouses who died? Hegemon Bloodsong said in alarm. Although he denied it firmly, he still felt that Hegemon Imperishable's guess was very reliable. But Heavenly Soul trembled all over and said in disbelief, don't you all forget old thing me Tian and the labyrinth divine palaces Hegemon Tian K are bosom friends. If he passed some secret technique to this brat, it's not
Impossible.
Hegemon Imperishable said. Back then, the labyrinth divine palace was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. Furthermore, the labyrinth divine palace's disciples were extremely united. It was like there was something brainwashing them. This boy might be using this secret technique. Although the origins are masterless, they were all comprehended by people, and all carry a trace of obsession from powerhouses when they were still alive. This trace of obsession is usually nothing, but if it's the labyrinth divine palace, the horizons of the few great supreme hegemons were all at the peak of the heavens. Hegemon Mi Tian's relationship with the labyrinth divine palace was no secret. Especially that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was sworn enemies with him, he naturally knew very, very well. They guessed the whole thing very quickly. However, it was already too late. All of a sudden, countless light dots in the night sky whistled by, like a meteor shower, completely illuminating the night sky. The four great hegemons felt their hairs stand on end. Old Ghost Imperishable, hurry up and stop, Hegemon Heavenly Soul cried out. At this time, the Hegemon Imperishable, who had been level-headed and calm, was not calm anymore as well. His voice appeared slightly anxious as he said, 1, 2, 3, let go. The other three people were long already too impatient to wait. At virtually the same time, the four people separated. But at this time, the origin meteor shower had already arrived in front of the four people. Among the hundreds of thousands of origins that were awakened, there were even many Hegemon realm powerhouses origins among them. How immense was the pressure? The four people brought out their strongest moves at the same time without hesitation, attempting to withstand this meteor shower. If they were at their prime, they naturally would not fear a bunch of dead people. But the four people had experienced a great battle without equal. They were all already arrows at the end of their flight. Facing such shocking power, they also felt tremendous pressure. Boom! 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 The meteors fell, and the void exploded. A terrifying to the extreme energy undulation blew the void into smithereens. Arg? Pain. So painful. Hegemen Evil Dragon cried out strangely. His powerful physical body was blasted into a blurry mess of blood and flesh. Countless meteors landed on Hegemen Heavenly Soul's head, directly blowing his head away. And Hegemen Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique also became extremely thin under this kind of terrifying explosion. This meteor shower explosion belonged to an indiscriminate attack. It even disrupted the heaven and earth rules in this area of spacetime. Therefore, Hegemen Imperishable's consciousness suffered heavy damage too. The most miserable was none other than Hegemen Bloodsong. Yi Yuan fused a wisp of the purest blood origin into Hegemen level origin. Hegemen Bloodsong was also a key target of Yi Yuan's consideration. That region of Blood Lake almost dissipated under this bombardment. One had to know that Hegemen Bloodsong's strength was even stronger than Lord Wang's was. How could his Blood Lake be so easy to break? But sadly, he encountered Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's origin of blood was even purer than his origin. This is the origin of chaos blood. How can you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, have this? Ah! Amidst the miserable cries, Hegemen Bloodsong's voice was filled with horror. He was all too clear where this origin of chaos blood originated from. Apart from the chaos bloodstone, nobody could possess it. Now, it actually appeared on a puny little human. How could he not be horrified? The terrifying meteor shower bombardment finally subsided after blasting this region of spacetime for several hours. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly emerged. It was just that his soul body was already close to dissipating. Guiding this origin explosion, he naturally had to pay a huge price too. The price was his soul body virtually collapsing. The current Yi Yuan was weak to the extreme once again. However, the four great supreme hegemons were even more miserable than him. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their eyes were popping out. Regarding these four great supreme hegemons, randomly call one out and the world would tremble for a long time. But here they were actually being thrashed by a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. Chapter 2967. Imperishable lowering his head, Cloud Neon breaking through. Realm. Asterisk. Now, are you lending or not? Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but his words were filled with determination. How could Hegemen Imperishable still not understand? Yi Yuan's obsession was to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. So what if I don't lend? Could it be that, in your current state, you can still launch it a second time? Hegemen Imperishable said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not speak. His already very faint soul body integrated into the origins once more. The second meteor shower was launched fiercely. Of course, the power this time was much worse than the previous time. The target of his attack was also not the four great hegemons but Hegemen Imperishable alone. When Hegemen Imperishable saw this scene, his scalp could not help tingling. This boy really did not want his life anymore. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan had not turned to ashes yet, but he was already not far away. Hegemen Imperishable was no better than him as well. Someone as powerful as him was actually in danger of turning to ashes too. Lending or not? Yi Yuan seemingly completely could not feel that he was about to disintegrate right away and just said coolly, "Brat, you're too naive. This seat's name of Imperishable isn't randomly called. At this rate, the one to die first is yourself." Hegemen Imperishable still refused to relent. Yi Yuan did not speak, launching the third origin meteor shower. When the other three saw that Yi Yuan was so vicious, they could not help being visibly moved too. This guy was a complete lunatic. He completely did not care about his life and death. Threaten you? It did not exist. If you don't agree, I'll bombard you until you agree. This boy is a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Hegeman Evil Dragon was visibly moved as he said, "Humph? Do you think that he can still not die like this?" Bloodsong said in anger, "After going out this time, just take it as today's matter never happened." Hegeman Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort, "For great supreme hegemons actually succumbed at the hands of an emperor. Cloud Heaven. If this were to spread, their faces would really have nowhere to put." Bang, bang, bang. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan's soul body was already almost transparent. If you did not look carefully, you could not even see it anymore. Of course, Hegeman Imperishable's soul body was also about there. Hegeman Imperishable was on the verge of perishing this time. Of course, it was not that Yi Yuan was very formidable. It was just that he was too badly injured before. The ones who fought with him were supreme hegemons. The next time, it should be the last time. I reckon that I can't make it anymore. Just don't know whether or not you can pull through. Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But these words were simply humiliation to Hegeman Imperishable. He was of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was similarly of the
enshrouding mist soul physique.
Yi Yuan roughly knew what Hegeman Imperishable's limit was. One more time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. But whether or not Hegeman Imperishable could pull through was really hard to say. Hegeman Imperishable's face alternated in shades of white and green. How long had it been since he had felt this feeling of humiliation? Even when facing the besiegement of three great supreme hegemons, he did not give in at all too. Regarding this battle with the three great hegemons, he was proud, forcing three great supreme hegemons to not dare to make a move without careful consideration. This could not be done by everyone who knew that today he was actually forced into such a situation by an
Emperor Cloud Heaven Brat.
Hegeman Imperishable was stubborn. He instinctively wanted to reject it, but just as he opened his mouth, he glimpsed that the three people by the side were currently looking at him with excited faces, and he could not help but shudder. These three fellows were hoping that he and this boy would both suffer mutual destruction, right? If he really died, then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would really be finished. Even if he did not die in his current condition, he still did not know how long it would take to recover. "Okay, I promise you." When the words reached the tip of his tongue, Hegeman Imperishable changed his tone. Bloodsong three people had disappointed looks. While Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, he naturally knew about Hegeman Imperishable's pride. Therefore, he had no confidence at all in whether or not the other party would agree. Fortunately, there were still three old fellows next to them. "Thank you all." Yi Yuan felt that if it were not for the three of them, Hegeman Imperishable would rather die than to agree. Rumble. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, an enormous stone door slowly emerged. Door of Eternal Life. A beautiful figure was standing in front of the Door of Eternal Life. Evil Dragon's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good!" This girl actually broke through the gateway too and gained enlightenment on Tao amidst the origins. Hegeman Bloodsong smiled lightly and said, "What are you scared of? This girl is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and she plans to use 81 origins to assault the Door of Eternal Life. This third seal is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Evil Dragon came to a realization and said, "That's true. Concerning 81 origins, the third seal is at the level of grand completion. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, those who could break through this hurdle to this day can be counted on one hand. Does this girlie really think that she's defying the heavens?" Around Cloud Neon, Dozens of origin powers were glimmering and fading, indeterminately, supporting her like a fairy maiden that descended to the mortal world. On the door of eternal life, the third seal seemed to be a little tighter. The more origins, the greater the difficulty of breaking through as well. These 81 origins were the limit of Emperor Sakra heaven. The power of this third seal was also the strongest. Since ancient times, no idea how many geniuses had attempted to use 81 origin powers to break through the seal. But there were barely any who succeeded. Of course, once it succeeded, the sealed door would directly have a slight gap, being pushed open, and the benefits obtained would also be unimaginable. Boom! On Cloud9's body, an afterglow radiately brilliantly. She had started to assault Hegemon realm. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt an upsurge of emotion too. He had heard from Hegemon Meteon before that assaulting the door of eternal life with 81 origins, once it succeeded, one's strength could immediately reach the level of peak hegemons. They were not at all inferior to supreme hegemons. But it was precisely because it was difficult that once the door of eternal life could not be opened, they might not be able to break through to hegemon realm for life. Therefore, all those who dared to take this step were outstandingly talented people. Yi Yuan had long prepared to assault the door of eternal life with 81 origins. Today he could view it in advance. Under a strike, the third seal did not budge an inch. The power of this third seal was even more terrifying than imagined. However, Cloud9's face did not have the slightest ripple, striking again. Without the slightest hesitation. Boom! 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 One attack after another hammered on the door of eternal life. But the power of the third seal clearly exceeded imagination. But Cloud9's soul body became dimmer and dimmer because of the door of eternal life's backlash force. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Evil Dragon laughed loudly and said, "Old ghost, imperishable. This girl underestimated the door of eternal life too much. Her strength is pretty good, but wanting to break the door of eternal life, it's impossible." Heavenly Soul also smiled and said, "The Cloud Dream Soul physique is indeed powerful, but this lass is too ambitious. With 81 origins bombarding the door of eternal life, does she really think that this step is so easy to take?" A hint of gloominess was also revealed in Hegemon Imperishable's eyes. He knew that Cloud9 was considered to be crippled. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said lightly, "She'll succeed. Boy, some things can't be done just by moving your mouth," Evil Dragon said, with a sneer. His voice had yet to fade when Cloud9's soul body suddenly vanished. The 81 origins merged into one, crashing into the door of eternal life once again. Boom! A crack actually appeared in that third seal. But when Cloud9's soul body appeared again, it was faint to the extreme. Her soul body was about to collapse. The three great hegemons' expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Does this lass not want her life anymore?" Burning her soul body to assault. The hurdle, it's fatal. Cloud9's face did not show any emotion, her soul body dissipating again. Boom! This time the crack grew a little bigger, but Cloud9's soul body became even dimmer. The four great hegemons were shocked. Their eyes could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. This reckless scene was so familiar. These two little fellows that barged in were both lunatics that did not want their lives. Boom! 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 Cloud9's soul body became fainter and fainter. However, the crack on the third seal also grew bigger and bigger. In a blink, Cloud9's soul body already could not be seen clearly anymore. It was even more serious than Yi Yuan. However, she still rushed towards the seal again without the slightest hesitation. Boom! The third seal opened at the sound of it. The door of eternal life that would seemingly never open actually opened a tiny gap at this time. The aura of Great Tao poured out like floodwaters that broke the dam. The expressions of Evil Dragon and the other three great hegemons changed wildly. This lass actually really succeeded. To them this was terrible news. The three of them were critically wounded. Under such circumstances they could not even escape, which was also to say that Cloudneon's breakthrough was devastating to them. Whoosh! Cloudneon's soul body that was about to be completely destroyed actually condensed under the scouring of this great Tao power. And her aura was also in the midst of climbing frenziedly. The 81 origins turned bright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The current Cloudneon stood there, still cold as ice, but it gave people an otherworldly feeling, as if she was otherworldly. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was actually mesmerized from watching too. Walking lightly, Cloudneon gave Hegemen Imperishable a deep bow and said, "Paying respects to progenitor." Hegemen Imperishable had a relieved expression on his face. This was his trump card that he was originally planning to use to deal with the Chisol clan. He did not expect that at this time she actually succeeded in breaking through, becoming a Hegemen realm powerhouse. The other three great Hegemons also did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, this lass in front of them actually became the crux that governed everyone's life and death. Hoo-hoo? Cloudneon, you didn't let this seat down. Now, kill this kid first. Hegemen Imperishable pointed at Yi Yuan and said. This punk brought him endless humiliation. He had been invincible all his life and had never been forced to lower his head by anyone before. But he lowered his head to Yi Yuan. Fortunately, he had not sworn the heavenly Tao oath yet. Now, he could decide Yi Yuan's life and death with a word. Evil Dragon, three people all had gloating expressions. They did not have a good impression of Yi Yuan either. If not for this kid, they would have already made their getaway now. But would they need to wait to die here? Cloudneon's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan. The latter did not shy away either and just smiled sadly. He also did not think that Cloudneon actually broke through at the critical moment. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Cloudneon actually bowed toward Hegemen Imperishable once again and pleaded, "May Cloudneon be so bold as to request progenitor to lend Yi Yuan the purple ripple umbrella to use." "What did you say?" Hegemen Imperishable's gaze turned intent as he glared at Cloudneon. He could not quite believe his own ears. Cloudneon was actually making him lend the purple ripple umbrella to Yi Yuan? Evil Dragon, three people also opened their eyes wide. What on earth was this girl doing? Was she not Old Ghost Imperishable's people? Why would she say such a thing? Cloudneon did not avoid Hegemen Imperishable's gaze in the slightest and said calmly, "Yi Yuan is just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella in order to save his beloved. Cloudneon will be by the side. Once he finishes using it, I'll take back the purple ripple umbrella. Progenitor, please show mercy." Yi Yuan was surprised. Was this woman moved by him? But back then, she clearly did not have any expression at all. Yes, along the way, Yi Yuan told Cloudneon the reason for borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that Cloudneon just listened to it and did not express much. She still had a cold face as per usual. But now, she actually spoke up for him at the risk of offending Hegemen Imperishable. This woman was very similar to her. Before this, Yi Yuan felt that this woman was very cold-blooded, killing people without batting an eyelid. But now, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he was wrong. This woman's coldness was only due to her nature. But her heart had a soft side. This kind of personality was simply cut from the same cloth as Mu Lingxue. The Mu Lingxue back then, how proud and cold was she, akin to a fairy maiden from heaven. But once she fell in love with him, even if her bones were ground to dust, she would not hesitate either. Yi Yuan did not feel that Cloudneon fell in love with him. But very clearly, she was moved by his story. Someone who went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties for the sake of his beloved, walking step by step from the mortal world to this present day. This kind of unwavering feeling, how could it not move people?
Ye Yuan guessed correctly.
Cloudneon was moved by him. But what she was moved by was not the story. It was everything that he had done. Yi Yuan held on with one breath, refusing to be annihilated, all the way until Hegemen Imperishable awakened him anew. He did not scruple to have both sides suffer mutual destruction, pressuring in overlord like hegemon imperishable to lower his head. Such a thing could not be falsified. Cloud Neon was gaining enlightenment on Tao, but she saw everything that happened in the god-bewildering battlefield. Actually, she also did not know why she did it. Perhaps it was at the behest of supernatural powers. Hegemon Imperishable's eyes turned icy cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "If I don't agree, are you going to help him deal with this seat?" Cloud Neon said, "Progenitor, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why is there a need?" Hegemon Imperishable said in anger, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that. This seat actually raised an ingrate. Take it." Scram! A large purple umbrella flew toward Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon reached her hand out to take it. Passing it to Yi Yuan, she said, "If you're concocting any schemes, I'll kill you with my own hands." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. He was not interested in the purple ripple umbrella at all. What he wanted was just to be able to save Mu Lingxue. Suddenly, the power of origin blossomed from Cloud Neon's body. Only to see her point at the void, Hegemon Evil Dragon directly blew into pieces and was completely annihilated along with his dragon soul. A supreme hegemon of his generation died on the spot. Following that, she pointed a finger at Bloodsong in the same manner. Bloodsong's expression changed greatly, and he roared wildly, "Mother Stone, save me!" Right at this time, a streak of bloody light tore across the sky, and it actually directly entered the god-bewildering battlefield. Boom! Cloud Neon took several steps back in a row. Her icy-cold face actually carried some shock. At that moment, Bloodsong, who was with them all, had long already disappeared. What terrifying strength! Progenitor, there's actually still such an expert in the blood race, Cloud Neon said. Hegemon Imperishable's fury had long already dissipated into thin air. He also had a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, it was also his first time seeing this power. This guy became stronger again. Looking at the blood light that receded like the tide, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hegemon Imperishable and Cloud Neon both looked at him strangely, clearly rather surprised. Suddenly, the blood light seemed to have discovered something and actually stopped retreating. A pair of eyes appeared in the blood light, looking at that illusory figure. Yi Yuan, the Chaos Bloodstone said, "Brat, we meet again." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "You can talk." Being able to talk, it meant that it had already awakened consciousness. The last time he met the Chaos Bloodstone, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Everything could only rely on instinct. But now, this guy actually already had consciousness. This was also to say that the Chaos Bloodstone was probably not far from being born. This was not good news. Looks like you're very surprised. This seat is currently at the final juncture of awakening. I'll spare you this time. After this seat comes into being, the first one that I'm going to kill is you, this punk. To dare cheat a wisp of this seat's chaos blood origin, you're still the first one. The score must be settled? Ha ha ha. While talking, the blood light retreated, and everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Cloud Neon, Imperishable, Heavenly Soul, three great hegemons were all looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually cheated a trace of origin from that terrifying existence? This boy was really impressive enough. Yi Yuan. Before waiting for Cloud Neon to open her mouth and ask, Yi Yuan said all of the information that he knew. He's the blood race's mother stone, Chaos Bloodstone. The blood race was created by him. When the three great hegemons heard, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Only then did they learn that it turns out that the 33 heavens actually gave birth to such a terrifying existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it is your Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, there's no meaning in attacking each other at all. Once the Chaos Bloodstone is born, it will probably be the entire 33 heavens catastrophe. What appeared just now was merely a wisp of his clone. I can feel that he's much stronger than before. Furthermore, he already has consciousness and probably won't be too far away from coming into being, Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. You mean that we were all made use of by the blood race? Hegemen Heavenly Soul said in a solemn voice. Otherwise, whatever chaos races are one family. How ridiculous. Hegemen Heavenly Soul, you're really a meathead. Even this kind of bullshit reason can deceive you. Yi Yuan beat him down without the slightest mercy. Hegemen Heavenly Soul said in a great rage. Brat, if you dare to say another word, this seat will immediately tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, You only dare to challenge me, this Emperor Cloud Heaven. Heavenly Soul without Hegemen Samsara, who the hell do you think you are? If you have the ability, wait until I reach Hegemen Realm. Then let's have a fight. If I don't beat you until your soul disintegrates, my name, Yi Yuan 2 words, will be written upside down. You, Hegemen Heavenly Soul could not help choking. His biggest taboo was others mentioning this point. He was a supreme Hegemen at any rate, his strength reigning supreme across the heavens. He did not want to be perceived by people that he was surviving under Hegemen Samsara's wings. But he understood in his heart that reality was like this. Being exposed by Yi Yuan mercilessly, he felt a loss in face. Enough! Heavenly Soul, what Yi Yuan said is right. The enmity between us can be put aside for the time being. Once that evil thing comes into being, regardless of whether it is the Chi Soul Clan or Nirvanic Soul Clan, will probably suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Furthermore, the blood race is currently running amok across the heavens, and the Chaos Bloodstones. Strength is getting stronger and stronger. We have to be prepared. Hegemen Imperishable said. Humph! Hegemen Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort and stopped talking. Cloud Neon, you bring him. Hegemen Imperishable said. Yes. Hence, Cloud Neon brought Yi Yuan and left the god-bewildering battlefield. A month later at Sublime Pill Sect, after a terrifying Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, light radiating everywhere. When this half of a clone returned to the original body, he directly leaped over true sovereign heaven and stepped into Emperor Realm. His door of eternal life had already been summoned. His origin divinity realm had already stepped into Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just a matter of how much divine essence. To him, this happened to be very simple to Yi Yuan. After finishing breaking through, Yi Yuan's heart started pounding. This day finally arrived. Experiencing countless tribulations, he finally saw the hope of saving Mu Lingxue. The beauty before his eyes, Yi Yuan took meticulous care of her. She was spotless and flawless and even preserved the appearance of being locked in ice for 10,000 miles. It was as if she was asleep. A powerful divine essence wrapped Mu Lingxue up. She was only at the lower realm's divine king realm. Her physical body could not withstand the 33 heavens' power of rules at all. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Lingxue. The muscles on his face were twitching. Mi Tian said before that Mu Lingxue's divine soul might have already entered samsara. If so, it could not be called back anymore. Furthermore, because Mu Lingxue burned her divine soul back then, her divine soul had long already become uncertain. Only wisps of soul origin's energy were left behind, drifting between heaven and earth. The trace of fluctuation that Yi Yuan felt in the lower realms, it was this soul origin's energy. Whether or not he could revive Mu Lingxue was still an unknown thing. The purple ripple umbrella opened, and purple light enveloped Mu Lingxue's
Physical body.
Yi Yuan cast the soul-gathering mystic art with endless fluster. The purple light was quiet, setting off waves of ripples. Mu Lingxue's physical body finally had a reaction. That last trace of spiritual consciousness was magnified by the purple ripple umbrella. The purple ripple umbrella was one of the soul race's supreme soul artifacts. It had a function, which was that it could feel the most fundamental soul origin in the world. It was also precisely because of this that Mi Tian had Yi Yuan come and borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Everything was in order. Yi Yuan could only slowly wait. However, his entire body was trembling by the side. He had waited for this day for far too long. He was not afraid of hardships. What he was afraid of was not being able to save Mu Lingxue. Cloud Neon looked at this scene. Her icy face could not help sighing slightly. Love sickness in this world was no more than this, right? Kid, loosen up a little. You've already worked very hard. Even if you can't save her, she won't blame you too, Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just stared fixedly at Mu Lingxue. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 day passed after another, and the serene light of the purple ripple umbrella had already passed through all the heavens, searching for Mu Lingxue's soul origin. But there was still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart became more and more flustered, virtually about to explode. He did not want it to still be all in vain after waiting for so many years. Mi Tian looked at this besotted child, a hint of reluctance flashing across in his heart. This child was too stubborn. On the 10th day, there was still no reaction. On the 15th day, still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart was already filled with despair. He virtually wanted to roar. Finally, on the 18th day, the purple ripple umbrella had a reaction. A familiar aura came from beyond the heavens. This was the aura of soul origin. Yi Yuan had felt it once. He knew this aura too well. At this moment, Yi Yuan was almost jumping up in agitation. It's back. Really came back. Senior, I've finally waited for this day. When talking, Yi Yuan had tears covering his face. Under the purple ripple umbrella, Mu Lingxue's soul origin was gathering around little by little. The sleeping beauty like Mu Lingxue actually had a trace of life. This made Yi Yuan become even more wildly elated. Senior, I finally succeeded. The current Yi Yuan needed someone to share his joy. Mi Tian smiled and said, Heaven rewards the faithful. Kid, congratulations. On Yi Yuan he saw eternal composure. No matter how great the difficulties he faced, he could keep his cool in the face of a crisis. However, the current Yi Yuan was agitated like a child. It was still his first time seeing it. Mi Tian also felt deeply emotional. This boy truly had love as solid as gold. In the cultivation world, feelings were often very unreliable. People who betrayed you were often the people closest to you. Even if it was not betrayal, time would also weaken everything. But Yi Yuan was different. The longer the time, the deeper his feelings seemed to grow. A mortal world lover, but Yi Yuan could strive until today for her sake. Was truly not easy. He felt happy for Yi Yuan too. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu Lingxue gave an inaudible groan. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Taking out a heavenly pill, he sent it into Mu Lingxue's body extremely carefully. At this time, Mu Lingxue already had some consciousness and was no longer a living corpse. She could naturally cultivate. Hence, under the help of the heavenly pill, Mu Lingxue's cultivation realm increased rapidly. Half a month later, the heavenly pill was fully digested, and Mu Lingxue became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This was just a matter of lifting a hand to the current Yi Yuan. 3 months passed in a twinkle. On this day, Mu Lingxue's eyelids quivered slightly, and she actually slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan was agitated until his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He hugged Mu Lingxue and said agitatedly, Lingxue, heaven didn't let me down. You finally returned. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're really silly. You didn't even want your life anymore for me? Do you know how much my heart ached? So many years. I've always spent it in guilt. No matter how strong I became, that guilt in my heart had never disappeared before. However, everything has passed. Everything has passed now. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yi Yuan had never hugged Mu Lingxue so tightly in this life before. He was scared. He was scared that this was a dream. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so emotional, the 10,000-year ice face of Cloud Neon, who was not far away, actually showed signs of thawing too. In the boundless 33 heavens, this scene was truly not often seen. But the Mu Lingxue, who was being embraced tightly by Yi Yuan, her reaction seemed a little dull. Time did not leave its mark on her face. That face was still kingdom-toppling. It was just that the look in her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. No idea how long had passed either. She slowly pushed Yi Yuan away, looked at Yi Yuan, and asked with uncertainty, "Who are you?" Yi Yuan's entire person turned stiff, and he said with unwillingness,
Lingxu, Iemi Qingyun.
"Don't you recognize me anymore?" Mu Lingxue frowned slightly, as if striving hard to remember, muttering under her breath, "Ji Qingyun." Yi Yuan nodded his head hard and said, "Yes, Ji Qingyun."
Qinjunzi.
You think carefully again. Back then, in the Medicine King Hall, you and I drank together under the moon. You stabbed my shoulder with a sword, forcing me to submit. Back then, Heavenly Wind Divine King wanted to make a move against me, so you hunted him down for 100,000 miles. I paid a visit to give thanks, but you shut the door and refused to meet. Yi Yuan recounted each event as if enumerating his family's valuables. But Mu Lingxue did not have the slightest reaction. She just said coolly, "Apologies. What you said just now, I don't have any impression at all." Yi Yuan was akin to being thunderstruck, standing transfixed on the spot. How could this be? Then do you remember who you are? Yi Yuan asked unwillingly. Mu Lingxue nodded and said, "Spirit Snow Divine King. Mu Lingxue, this place doesn't seem to be the divine realm? My cultivation also seems to have greatly surpassed before." Yi Yuan was stupefied again. She remembered everything and only forgotten. About him? Or was he the eternal pain in her heart? Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, "Looks like her soul origin wasn't fully condensed." Yi Yuan roused himself and said, "Then I'll cast the soul-gathering technique again and condense her soul origin. It's no use. A portion of her soul origin has already entered samsara. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, you can't find it too." Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Mi Tian felt somewhat sorry for Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, "Mortal divine. Souls contain 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She burned her divine soul, losing the carrier, and the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into soul origin, drifting between heaven and earth. Once a long time has passed, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will each have their own encounters. Some can even cultivate on their own and attain Tao. But as long as they didn't enter samsara, they ultimately can't escape the purple ripple umbrella's calling." However, he did not finish saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Even the purple ripple umbrella could not find it. Then it must have entered samsara. Mu Lingxue was somewhat confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Yi Yuan had a look of dejection and still said unwillingly, "Even if it entered samsara, it has to be in this 33 heavens. Can't it be found?" Cloud Neon said coolly, "The variables involved are too great. After entering samsara, it's a new life. She won't have her previous life's memories any longer, and she won't have her previous life's feelings. Even if you really find it, do you feel she'll want to fuse together with a completely different individual?" Yi Yuan was silent. He did not expect that after experiencing many untold hardships, he still did not let Mu Lingxue resurrect perfectly. What Cloud Neon said was right. If right now he had a previous life standing in front of him, asking him to merge together, would he agree? That was impossible. Me, the only one in this world. But was he giving up just like that? He was still not willing. If it was not a complete Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of reviving her? Right at this time, Mu Lingxue moved. She slowly walked outside of the main hall. Yi Yuan was startled and said, "Lingxue, where are you going?" Mu Lingxue said coolly, This place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. A new world. I want to go and take a look. Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as he said, "Okay, I'll bring you." Finished saying he was going to bring Mu Lingxue away. "Stop!" Mu Lingxue suddenly shouted coldly and said, "I don't know who you are, and what objectives you have. You don't need to put on a lovesick appearance in front of me either. I, Mu Lingxue, don't buy this. Now stay further away from me. I know that you're very strong, but I, Mu Lingxue, would rather die than be your pet." Finished saying, Mu Lingxue turned around and left just like that. Yi Yuan was stunned, standing there at a loss on what to do. After experiencing untold hardships, what he exchanged for was such a scene. "I'll go and capture her back." Cloud9's figure moved and was about to make a move. "Forget it, let her go," Yi Yuan suddenly said. Cloud9's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, "You're willing to let her leave just like this?" Yi Yuan suddenly changed to a relaxed smile and said, "We'll meet again if it's fated. Moreover, this is the Mu Lingxue that I know." "Senior, what do I have to do to find Lingxue?" Yi Yuan said with unwillingness. Finding Mu Lingxue, Yi Yuan finally put down a heavy burden. However, not finding the complete Mu Lingxue, he was still reluctant and kept feeling that something was missing. Mi Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one person who can bring her back." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, "Hegemen Samsara?" Mi Tian nodded and said, "That's right. This old thing is different from the others. He only gained enlightenment on the Tao of Samsara, but his strength is virtually the top existence among the entire Hegemen realms. Can be described using the word unfathomable. His comprehension in the Tao of Samsara is unmatched by anyone. Although he can't control Samsara, he's walking on this path. As for how far he's walked, I don't know either. If anyone in this world can find that lass, then it can only be him. In this world, no one dared to say that they had completely grasped a Tao. With 3,000 great Taos, even if it was just grasping one Tao, one could virtually connect to the heavens. A legend circulated in the 33 heavens. Those who could completely grasp an origin could break the door of eternal life and step into the great beyond. But since time immemorial, no one had ever done it. It was because only heavenly Tao could completely grasp a Tao. Therefore, that was why people would attempt to comprehend as many origin great Taos as possible, attempting to break the door of eternal life. Between these two paths, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. But without a doubt, Hegemen Samsara was very strong until he was not far from completely grasping a Tao. When Yi Yuan heard, he said somewhat excitedly, "Where is he?" Mi Tian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Nobody knows where he is. This old thing travels the heavens and myriad worlds, comprehending life, understanding samsara. Perhaps he's currently just a mortal. Maybe he's currently a supreme hegemon. He might be beside you and me, but no one knows where he is. If he could be found, I wouldn't have asked you to go and borrow the purple ripple umbrella either. If that old thing takes action, wanting to revive this lass would merely be a matter of lifting a hand." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and suddenly felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a smile, "Doesn't that mean that as long as I can find Hegemen Samsara, I can revive many people?" Mi Tian nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the soul origin is still around, as long as the strength didn't reach Hegemen realm, he can revive them all. In the Tao of Samsara, his accomplishments are unmatched by anyone." Hegemen realm blasted open 3 seals. They already transcended samsara and were not in the 5 elements. Therefore, if a hegemon died, they would really be dead. But, as long as one did not reach hegemon realm, they would have to follow the arrangements of hegemon realm in samsara. Although hegemon samsara did not grasp samsara to revive a few people, it was easily accomplished. Back then, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Ji Xingyang's soul origin before. This also ignited Yi Yuan's hope. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Give up on this. In these countless years, the number of times Hegemen Heavenly Soul has met Hegemen Samsara can be counted on one hand. Unless he takes the initiative to show himself, nobody can find him." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He'll show up. Once the Chaos Bloodstone comes into being, that's the calamity of all the heavens and myriad worlds. I believe that Hegemen Samsara will definitely show himself. From a certain perspective, the two of them belong to the same class, both existences who have virtually reached superlative in one Tao. At that time when the blood race plagues every heaven and myriad worlds, Hegemen Samsara probably won't be able to stay aloof from worldly affairs and comprehend samsara. One origin of blood, one samsara origin, they were both extremely strong great. Das. The Chaos Bloodstone needed the power of blood and needed the fresh blood of countless lives to corroborate his Tao. In contrast, Hegemen Samsara needed to comprehend the Tao of samsara amidst the ordinary. These two people could be said to be absolute opposites. Therefore, Yi Yuan judged that at that time Hegemen Samsara would definitely appear. As for whether or not Hegemen Samsara would take action, Yi Yuan did not care. At least there was hope, right? Cloud Neon actually had nothing to say in reply and said with a snicker, "Who do you think you are? If you ask Hegemen Samsara to revive, he'll help you." Revive? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not retort. Whether Hegemen Samsara would agree or not, he did not know. But he would do his best. He would work hard to become strong and qualified to speak with Hegemen Samsara. The goals that he set for himself back then have all been achieved, no? Just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella, this was originally an impossible task, but he still did it. Although there was Cloud Neon's help involved, when it came down to it, it was still Yi Yuan's own efforts. Mu Lingxue had already revived, and Yi Yuan naturally did not need the purple ripple umbrella anymore as well. He was not someone who was greedy for treasures. He returned the purple ripple umbrella very readily and came to the imperishable soul domain together with Cloud Neon to thank Hegemen Imperishable. Hegemen Imperishable was seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Seeing Yi Yuan, he naturally would not have a good attitude either. "Many thanks, Senior Imperishable, for your kindness of lending the umbrella. This Yi will bear it in mind. This Yi owes Senior Imperishable a favor. If you need anything in the future, this Yi absolutely won't refuse." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Imperishable took back the purple ripple umbrella and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that this seat needs your favor?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need it now, but not necessarily in the future. This Yi examines my own conscience and feels that once I step into the realm of Hegemen in the future, my strength won't be beneath Senior's. Perhaps Senior might really turn to me for help." Hegemen Imperishable had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you're really arrogant. Aren't you scared that this seat will smack you to death right now?" Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "Didn't Senior set up the seven-colored pagoda in order to look for the true enshrouding mist soul physique? Now the true enshrouding mist soul physique has appeared. I'm considered half a successor of yours too. Senior probably can't bear to do it, right?" In the god-bewildering battlefield, Hegemen Imperishable was worried that Yi Yuan was hatching a sinister plot, so he was not willing to lend the umbrella. Now, he knew that Yi Yuan was only trying to save someone, and he understood that everyone had the blood race, this common enemy, so he naturally would not have killing intent anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. He did indeed want to find a successor. It was just that he did not expect that his successor was actually a human. In addition, after Hegemen Imperishable returned, he also learned that Yi Yuan had indeed saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Although Hegemen Wu Wen died, the three races' allied forces had even greater losses than them. He, Hegemen Imperishable, had no choice but to receive this favor too. Everyone was smart. There was naturally no need to beat around the bush when talking to. Hegemon Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "Your origin divinity returning to the physical body is a waste. You should enter my Nirvanic soul clan. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this seats in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "My body is given by my parents. Yi Yuan doesn't dare to give it up easily. Moreover, what this Yi pursues isn't just soul Dao. My ambition is even greater than what Senior can imagine." When Hegemon Imperishable heard, he flew into an even greater rage and said in a solemn voice, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, my Nirvanic soul clan doesn't welcome you. Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to Hegemon Imperishable. After coming out, Cloud9's gaze flickered, and she asked, "You're really not staying?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have something more important to do." Cloud9 frowned and said, "That girl has already been saved. What more important stuff do you still have?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I promised Senior Meteon that I'd send him home. Now, it's time to fulfill the promise." Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. This place was the paradise of true spirits. This place was ruled by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, for chaos true spirits, whose strengths were even a level greater than the soul race. They were the earliest ancestors of the myriad worlds demon race. Although the 33 heavens were planes of the same level, there were actually differences too. Such as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was quite a bit worse compared to Nihility Exceeding Balance Heaven and Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. This could clearly be seen from the number of hegemons, as well as the quality of hegemons. Like Meteon, a powerhouse born from chaos and whose race talent was extremely powerful, he could be said to roam the heavens without adversary. And existences such as Hegemon Cloudmount, although he was a top existence in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was considerably worse when looking across all the heavens. Following his horizons continuously rising, Yi Yuan also gradually understood how strong the Meteon at his prime was. The feeling of returning home is really good. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Coming out of the barrier of heavens, Meteon could not refrain from feeling vicissitudes of emotion. He had been away from home for too long. Senior is treating me too much as a stranger by saying this. All these years, you've taught me so much. Without you, there also wouldn't be the person I am today, Yi Yuan said sincerely. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr, to support us. Meteon smiled and said, "Without me, you can reach the peak all the same. You have Tao in your heart and are outstandingly talented. Maybe you can really become the first divergent cultivator to break heavenly Tao fetters and ascend to hegemon across all heavens and myriad worlds." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind. It's just that, although we've arrived at Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven, it's not considered returning home either. Most likely, the way back home is still rather difficult, right?" Meteon was silent. He knew that he could not hide it from Yi Yuan, an exalted supreme hegemon, a formidable existence who swept across the soul race but died in a strange land and was almost completely annihilated. Such a thing, it was unusual no matter how one looked at it. For so many years, Meteon did not speak. Yi Yuan did not speak either. But Yi Yuan guessed that this matter was probably not so simple. Some things I'm actually just guessing too. Everything will act according to circumstances when we return to the clan, Meteon said. Seeing that Meteon was not willing to say, Yi Yuan did not ask as well. He said with a nod, "Then what should I do now?" Meteon said, "Go to East Billow region. Heavenly Dragon Island will send the Divine Dragon Envoy to patrol East Billow region. What you need to do is to attract the Divine Dragon Envoy's attention and have him bring you to Heavenly Dragon Island. The 4 divine beasts ruled a region each. The Chaos Dragon race was the ruler of this East Billow region. Major races like the Dragon race and Soul race all had their own holy land. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the Chaos Dragon race. Legends had it that the place was the closest place to chaos, and it was also the birthplace of the dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island was in the land of extreme east in Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, above the vast sea. Nobody knew just where it was. Only by obtaining the recognition of the Divine Dragon Envoy could one be brought to Heavenly Dragon Island and become a true dragonkin. Originally, with Mi Tion's status, returning to the island was naturally effortless. But that way, many things would not be easy to do. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to enter Heavenly Dragon Island but needed the Divine Dragon Envoy's guidance. Where are we now? Yi Yuan asked. This place should be the border between the Northern Phoenix region and East Billow region. Not far ahead is the East Billow region, Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either and was about to set off for East Billow region. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a ray of red light fell from the horizon. Boom! A large hole was directly smashed out in the dense forest not far away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking about it, he still went over to investigate. Upon going over to look, there was actually a fire-red phoenix lying in the large pit. This phoenix was the size of 2 humans. There were bloodstains on the body. There were no signs of life anymore. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "There's no hope." Mi Tian said, "No, she entered the state of annihilation and will have a nirvanic rebirth very soon. This fire phoenix's bloodline is extremely pure. She's probably a core character of the Vermilion Bird clan." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Like this? And she's still not dead?" Mi Tian said, "Phoenix nirvanic rebirth, this is the innate divine ability of the Vermilion Bird clan. Each nirvanic rebirth will have tremendous benefits for them. But it's also the most dangerous time. This fire phoenix is seriously injured and forcibly entered a nirvanic state. Once she rises from the ashes, not only will her wounds recover fully, but her strength will also improve further." Sure enough, before his voice faded, the fire phoenix started burning on her own with a bang. The blazing fire turned the surroundings into ruins. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. This flame was too terrifying. "Since she won't die, let's go then." As he said those words, Yi Yuan wanted to turn around and leave. "Sir, please wait." Yi Yuan was just about to leave when a sweet female voice suddenly transmitted over. Except this voice seemed extremely feeble. It was as if it was about to die out at any moment. Yi Yuan was taken aback and confirmed that this voice came out of the large fire. It was the voice of the fire phoenix. That voice said, "Qing Xian is being pursued by villains. I definitely can't escape the calamity when undergoing my nirvanic rebirth. I beseech sir to lend a helping hand and save Qing Xuan's life. After Qing Xian succeeds in my nirvanic rebirth, there will definitely be generous rewards." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you feel that this Yi is young and ignorant about worldly affairs? You're a middle Emperor Cloud Heaven yourself. With your bloodline, at least there has to be an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm powerhouse to want to kill you too. What motives do you have to have me intercept here?" Yi Yuan himself was of the dragon race bloodline. He was very clear how strong the dragon clan's core disciples were. One could say that they were virtually invincible in the same rank. This fire phoenix's identity was clearly not simple. Such an important person. The strength of the people pursuing was definitely not ordinary. This woman wanting to make him save her, she was most likely treating him as cannon fodder. Although Yi Yuan was public-spirited and kind-hearted, he was also not a dummy who would be bored enough to seek death. This kind of murky water, he was naturally not willing to step into it. Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to leave, that voice became anxious. "Sir has misunderstood. There's indeed powerhouses at Emperor Vast Heaven hunting me down, but they have been lured away by me using schemes previously. The ones pursuing now are just 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. As long as Sir helps me delay them for a moment, I'll be able to rise from the ashes. This drop of blood essence is tentatively a deposit. There will still be generous thanks. Afterward, while talking, a drop of blood essence drifted out of the flames and arrived before Yi Yuan. A boundless aura hit him in the face.
Ye Yuan's pupils constricted.
It was Heaven Qian grade blood essence. This fire phoenix's bloodline was actually so powerful. Using this drop of blood essence as the reward could be said to be generous. Postnatal bloodline, Heaven Qian grade was the pinnacle. To the true spirit clan, the breakthrough of bloodline was even harder than the breakthrough of cultivation realm. Many true spirit clan hegemon powerhouses were merely Earth Kuan grade. Bloodline 2. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was extremely rare. Of course, above Heaven Qian grade there was an even more powerful chaos grade bloodline, but chaos grade bloodline could not be reached postnatal at all. Only prenatal. Chaos true spirits such as Mi Tian could possess it. Some special innate divine abilities could only be executed by chaos grade bloodline. This was the reason why Mi Tian was so powerful. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Cloud Heaven, coupled with his comprehension in the origin of chaos blood, he only barely broke through Battle God grade and reached Earth Kuan grade. But this fire phoenix was just Emperor Cloud Heaven, and her bloodline actually reached Heaven Qian grade already. Could be seen how strong her bloodline was. On the horizon, several figures were currently closing in at extreme speed. The blazing fire was too eye-catching. Could not be hidden at all. Yi Yuan, accept it. You're of the human race's fleshy body and confused with Phoenix divine blood. This is greatly beneficial to you. Phoenix divine blood can help you comprehend the origin of fire, letting you have the technique to rise from the ashes. The benefits are too many to enumerate. Furthermore, you have the origin of chaos blood. Comprehending bloodline power yields twice the result with half the effort. The more bloodlines, the stronger your strength will be, Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard, he was rather moved too, reaching his hand out to grab, collecting this drop of blood essence. The human race's bloodline power was extremely weak, but their compatibility was extremely high. Many human cultivators would think of ways to collect powerful true spirit bloodlines and fuse it into their own bloodline, thus transforming into a powerhouse, which was also the bloodline martial artists that everyone was talking about. Bloodline martial artists were often not regarded highly by people. The majority of them were not strong either. But that was because high-ranking true spirit bloodline was too difficult to come across. Those who possessed high-ranking true spirit bloodline were all true spirit clans, powerful existences or descendants. How could it be so easy to obtain? Heaven Qian grade true spirit bloodline was even what human powerhouses tried their utmost to obtain even in their sleep. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the blood essence, Feng Qingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan was the last strand of straw to clutch at. She had no choice now but to place her hopes on Yi Yuan, letting him persevere for a while longer. Deal. I'll help protect you. But if Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses appear, I'll leave, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Many thanks, sir, Feng Qingxian said feebly. At the same time, she sneered coldly in her heart. If a Vermilion Bird Clan's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse came, did you think that you could leave? If not because she was at the end of her rope, why would this young lady waste a drop of blood essence to beg a piece of trash such as yourself to help? She only hoped that this boy would not be too useless and could last a little longer. As long as the nirvanic rebirth this time succeeded, my strength would directly reach grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if Feng Kaihua, that old spinster, came, I won't be scared too. She did not care about Yi Yuan's life and death at all. In Feng Qingshuan's view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. There were not just these 5 Emperor Cloud heavens hunting her down. Once she entered the nirvanic rebirth state, those pursuers would swarm over. At that time, there would even more many Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, even Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven existences that would appear. How could this human boy possibly survive? Yi Yuan naturally did not know what Feng Qingxian had in mind and already met with those 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. The Fire Phoenix clan is conducting business. Get lost if you don't want to. Boy. From afar, the handsome youth in front roared. These 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses all looked human. But the Phoenix clan bloodline in their body was very powerful. Of course, it was much worse compared to Feng Qingxian. Apologies, this Yi has to try my best to do what was entrusted to me. The few of you had better not go over. Yi Yuan blocked the way and said, among these 5 people 4 were Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven and 1 was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was seriously not enough for Yi Yuan to look. His goal was the Fire Phoenix blood essence. He did not want to kill people. Except he did not want to kill people, but these few people clearly did not plan on letting him off. The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, looks like this boy is bewitched by that little slut to actually stand up for her recklessly and blindly. Ha ha ha. This boy just came out to the real world, right? He probably doesn't know what kind of existence my Fire Phoenix clan is. Kid, that little slut is undergoing nirvanic rebirth and deliberately made you come over to court death. If you're sensible, hurry up and get out of here. The 5 people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all. A mere human. And they could kill him with a wave of their hands. In the same cultivation realm, the Fire Phoenix clan's bloodline advantage was too great. Yi Yuan could feel that these few had already reached battle spirit rank chaos. Bloodline. Placed in the Fire Phoenix clan, they were considered youth talents too. It was just that, to Yi Yuan, it was completely inadequate. Seeing that Yi Yuan was unmoved, the handsome youth snorted coldly and said, kid, you're courting death yourself. Then I'll send you off. Feng Ying, go and kill him. Next to him, the youth called Feng Ying had a disdainful look, and his hand started to form seals. Fire Luo Sacred Seal. The surging flare directly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan did not even dodge and was swallowed up by the large fire. Feng Ying smiled coldly and said, Mantis trying to stop a cart. The handsome youth could not even be bothered to look at Yi Yuan and said, coolly, come on, that little wench is undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Precisely a good chance to kill her. Killing her will have made great contributions. The 5 people were just about to move when the flare dissipated. Yi Yuan was standing there without moving like he was completely fine. The handsome youth jumped in fright, his eyes full of incredulity. Are you a human or ghost? The handsome youth cried out in alarm. Yi Yuan said coolly, the few of you are too weak. This Yi can't be bothered to make a move. It's better to leave. When the handsome youth heard that, he felt great humiliation. In this void shrine illuminating heaven, apart from the 4 symbols family, clans who dared to speak to them like this. A human actually said that they were too weak. This was the greatest humiliation. The handsome youth's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, attack together. Kill this punk. In an instant, 5 fire phoenixes suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying
Bloodline aura.
The 5 people cut across the sky, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, people should have self-awareness. You all are so weak. Don't you know it? Done talking, Yi Yuan threw a punch out lightly. Boom! The void trembled. The 5 fire phoenixes were directly blasted flying. The handsome youth somersaulted dozens of times in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. The 5 people looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. Leave! The handsome youth fled at a splitting pace without even turning his head back. Feng Qingxuan's consciousness had not completely entered the state of annihilation yet. Seeing this scene, she could not help saying anxiously, Sir, why didn't you kill them? Yi Yuan said coolly. I have no grudges nor enmity with them. Why should I kill them? Feng Qingxian felt like she was going crazy and said anxiously, Sir, there are still Fire Phoenix clan members in the vicinity. You let them leave. They will definitely get reinforcements. Yi Yuan still said calmly, It doesn't matter. You. Feng Qingxuan's heart was burning with anxiety. She actually found an idiot. She was also very surprised that Yi Yuan was so strong. But she did not think that this kid was simply a complete and utter fool. This boy clearly did not have any real-world experience to actually be so benevolent to the enemy. Yi Yuan looked at the burning Feng Qingxian and said coolly, You just care about your nirvanic rebirth. As long as an emperor vast heaven doesn't come, I won't leave. Feng Qingxian could not hold back and wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse, but she did not dare. If Yi Yuan left, she would really have no hope. But how could she let this moron understand that he did something that was foolish to the extreme? Was this a problem of you leaving or not? Originally, those people could not immediately find her position by sensing. But now, with those few fellows leading the way, they could find her in no time. Following that, you would be facing dozens of Emperor Realm pursuers. Do you know that you're courting death or not? Feng Qingxian was burning with anxiety, but she also did not know how to persuade this overweeningly arrogant idiot. She was going crazy. Sir, this isn't a problem of leaving or not. In order to hunt me down, the Fire Phoenix clan sent out more than 10 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses this time. Among them, there are even 3 Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heavens. You'll lure them all over like this. Sir, you can still make it in time if you chase after to kill them now. Feng Qingxian forcefully endured the fury in her heart and urged with earnest words and the best intentions. Oh! Yi Yuan just responded lightly and started to sit cross-legged. The Phoenix blood essence appeared in front of him. When Feng Qingxian saw the scene, she nearly went crazy. Sir, refining Phoenix blood essence isn't the work of a single day. Furthermore, it's very dangerous. You should find a quiet place and enter close seclusion to refine it. Feng Qingxian urged once again. Oh! Yi Yuan responded indifferently again and still did whatever he wanted to. Feng Qingxian felt that she was about to collapse. Just what kind of moron did she bump into? Can't he understand human speech? Refining like this, you'll die. If you die, who'll protect me? XXXX. Feng Qingxuan's heart was raging with profanities. With this young lady's gentle personality, I'm almost angered until insanity. By your idiocy. The nirvanic rebirth fire suddenly started to tremble violently and actually showed signs of exploding. Yi Yuan gave a glance and said coolly, You'd better focus on your nirvanic rebirth. You'll die like this. Feng Qingxian was speechless. Nirvanic rebirth would not necessarily succeed. In reality, this process was very dangerous. One might directly die in the process of nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingxuan's emotions were extremely volatile right now. On Google, it was very easy to fail the nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingxian virtually wanted to rampage. Wasn't this caused by you? Seeing before courting death, but never seen before someone who courted death. So limitlessly like you. Were you sent by heaven to save me or sent to screw me over? Feng Qingxian wanted to cry. However, she also understood that at this rate the nirvanic rebirth would definitely fail. She could only forcefully converge her mind and focus on the nirvanic rebirth. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Yuan had already started fusing the phoenix blood essence. When Feng Qingxian saw the scene, she nearly lost control of her mind again. But in the next moment, she was shocked. Fusing blood essence was equivalent to letting all the blood in the body be reborn anew. It was a very dangerous and also very painful thing. Especially phoenix blood essence, it contained the meaning of narrowly escaped death. The process of the fusion was practically a narrow shave from death, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. However, Yi Yuan was completely fine. It was as if he was still somewhat recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. Roughly 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan slowly got up, the phoenix bloodline power in his body gushing out. Feng Qingxian was akin to being struck by lightning and said in great shock, "This, he succeeded in fusing. My blood essence is heaven Qian grade blood. Essence." An incomprehensible feeling of setback arose spontaneously. She suddenly had some doubts. Was her own bloodline very trashy or not? Why did Yi Yuan fuse with it so easily? How could she know that Yi Yuan had obtained the origin of chaos blood? Fusing bloodlines was as easy as turning his hand over to him. If it were not for the origin of blood, Yi Yuan naturally would not have been so relaxed. But the origin of chaos blood was the source of bloodline in the world. No matter what bloodline you were, it could not escape this domain. Myriad blood under the heavens, all returned to the origin. Under the control of the origin of blood, Yi Yuan did not face too many difficulties in fusing the phoenix bloodline and would not have much risk too. Roar! Another dragon roar transmitted out, and azure dragon bloodline power emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's overwhelming aura rose to the peak in an instant. A dragon and a phoenix, two phantoms, appeared behind Yi Yuan. A dragon and a phoenix were contending. It was a wonderful and mighty panorama. At this moment, Yi Yuan directly broke the fetters of cultivation realm and broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Tao Tribulation arrived in response. But the current Yi Yuan, his aura was powerful to the extreme, and his strength was also fearsome to the extreme. Although Tao Tribulation was strong, it could no longer do anything to him. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he already far surpassed the power of heavenly punishment Tao Tribulation. So the current heavenly punishment Tao Tribulation virtually had no more threat to him anymore. Feng Qingxian currently had an impulse to jump out of the nirvanic rebirth. Where did this punk appear from? He was a divergent cultivator. This guy's strength actually completely outmatched Tao Tribulation. Was this still called divergent cultivator? Divergent cultivators were strong to begin with, but this boy was even stronger than divergent cultivators. Perhaps this kid can really do it, right? With the final strand of consciousness, Feng Qingxian completely returned to annihilation. More than 10 figures approached from afar, arriving in an instant. The one in the lead had unparalleled beauty. It was just that there was an additional trace of brutal aura between her brows, ruining her peerlessly beautiful looks. This woman's imposing momentum surged to the sky. She had shockingly already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, in terms of bloodline power, she had reached Earth Kuan Grade 2. Clearly, she was a core disciple of the Fire Phoenix clan too. Bloodline power reaching Earth Grade rank, they were not some random Tom, Dick, Harry anymore. In the future, there was a possibility of stepping into the hegemon realm. Of course, it was just a possibility. Feng Ninesong had a cold appearance, looking at the Yi Yuan who was barring the way in front. She said coldly, "Punk, I'll give you a chance. Get in front of this young lady and kneel down. I'll spare your life." Feng Ninesong had a high and mighty appearance. It was as if Yi Yuan was a speck of dust. Yi Yuan ignored her but looked towards the handsome youth and said, "Just now, I spared your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Must you come and die?" The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, "Come and die?
Hur, you.
Probably don't know who Lord Ninesong is, right? Among the Fire Phoenix Jr. generation, Lord Ninesong's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 5. Boy, you dare to offend our Fire Phoenix clan. You're dead for sure." Honestly speaking, he was very surprised that Yi Yuan broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven in the blink of an eye. But at the thought that there was Lord Ninesong around, his heart calmed down. Could a mere Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven overturn the heavens? Beside Feng Ninesong, an Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven said, "Kid, Lord Ninesong is ordering you to come over and kneel down." Didn't you hear it? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This Yi is just trying my best to do what was entrusted by others. You guys, don't force me." Feng Ninesong's expression was cold, and she said, "Looks like you're treating this young lady's words as water rolling off a duck's back." Feng Ning break his four limbs and carry me in front of me to kneel down, to dare stand up for that little wench. It won't be so easy even if he wants to die. Feng Ning was that upper emperor cloud heaven who spoke just now. This was her guard. Her strength could not be underestimated. She was more than a level stronger than the handsome youth. "I obey." Feng Ning laughed coldly and attacked fiercely. Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist. A punch struck, carrying the divine might of the phoenix, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan appeared extremely insignificant under this punch. Yi Yuan did not move. Instead, he sized this punch up with interest. The bloodline power in his body started to seethe. When Feng Ninesong saw this scene, her pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Human ant to actually dare secretly fuse with my vermilion bird. Bloodline, death sentence. Also, that little wench actually dared to give blood essence to a human without permission. She can't clear her name this time." Boom! A punch landed, and Yi Yuan waved his hand lightly. The Phoenix Phantom immediately collapsed. This horrifying punch was casually resolved by Yi Yuan. How can this be? The Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist was actually blocked so easily. Feng Ning's strength is extremely strong among her peers. He actually doesn't even need to make a move. Even if he absorbed that little wench's blood essence, he shouldn't be so strong either, right? The Phoenix race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all shocked by Yi Yuan's effortless force. They naturally knew about bloodline martial artists, but no matter how strong bloodline martial artists were, it was also impossible to unleash the power of bloodline fully. Otherwise, what was the true spirit race for? Although Feng Qingxuan's bloodline was Heaven Qian rank, after Yi Yuan fused with it, he could at the very most unleash the power of Battle God grade. But Feng Ning's bloodline was proper peak Battle God grade. It was even a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan. No matter what, Yi Yuan should not be so relaxed too. But the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was too appalling. Currently, Yi Yuan was just involuntarily emitting the aura of the Phoenix race. His bloodline power was not displayed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You should have a taste of my Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist too." Finish saying, the Phoenix bloodline in his body erupted. Earth Kuan grade. A human actually reached Earth Kuan grade. How is this possible? I can just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. What a strong bloodline aura. I'm so envious. When the Phoenix clan powerhouses saw this scene, they virtually wanted to cry. A human's Phoenix bloodline was actually same level with Feng Ninesong. This was too depressing. The improvement of bloodline power was too difficult. These people, were only left with envy and jealousy. It was not that Yi Yuan intentionally held back. But if he erupted with Heaven Qian grade bloodline, Feng Ning probably could not have even withstood a single move and would definitely have died on the spot. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind killing people. But regarding this situation today, he was an outsider to begin with. As for who was right between Feng Qingxian and Feng Ninesong, he did not know. This kind of internal clan power struggle, it was hard to say who was right or wrong. The reason why he was guarding here was merely because it was a transaction. Yi Yuan had his own principles when doing things, so he did not want to kill people. Otherwise, these people in front of him would have long died. It was impossible for Feng Ninesong to be his match too. In the next moment, Yi Yuan threw a punch out. It was amazingly indeed the Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist that Feng Ning executed just now. Feng Ning's pupils constricted, her mind in great shock. Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist was the Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. How did this guy know? Furthermore, the power was even so strong. Boom! Feng Ning vomited fresh blood wildly, her figure flying several tens of thousands of feet out, all the bones in her body broken, looking extremely miserable. However, her little life was spared. All those present were dead silent. The scene was somewhat wrong. Originally thought that exterminating this human was just a matter of lifting a hand. Who knew that this kid did monstrous things time and again and was actually so troublesome? Feng Ninsong's expression was already frosty to the extreme as she said in a solemn voice, "Not only did you dare to secretly fuse with Phoenix blood essence, you even dare to secretly learn my Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. Today, this young lady will sentence you to death in the name of the Fire Phoenix clan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss, withdraw. I really don't want to kill people. After that Miss succeeds in her nirvanic rebirth, I'll leave. At that time I won't mind if you all pursue her again." Feng Ninsong smiled coldly and said, "It's too late to only beg for your life. Now." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Was this young lady misunderstanding something? I was clearly warning, how did it become begging for my life when it reached you? However, Feng Ninsong was no longer listening to his explanations. The peak, Earth Kuan grade bloodline in her body erupted, directly displaying her Fire Phoenix original form. Got to admit, Feng Ninsong was very strong. Compared to Feng Ning, she was quite a lot stronger. Her strength was not in cultivation realm but an all-round powerful. This was the strength bestowed by bloodline. It was not without reason that the Chaos True Spirit lineage could stand at the apex of all the heavens. It's the Phoenix 9 ensembles. Looks like Lord Ninsong is genuinely enraged. That boy is dead for sure. Heh? My Fire Phoenix clan's Phoenix 9 ensembles only Earth Kuan grade bloodline can barely manage to execute the powerful secret techniques. I want to see how this boy blocks. Feng Ning said in anger. Phoenix 9 ensembles. Each ensemble is life and death. Nobody can rival this move. A strange phoenix cry sounded out. Feng Ninsong soared in the sky, circling around indeterminately. Yi Yuan looked at this scene without moving his gaze. The origin of blood in his body worked in concert with the Phoenix bloodline, continuously analyzing this move. He also felt the power of this move. This move was even stronger than the dragon race's 9 heavens dragon transformation fist. It was the true core secret technique of the Vermilion Bird clan. Coupled with the origin of blood, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that bloodline fluctuations of Feng Ninsong. Observing the actions, understanding the meaning. Feng Ninsong's move did not have too many secrets in front of Yi Yuan. Buai preparatudi. Feng Ninsong cried out, swooping down. At this moment, the earth seemed to be burning. The air became very red under the influence of the Phoenix 9 ensembles. And right at this moment, a phoenix phantom condensed and formed behind Yi Yuan, akin to the original body descending. However, it was a heavenly phoenix god exterminating fist again. Heaven Qian grade. My god. How is this possible? It turns out that he even concealed his bloodline power. He actually reached Heaven Qian grade bloodline already. CK me. Even a human can reach Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Then what is our Fire Phoenix clan for? Feeling the bloodline power that erupted on Yi Yuan's body, these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. This human's bloodline power flung them 10 streets behind. Without a doubt, what Yi Yuan fused with was Feng Qingxuan's blood essence. But even so, how could a human possibly fuse with it 100%? Boom! Just as everyone was in shock, 2 phoenix phantoms collided together. Feng Ninsong was shaken off, but Yi Yuan was directly blasted several 1,000 feet flying. When he stabilized his figure, a trace of fresh blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was already injured. Feng Ninsong's heart shook wildly. This boy actually perfectly fused with the Phoenix blood essence. and he relied on the might of the bloodline power to forcibly withstand the Phoenix Nine ensembles. The pride in Feng Nine Songs was being ravaged mercilessly. Lord Nine Song is mighty. This boy dared to fuse with Phoenix blood essence. Exterminate him. This kid has exhausted all his tricks. Let him feel the wrath of our fire. Phoenix Clan. Feng Nine Song winning. The envious and jealous Fire Phoenix powerhouses danced with joy. So what if bloodline was strong? Your cultivation realm was low. Boy, do you know that you've committed my Fire Phoenix clan's taboo? Today, you'll definitely die. Feng Nine Song said coldly. She was jealous too. Her bloodline power had already reached the limit and could not be improved anymore. But this human punk actually perfectly fused with Heaven Chen grade bloodline. Where would she, this Fire Phoenix clan's proud heavens chosen, put her face? In the next second, the Phoenix Nine ensembles started again. Boom! Yi Yuan was injured again. 3 attacks in a row, each stronger than the last. Yi Yuan responded to them with the Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist. But, after the 3rd time, Feng Nine Song's moves underwent samsara, executing the first ensemble. Yi Yuan knew that this Feng Nine Song only knew or could only display 3 ensembles. With Yi Yuan getting injured repeatedly, Feng Nine Song held great advantage. She laughed shrilly and said, "Kid, do you think that by fusing bloodline you can be arrogant in front of my Fire Phoenix clan? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan was somewhat speechless. This woman looked very proud of herself. It was just that, did she not realize that he only used 1 move from the start till the end? Furthermore, it was even the Fire Phoenix clan's move. He shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just these 3 moves, back and forth. It looks like you only know these 3 moves in this Phoenix Nine ensembles." Feng Nine Song's expression changed, and she said with a cold smile, "3 moves is enough to kill you." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Killing people at the drop of the hat, do you really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Although I don't want to kill people today, I'll have to leave you with a bit of a lesson too." While talking, the Heaven Chen grade bloodline in Yi Yuan's body surged. Behind him, the Phoenix Phantom turned corporeal, flying towards the void and circling indeterminately. This scene was shockingly the first ensemble of the Phoenix Nine ensembles. The expressions of all the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed. Phoenix Nine ensembles? How is this possible? This is my Fire Phoenix clan's undisclosed secret. Only core members can learn it. Where did this boy learn it from? Previously, he had been using the Heavenly Phoenix God exterminating fist all along. Now, he learned the Phoenix Nine ensembles too. Could it be that he learned it on the spot? How is this possible? The Phoenix Nine ensembles has a certain bloodline fluctuation. Without the secret technique imparting, it's simply impossible to learn it. Even if it's Heaven Chen grade bloodline, it's impossible too. Feng Nine Song was extremely shocked in her heart. It was because she felt that Yi Yuan might have very likely secretly learned her Phoenix Nine ensembles. Judging from the time, this boy had only come into contact with Feng Qingxian, that wench, for a short time. That wench did not have the time to impart Yi Yuan such a consummate skill. Then, it could only have been that he secretly learned it. Learning her secret technique now, this was also too heaven-defying, right? Furthermore, the moment Yi Yuan made his move under the augmentation of the Heaven Chen grade bloodline, the power was even more frightening than her Phoenix Nine ensembles. A light cry. The Phoenix Phantom directly fell, colliding together with Feng Nine Song's 3rd ensemble. Boom! Feng Nine Song's body was like a kite with a broken string, directly being thrown tens of thousands of feet away. The expressions of the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed greatly, and they hurried over and discovered that Feng Nine Song's wings were currently flapping, but she could no longer move. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. First ensemble versus the 3rd ensemble, he actually beat Feng Nine Song until, like this? Just how strong was this guy? Q quickly run. This guy is too strong. The group of Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses displayed their movement techniques, and were about to flee. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Did I let you guys leave?" Everyone who was currently scattering in all directions seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, instantly turning stiff where they stood. Even Feng Ninesong was defeated. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Running away at this time was equivalent to seeking death. Previously, Yi Yuan said that he did not want to kill people. They just treated it as a joke. But now they did not think so anymore. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said coolly, "I know that you guys still have Emperor vast heaven powerhouses pursuing her. Therefore, for safety's sake, you all had better stay behind for the time being. After her nirvanic rebirth succeeds, I'll naturally let you all leave." Feng Ninesong recovered to her human body, her complexion deathly pale as she said, Is this true?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Would I need to be so long-winded if I wanted to kill you all? However, if I discover that you guys secretly tipped them off, don't blame me for not being courteous." These true spirit powerhouses naturally had their own unique means of communication. However, Yi Yuan did not care. With me Tian, this major power around these people's paltry tricks could not be concealed. He had already given them a chance. Whether or not they knew how to cherish it would depend on them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, none of them could escape. Hence, the Fire Phoenix clan pursuers became Yi Yuan's captives. He's actually not killing us. Looks like he's really not in a clique with that wench, Feng Ning said. Feng Ninesong shot her a glare. The latter's neck shrunk, and she immediately shut up. However, Feng Ninesong suddenly said, "What you said is right." He kept saying that he was trying his best to do what was entrusted by others. Most likely, that wench used Phoenix blood essence to bribe him. Feng Ning's eyeballs moved and said, "Then are we?" Feng Ninesong immediately understood and said with a nod, "Help me over." Yi Yuan took them in as captives. Then he continued studying the Phoenix bloodline not far from the Nirvanic rebirth area. The more he studied, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of the Phoenix bloodline. Feng Ning helped Feng Ninesong over. Feng Ninesong looked at Yi Yuan, her expression complicated. Today, her Fire Phoenix lineage's pride was completely trampled underfoot by this young man. She could feel that there were many secrets on this young man. Becoming a captive made Feng Ninesong calm down instead. Feng Ninesong was not a fool. Just by relying on a Heaven Qian grade bloodline, one absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline was not Feng Qingxian alone. But nobody had Yi Yuan's ability to perfectly replicate the other parties' moves just by relying on the opponent's bloodline undulation. If this kid could deal a counterblow, Feng Qingxian, that wench would definitely. Sir, previously it was all Ninesong who was too rash. This younger sister apologizes to you here. Feng Ninesong bowed slightly, her words full of respect. Feng Ning was somewhat surprised. The proud Feng Ninesong would actually lower her head. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to persuade me to deal a counterblow, sorry, then stop making futile efforts." Feng Ninesong was taken aback, thinking to herself, "What a clever kid." The moment she opened her mouth, he guessed her intentions. However, she still did not give up and said, "Sir, Feng Qingxian is my Fire Phoenix clan's wanted criminal. We came to capture her in the name of the clan. As long as Sir can take action, my Fire Phoenix clan will definitely remember Sir's kindness of lending your assistance." Since Yi Yuan was so smart, he would definitely know how great the Fire Phoenix clan's favor was. In this void shrine illuminating heaven, one really could not find more than a few that are greater than the Fire Phoenix clan's favor. Of course, this was also talking nonsense. She could not represent the Fire Phoenix clan. Yi Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her, looking until the latter felt Goosebumps. Feng Ninesong secretly sighed in her heart. This kid was too smart. Sir should be very interested in the Phoenix 9 ensembles, right? As long as Sir is willing to take action, I'm willing to offer the Phoenix 9 ensembles up with both hands. Apart from the Phoenix 9 ensembles, Ninesong still has 2 secret techniques with power that are not at all inferior to the Phoenix 9 ensembles. They can all be given. Either way, Sir has already fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Feng Qingxian is already of little use to you. Feng Ninesong guided skillfully and patiently. Yi Yuan still looked at Feng Ninesong and said with a smile, I said that I'm trying to do my best what was entrusted by others. If it was just for the sake of Phoenix blood essence, why would I need to sit in boredom here? Stop making futile efforts. This Yi has my own principles when doing things. Please go back. Feng Ninesong felt angry. This punk was simply impervious to reason. But right at this time, a fire phoenix shot to the sky, soaring above the 9 heavens. That kind of power was as if a sovereign descending upon the world, being incomparably majestic. Feng Qingxian succeeded in the nirvanic rebirth. Ha ha ha. Feng Ninesong, didn't expect that I'd succeed in my nirvanic rebirth, right? Preparatudi. Above the void, Feng Ninesong laughed charmingly. The current Feng Qingxian was like the noonday sun and actually reached half-step Emperor Vast Heaven in one stroke. The success of the nirvanic rebirth this time had far exceeded imagination. It was just that the people present were all struck senseless. This woman clearly had not figured the situation out yet. Sure enough, she discovered that something was wrong very quickly and said, Amen? Why are you injured? Following that, she noticed Yi Yuan too and said in surprise, You are actually not dead yet. In her view, with Yi Yuan facing off against these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Even if he refined Phoenix blood essence, it could not change this result too. She understood Feng Ninesong's strength too well. But now Yi Yuan actually did not die. This made her extremely surprised. Feng Ninesong rolled her eyes and said crossly, Stop showing off. I know that. You're impressive. We're currently all Yi Yuan's captives. You can come down. See captives? Feng Qingxian nearly fell down from the sky. Yi Yuan alone captured more than 10 Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses? She focused her eyes to look and discovered that the others indeed all looked scared of Yi Yuan. It was actually true. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these people to live together in harmony. Feng Qingxian landed and transformed into an unparalleled beauty appearance. In terms of looks, she was a notch above Feng Ninesong. Feng Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up and down, seemingly wanting to see through him. This conclusion was seriously too unexpected. So many people came to search for her. If it were not for Yi Yuan, it would have been impossible for her to succeed in the nirvanic rebirth. However, these could be discussed in the future. She looked toward Feng Ninesong and said smugly, Feng Ninesong, you all framed me in order to help Feng Qingyu ascend to the throne. But you didn't expect that you'd have today too, right? You all deceived your superiors and deluded your subordinates, framing me as disloyal. Today I'll sentence you to death on the spot. After she was done talking, Feng Ninesong's aura surged, and she was about to make a move. However, Yi Yuan stopped her and said coolly, Apologies. I promised to let them go. You guys can go now. Feng Ninesong felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and the rest were overjoyed and were about to leave one after another. Feng Qingxuan's expression turned dark, and she said in a cold voice, What a joke. When is it your turn to speak here? You all stop for me. Not a single one of you can leave. Even if Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong and the rest captives in Feng Qingxuan's eyes, he was also merely an ant-like existence. She was of the high and mighty heavenly Qian level bloodline and could look down proudly on the world. It was only to see her throw a palm over, wanting to force Yi Yuan to dodge. However, Yi Yuan did not dodge or evade at all. Lifting his hand, it was a Phoenix 9 ensembles. Boom! The two people each fell back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Apologies. The deal between you and me is over. I've also done what I promised you. As for them, I promised to let them leave. If you're still overbearing, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore." Feng Qingxian was shocked to the extreme in her heart. When he made his move, just now, Yi Yuan was clearly Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Furthermore, he even learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles. How did this guy do it? Feng Ninesong also finally understood how Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong become a prisoner. When Feng Ninesong saw this scene, she felt delighted too. This monstrous kid that you found, you bear it yourself. But Feng Qingxian had her own pride. How could she possibly shrink back? Because of a sentence from Yi Yuan? Moreover, her cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yi Yuan. Humph! Heaven Qian grade bloodline, is this your pride? Do you think that Feng Ninesong, have this sort of trash? Kid, I urge you to move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous. Feng Qingxian said in a cold voice. Feng Qingxian, sir, is at any rate your savior. You're completely kicking him to the curb after he has outlived his usefulness by doing so. Sir Yi is someone whose words carry the weight of 9 tripods. The promise that he made, he'll definitely do it. Previously, he protected you like this. Now, it's naturally impossible to let you touch us too, Feng Ninesong said in a loud voice. Although she was seriously wounded by Yi Yuan, the current Feng Ninesong really admired Yi Yuan. This man stood firmly to his word. Such a man was not often seen in the heavens and myriad worlds. Feng Ninesong snorted coldly. She knew that what Feng Ninesong said was right. Her blood essence had already been given. If it was someone else, they would probably have long made their getaway. This was clearly a messy situation. But Yi Yuan still persisted in protecting her. Although the blood essence was a reward, Yi Yuan having life-saving grace toward her was an undeniable fact. Compared to her life, what did blood essence count for? It was just that letting Feng Ninesong leave now. She was unwilling. Feng Ninesong pursued her all the way. She narrowly escaped death several times. Having such a fine opportunity today, if she did not take revenge, there probably would not be a chance anymore in the future. Hence, Feng Qingxian steeled her heart and said in a cold voice, "Fine, since his words carry the weight of 9 tripods. Let him be buried in death. Together with you guys then." A light cry. Feng Qingxian transformed into an incomparably beautiful phoenix, soaring above the sky. Phoenix 9 ensembles. 5th ensemble. 9 ensembles, the power of each was stronger than the last. And Feng Qingxuan's Heaven Qian grade bloodline could completely support her to execute the 5th ensemble. Furthermore, the 5th ensemble that Feng Qingxian executed was much stronger than Feng Ninesong. Indeed, her strength was far stronger than Feng Ninesong. The moment this move came out, even Feng Ninesong's expression changed drastically too. Her 5th ensemble is already mastered to perfection, reaching the realm of grand completion. This power, probably even Sir Yi can't block it too. Feng Ning, you bring them away first. It will be too late if you still don't leave, Feng Ninesong said anxiously. She was currently heavily injured. If Yi Yuan could not block it, she would definitely die beyond a doubt. It was just that Feng Qingxuan's strength and status in the clan were not what she could compare to. Feng Qingxian was a true heaven's chosen, but Feng Ning refused to leave. Where Lord Ninesong dies, this lowly one will die there. Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. None of these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually left. This made him feel great admiration. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let anything happen to them too. Boom! Boom! 2 shocking auras rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. A dragon and a phoenix, 2 phantoms, danced behind him. These two very different auras actually appeared very harmonious on Yi Yuan's body, letting his bloodline pressure climb significantly again. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Sir Ye's body actually still has true dragon bloodline. Furthermore, it's even Earth Kuan grade. No, dragon and phoenix, two great bloodlines, are actually in marital harmony, being magnified infinitely on him. His current dragon race bloodline power already reached Heaven Qian grade 2. Dragon and phoenix, two races, are born from chaos, incompatible like water and fire. How can these two great bloodline powers possibly appear on one person at the same time? This is too inconceivable. The more powerful the bloodline, the nobler it was. True dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline were both the most noble bloodlines in the world. It was impossible for them to blend together, but now, these two supreme powers actually formed a perfect unity in Yi Yuan's body. The Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses present were incomparably shocked. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Qingxian and said coolly, "This is the move that I've just comprehended. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll give it to you. Dragon and Phoenix prosperity." Above the void, dragon and phoenix contended in cries. Two absolutely different bloodlines superimposed together actually produced an effect of 1 + 1 = greater than 2. This was what everyone did not expect. The two great bloodlines were completely sublimated under Yi Yuan's dragon and phoenix prosperity move. In an instant, Phoenix 9 ensembles and dragon and phoenix prosperity collided together, causing a violent shock. Even for an expert such as Feng Ninesong, her expression changed drastically when she saw this kind of terrifying power too. These two people's strengths had already far exceeded the scope of ordinary Emperor Cloud Heavens. This was a true battle of geniuses. Boom! Feng Qingxuan's Phoenix Phantom directly shattered under the suppression of the dragon and phoenix, two great bloodlines. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas slammed into her body. Feng Qingxian spurted out a mouthful of blood with a cough, her figure drawing a parabolic curve, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was completely unharmed. He stood proudly in the air, still recollecting the aftertaste of the feeling. Just now, the power of dragon and phoenix prosperity somewhat exceeded his expectations. This move was naturally researched by him based on the origin of chaos blood. He did not expect that the power would actually be so great when fusing two supreme bloodlines together. Senior. Amen? I really didn't expect. It turns out that after the bloodlines of dragon and phoenix, two races fused together, it actually has such power. Then if for great chaos true spirits bloodlines can all be fused, then the power. Mi Tian's voice was also somewhat trembling, clearly quite excited. Concerning the fusion of supreme bloodlines, this was simply something impossible. For great chaos true spirit bloodlines, their physical bodies were born for their bloodlines. It was simply impossible to fuse another kind of bloodline. The compatibility of human cultivators was extremely high, but when bloodlines entered their bodies, it would become extremely faint. Furthermore, bloodlines were inherently averse to each other. It was impossible to fuse at all. If ordinary human cultivators wanted to fuse bloodlines, the only outcome would be being blown up by the confrontation of two great bloodlines. But Yi Yuan had the origin of blood. He had dragon blood in his body, but the physical body of a human. The convenience of all these created conditions for the fusion of bloodlines. If one could really fuse the four great bloodlines, that power would simply be
unimaginable.
If it's possible, I can really try to do it, Yi Yuan said. However, he also knew that this difficulty was considerable. This time it was luck for him to encounter someone like Feng Qingxian who was being pursued. Otherwise, Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were all the precious treasures of the various races. Wanting to obtain it was not so easy. As for Feng Qingxian and the rest, they were long already too shocked to speak. When everything dissipated with the wind, only then did they wake up from the dream. The bloodlines of the dragon race and phoenix race can actually fuse. The power after fusion is also a little too strong, right? Sir Yi completely defeated Feng Qingxian at Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. This is simply unimaginable. They were all too clear about Feng Qingxuan's strength. Even under the pursuit of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, she still escaped. Feng Ninsong examined her own conscience and felt that, compared to Feng Ninsong, she was a complete rookie. But this kind of proud daughter of heaven was completely defeated like this. You guys can leave, Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Ninsong's expression changed, and she said, You're really letting us go? Yi Yuan said, This Yi has always kept my word. Since I've promised you guys, I'll naturally let you all go. If you draw the Fire Phoenix clan to come and kill me, just bring it on. Feng Ninsong smiled bitterly. Turned out that Sir Ye's heart is like a clear mirror. He knew everything. Sure enough, he was a man of his word. Feng Ninsong gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, This matter, Ninsong will definitely keep a tight lid on my mouth. Sir, please rest assured. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said indifferently, Suit yourself. Feng Ninsong smiled bitterly again and brought everyone away. Fusing bloodlines, this sort of thing was a major thing to the various major true spirit bloodlines. Furthermore, Yi Yuan fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. This was also something that could not be tolerated to the Fire Phoenix clan. Once the Fire Phoenix clan knew, they would definitely send people to come and kill Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. After Feng Ninsong and the rest left, Yi Yuan's figure moved, heading in the direction of East Billow region. Before traveling for long, he stopped. Feng Qingxian actually kept following him. Following me for? Yi Yuan said. I have nowhere to go. Our deal has already ended. I feel that you're still a pretty good person. Yi Yuan was speechless. In the Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the various races, true spirits mostly, lived in tribes. The dragon race had many offspring bloodlines that each formed a tribe. The powerful ones even had hegemon realm powerhouses. The weak ones did not even reach battle spirit grade bloodline. The divine dragon envoy surveyed the world, wanting to catch the attention of the divine dragon envoy. There was a method called mountain challenging. Mountain challenging meant that for a person to go to the various major true spirit tribes, challenging the bloodline powerhouses in the clan. This was the fastest way to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Dragon City Tribe was a powerful dragon race tribe of East Billow region. Although they considered themselves to be a dragon race tribe, this was actually a tribe based on the heaven-swallowing python. However, the heaven-swallowing python's dragon race bloodline was very strong. 2. According to Mi Tian, this tribe had even given birth to Heaven Qian grade bloodline before. Therefore, Dragon City Tribe was a powerful tribe too. To do mountain challenging, one could not avoid Dragon City Tribe. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingxian, one in front and one behind, arrived in front of Dragon City Tribe. Stop, foolish human, to dare approach the noble dragon race. Hurry up and get lost. In front of the tribe, Yi Yuan was reprimanded by a human male. Yi Yuan was shocked. Aren't you a human too? He asked to clear his doubts. The human male sneered and said, What the hell? Do you know? I'm a dragon blood warrior who's currently evolving towards a noble true spirit. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh. Perhaps this was the inferiority complex of humans. He knew that Void Shrine illuminating heaven's humans were very difficult, most of them born by depending on tribes. But he did not expect that they were lowly until this extent. This Dragonblood warrior's cultivation realm was not low. It had already reached Emperor realm. It was just that his bloodline was a little terrible. It did not even reach Battle Spirit grade bloodline. Emperor Cloud Heavens could be considered a powerhouse of a region too. But they could only guard the door for the Dragon City tribe. I'm here to challenge the mountain, Yi Yuan said. The human male was taken aback and immediately burst out laughing and said, You, a human, coming to the Dragon City tribe to challenge the mountain? Are you kidding me? However, in the next second, the human male's expression changed greatly. From Yi Yuan's body, an incomparably pure dragon pressure suppressed him until he could not breathe. The human male had a look of horror on his face and said in shock, Earth Kuan, grade bloodline, you, how is this possible? He was seriously unable to imagine that a human's dragon race bloodline could reach Earth Kuan grade. There were far too many dragon blood warriors in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, but for the vast majority among them it was impossible to surpass battle soul grade. As for battle god grade, those were all existences like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a Qilin, being very rare. Each one was a supreme powerhouse among bloodline warriors. But this young man in front of him actually had Earth Kuan grade bloodline. Shocked him until he could not close his mouth. Now can I? Yi Yuan looked at the human male and said lightly, What? Someone came to mountain challenge our Dragon City tribe. How long has it been since anyone has dared to mountain challenge our Dragon City tribe? Heh. Scarlet Plume and Dai, two fellows, are both existences at the top of the mountain challenger list. Who dares to come? Go take a look. I'm curious who's so impressive. With someone coming to challenge the mountain, it immediately caused a great sensation in the Dragon City tribe. Mountain challenging was a tradition in the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Wanting to enter the Holy Land, this was the shortcut. Hence, between the various major tribes, they would frequently send youngsters out everywhere to go on expeditions. The competition of this younger generation naturally had to determine who was superior, and the mountain challenger list was born. The East Billow region was extremely vast. The experts were naturally plentiful as clouds too. Mountain challengers who could enter the top 500 were all very strong. Dragon City tribe Scarlet Plume and Dai, two people, were both top 100 powerhouses, their strengths being very strong. However, a measly little Yi Yuan, Scarlet Plume and Dai would not take the field at all. Dragon City tribe was a large tribe. There were not just two mountain challengers. It's actually a bloodline warrior. Kid, I urge you to go back where you came from. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here. Ha ha ha. A bloodline warrior wants to enter Heavenly Dragon Island too. Kid, you're thinking too much. A Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to come to our Dragon City tribe to challenge. This kid is crazy, right? A series of mocking voices came from all around. Bloodline warriors had always been looked down upon by the true spirit race. However, they would also frequently hand out some low-quality bloodline to humans, creating bloodline warriors, exchanging for their loyalty with this. That guard from before was like this. In the course of time, the status of bloodline warriors became lower. Heh? Human brat, to dare come to Dragon City tribe to challenge the mountain. Your courage is commendable. The one talking was called Anshan. He was also an expert on the mountain challenger list, ranked 400 plus, a grand completion. Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse. Ranked 400 plus was not weak anymore. One could say that among the top 500 powerhouses, the gap was all very small. Their bloodline, cultivation realms, strength, they were all very close. And Yi Yuan was simply a rookie who had just made his world debut. He was not even on the mountain challenger list. Just having bloodline power was not enough. Yi Yuan glanced at the large snake in front of him and shook his head. And then he said, You won't do, too weak. Doesn't Dragon City tribe have any stronger ones? The moment Anshan heard, he was immediately greatly enraged and said, Kid, you'll be beaten to death the way that you're mountain challenging. Got it? Yi Yuan was still indifferent and said coolly, You're so weak. You'll be beaten to death too. Everyone was shocked. Where did this guy pop out from to be so arrogant? When other people challenging mountains, they all started challenging the weak tribes first, then slowly looked for powerful tribes. This hothead was good. The moment he came, he picked the powerful Dragon City tribe to get started with. One had to know that Dragon City Tribe's top 500 mountain challenger list. Experts reached as many as 7 people. And Shan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Start! Already can't wait to blow you up." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, dragon race bloodline vibrating, firing out a dragon-shaped mark. And Shan also fired out a mark like what he did. The 2 people each accepted the other party's mark, and the ritual was considered completed. Mountain challenging was not allowed to be rejected. If a tribe stabbed the mountain challenger in the back, they would suffer the boycotting of all tribes, and this ritual represented the battle outcome. The victor accepted the other party's mark, and their own mark would dissipate. Once the ritual was completed, and Shan roared and swam over to Yi Yuan. Heaven swallowing, and Shan's large snake body suddenly grew rapidly, opening his gaping maws. Suddenly, a powerful suction force directly swallowed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even have time to react. Inside the body of a heaven-swallowing python formed its own independent space, could devour myriad lives. This was their innate divine ability. Within this space, even the air was something corrosive. Before long, the prey would turn into nothingness virtually without the possibility of escaping. Ha ha ha! I was even wondering how capable this kid was. Didn't expect that he couldn't even block one move. Really too weak. I thought that he could at least struggle a little. Made such a big disturbance, it ended like this? How boring. There was nothing to look forward to in the first place. How strong can a bloodline warrior be? Scatter, all scatter. This kind of battle appeared too boring. Being swallowed by the heaven-swallowing python, this was something that everyone was fearful of. But Yi Yuan did not even have the strength to fight back and actually dared to come and challenge the mountain. This was a joke to begin with. And Shan had a disdainful look and said, "Just this bit of strength, and you also want to beat me to death? What's this punk's brain made? Herc? Herc?" And Shan was currently posturing when he suddenly started to retch violently as if experiencing extreme discomfort caused by indigestion. With this, everyone was shocked. Heaven-swallowing python, known as being able to even swallow heaven, would have indigestion. You got to be kidding. What was going on with Lord and Shan? Could it be that punk? How was this possible? The heaven-swallowing python's talent was extremely strong. Among the entire dragon race progeny's bloodlines, it belonged to the top existence level too. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to give birth to Heaven Chen grade bloodline powerhouses too. Because of their devouring divine ability, once swallowed, the opponent was basically declared dead. This talent could even let them jump realms to challenge. But now, what was going on here? Ugh! Herc! And Shan retched wildly without ceasing. His enormous body fell to the ground, with a loud bang, rolling around on the ground. Come out! Kid! Freaking come out! I was wrong. I was wrong? Herc? Herc! Everyone was stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even a moron could also tell that Shan's internal space was already in mayhem, and the culprit was precise Yi Yuan. Now, it was not a problem with whether or not to swallow. However, that Shan desperately wanted to vomit Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan was not coming out. This was awkward, but after entering the space within the body, could one still be so impressive? And Shan rolled around on the ground. People clearly saw tears flowing heavily from his eyes. How did he look like an expert? He wailed desperately, asking Yi Yuan to come out, but Yi Yuan refused to come. No idea how long he was in agony for. Then a boom was heard, and Shan's back directly had a large hole that was blasted open. A figure jumped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? And Shan stopped shouting, the colossal body falling to the ground with a loud
Bang, his life and death being unknown.
The whole place was dead silent. Everyone used eyes like looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy punched through Lord and Shan's internal space? Is he still human? He stayed in the internal space for so long and he's actually completely fine. If everyone is like him, wouldn't our innate divine ability become a joke? The heaven-swallowing Python clan's powerhouses only felt a chill. Seeing the large hole on Anshan's back, they were somewhat psychologically traumatized by devouring. If the opponent that they swallowed was like Yi Yuan, what to do? I already said he's too weak. Is there anyone that's stronger? Yi Yuan said, lightly. What vicious means? You punched through Anshan's internal space, equivalent to crippling half his life, dealing such a vicious blow in my Dragon City tribe. Have you thought of the consequences? In a crowd, a heaven-swallowing python slowly swam out, immediately causing a commotion. It's Lord Dai. He's going to personally take action. Lord Dai is ranked 75th on the Mountain Challenger list, his strength being very formidable. This kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to cripple Lord Anshan, really courting death. Dai's status in the Dragon City tribe was extremely high. The moment he took the stage, everyone clearly had worshipping looks. That made sense. Dai's ranking was gained from fighting match after match. The moment Dai appeared, it gave people a feeling of being shaken to the core, as if they were being stared at by someone from the netherworld. Very uncomfortable. He's very strong. You're not his match. Mountain challenging isn't done like how you're doing it now. Not far behind Yi Yuan, Feng Qingxian warned. What she was talking about was under the circumstances that Yi Yuan did not utilize Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This was Yi Yuan's trump card move. It was not good to expose it in front of outsiders. Feng Qingxian not being Yi Yuan's match, that was just under the circumstance that he used Dragon and Phoenix prosperity. Just based on any single bloodline, Feng Qingxian examined her own conscience and felt that she could absolutely crush Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was only Earth Kuan grade. Wanting to surpass the same level Dai was incredibly difficult. Bloodline was not the only thing. Between same ranking bloodlines, the strength might have a huge difference. This had a lot to do with the individual's talent and lucky chances. Clearly, this Dai was very strong. Feng Qingxian felt it. Yi Yuan ignored her. This woman was so annoying. What a joke. He swallowed me the moment he opened his mouth. It was clearly to send me to my doom. Why? Only your Dragon City tribe is allowed to kill people? I'm not allowed to retaliate. Yi Yuan looked at Dai and said disdainfully, these powerful tribes all had this kind of mentality. I could kill you, but if you touched my people, death couldn't expiate your sins. And Shan swallowed Yi Yuan in one gulp. He did not hold back in the slightest. At all. If not for that, Yi Yuan's strength was powerful. He would have already turned into nothingness now. Now, Dai was actually blaming him for being vicious. Dai's expression turned cold, and he said, razor-tongued brat, do you dare to have a fight with me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, do you think that I only came to bully that sort of weakling? Dai snorted coldly and said, I hope that you don't disappoint me too much. The two people mutually gifted a dragon-shaped mark, and the second mountain challenging battle officially began. With regards to Yi Yuan challenging Dai, the Dragon City tribe powerhouses were very disdainful. Even if Yi Yuan won Anshan effortlessly, it was the same too. After all, Anshan was already close to 500th place. 575th, there was an insurmountable gulf in the middle. This kid is really overestimating his own ability. He probably doesn't even know what the Mountain Challenger list means, right? Lord Dai challenged the Dragon Abyss tribe's Yun Kuei the last time. After coming back, he has already been in close seclusion for 3 years. These 3 years, his strength must have advanced by leaps and bounds again. This is good too. He dared to cripple Lord Anshan. Lord Dai will definitely make him regret it. It's just that I don't know how many moves this kid can last under Lord Dai's hands. Dai stood in the air and said coolly, kid, make your move, otherwise you won't have the chance. Yi Yuan could not help snickering when he heard it. Some people always liked to posture. It was like if they did not posture, they would not be an expert. When De Yi saw Yi Yuan snickering, he practically wanted to explode. This was merciless mocking. However, his words were already thrown out. He still had to maintain the
De meanor ofan expert.
either way, this kid was going to die very soon. Yi Yuan was not courteous either. The bloodline power on the body surged. Shocking dragon pressure was released. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The stronger his strength was, the more his bloodline improved, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of this move. This move that Mi Tian imparted had deeply gained the quintessence of dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan knew now that this move was created by Mi Tian himself. When cultivated to the extreme, one could blow a hegemon realm powerhouse up with one punch. Furthermore, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the power. If one executed it with chaos-level bloodline, killing ordinary hegemon realms would be like playing. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, De Yi's expression changed. This punch was too strong. Yi Yuan was 2 minor realms lower than him. He did not place him in his sights at all. He was confident that no matter what moves Yi Yuan used, he could block it with ease. But if this punch landed, wouldn't he be the same as Inshan having a hole punch through? In a hurry, De Yi opened his gaping maws. A shocking energy ball was released from his mouth. However, it was already too late. He already lost the initiative in order to posture. Yi Yuan had already accumulated his strength to the maximum. How terrifying was the power? Boom! The void shook violently, and De Yi's colossal body was smashed down like a cannonball. With Yi Yuan gaining the initiative, how could he be willing to let it go? Chasing after, it was another 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Boom! The earth fissured. When experts exchanged moves, sometimes it was a matter of an instant. Yi Yuan gained the initiative and pummeled him in hot pursuit. The Dragon City tribe's powerhouses were immediately dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this battle would actually turn out like this. The god of war De Yi in their eyes was being brutalized by a human punk. The 2 people fought from the sky into the earth and fought from underground, up to the sky again. But Yi Yuan held the initiative from start to end. It was completely a one-sided suppression. The heaven-swallowing python's physical body was extremely formidable. But at this time, De Yi's body had flesh and blood scattering, virtually battered down by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too. De Yi was really strong. If it were any other grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven, they would have long been turned to residue by him. But De Yi was still holding on until now. Although each move was a hasty response, it could always resolve the majority of Yi Yuan's attack power. In fact, he would even occasionally launch a counteroffensive. Those lacking in strength would really let De Yi make a comeback. This kind of powerhouse was completely forged in battle. His strength was extraordinary. It was just a shame. Who he ran into was Yi Yuan. A fight was a fight. How was there time for you to posture? Losing one move, you would lose every move. Unsurprisingly, De Yi did not have the chance to make a comeback either. Yi Yuan would not give him this chance. Sometimes fighting was this simple.
I admit defeat.
De Yi's reluctant angry roar came from above the void. Yi Yuan stopped. The De Yi who was opposite him panted heavily. His body no longer had an unscathed spot. Dragon City tribe's powerhouses opened their mouths wide with looks of disbelief. A admitted defeat just like that? Lord De Yi still has many trump cards that haven't been used. Why did he admit defeat? Despicable. Shameless. This punk won unscrupulously. In an instant, Dragon City tribe exploded. Everyone was cursing Yi Yuan was being shameless. It sounded very nasty. They were too clear about De Yi's strength. But from start to finish, De Yi did not have the chance to fight back. Whatever big move, whatever trump card, he did not use them all. This kind of battle was too aggrieved. De Yi himself virtually wanted to explode. He lost this fight too aggrievedly. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this group of people all morons? If he wanted to posture, what had it got to do with him? Kid, I lost to you not because my skills are inferior. It's just that I somewhat underestimated the enemy.
دایی سعید unillingle.
Regarding this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not defend himself. This kind of justification was too powerless and too feeble. Losing was losing. Winning was winning. Finding a reason for yourself after failure was not what the strong would do. Seeing Yi Yuan smile and not speak, De was even more ashamed and resentful. In the crowd, an old man opened his mouth and said, De, a loss is a loss. Displaying shameful courage here will only incur jesting. Do you find it not shameful enough yet? De's expression changed, and he bowed to the old man in shame as he said, Yes, Patriarch. Yi Yuan was inwardly shocked. He did not expect that this unassuming old man was actually the heaven-swallowing Python clan's patriarch. The old man said lightly, Scarlet Plume, you take the stage and play with him. This boy isn't ordinary. Be careful. Behind the old man, another heaven-swallowing python swam out and said calmly, Yes, Patriarch. With this, the crowd exploded. Scarlet Plume is finally going to take action. Mountain Challenger lists 21st place. If this punk can win again, your father will swallow that mountain. Lord Scarlet Plume devotes himself to spatial divine abilities. Now he has already reached the acme of perfection. Patriarch said before that he might very likely step into the realm of hegemon in the future by relying on this.
Dao.
The reason why Lord Scarlet Plume can rank 21st is that it's just because his bloodline is a little lousy. It's only initial stage Earth Kuan grade. Otherwise, there would be no problem in him getting into the top 3. Scarlet Plume arrived opposite of Yi Yuan, his entire person seeming very calm. It was as if nothing happened just now. This Scarlet Plume was different from De, giving people the appearance of being unmoved even if Mount Tai was crumbling before him. This was rather similar to Yi Yuan. This is a troublesome opponent. Be more careful, Feng Qingxian said once. More, her face slightly red. She said that Yi Yuan was not De's match earlier. In the end, she got face slapped. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, De did not even have the chance to make a move. How embarrassing. But this time, she was warning out of good intentions. Actually, there was no need for her to warn him. Yi Yuan naturally saw through it long ago. A proud opponent, no matter how powerful the strength, it was actually not scary. What was truly scary was that kind of opponent who was calm to the extreme. Yi Yuan was sizing Scarlet Plume up. Scarlet Plume's gaze was also wandering around on Yi Yuan's body. Suddenly, he said, You're very strong. I can feel the undulation of spatial rule on your body. Looks like what you're truly powerful in is actually spatial divine abilities. However, your cultivation realm is a little low. It's very disadvantageous. With this, Yi Yuan was really shocked. This Scarlet Plume's perception was also too sharp, right? He was currently completely restraining his aura and did not display spatial
Martial technique.
This guy could actually feel it. It could be seen how strong he was in spatial rule. The heaven-swallowing Python clan could be said to have perfectly inherited the spatial talent of the dragon race. But, regarding the application of spatial talent, some relied on instinct, while others could control it independently. The gap between them was not a tiny bit. Yi Yuan had many means, but for mountain challenging he could only use the dragon race's talent to go and fight. Otherwise, disregarding that he would win unscrupulously, Heavenly Dragon Island would not acknowledge him as well. What they wanted were dragon race geniuses, not human geniuses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your bloodline is a little low. We're considered even. Scarlet Plume smiled and said with a nod, All right, then, let's begin. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. The two people exchanged marks. Bloodline was indeed extremely important to the true spirit race. Bloodline being a fraction stronger, the power of the martial techniques executed would be a fraction stronger. Swoosh! In the instant that the two people finished exchanging marks, Scarlet Plume disappeared. Spirit Spatial Blade. The moment Lord Scarlet Plume came up, it's overkill. Lord Scarlet Plume had once used this move to defeat the rank 29th Meng Zhao. So strong. Can't find his traces at all. This punk is dead for sure. This punk chose the wrong opponent. Provoking Lord Scarlet Plume is his biggest mistake. Dragon City Tribe's powerhouses instantly exploded. Compared to De Scarlet Plume's status in the clan was higher, and he had more worshippers. The moment he made his move, the whole place started cheering. Furthermore, everyone was clearly very familiar with this move. It was one of Scarlet Plume's killing moves. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if the surrounding space had turned into a sharp blade, chopping toward him. The speed was swift until it made people unable to think. Yi Yuan did not have time to think too much, bloodline power flooding out. Crazily throwing a punch out on the spot. Shattering space. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing at. Space shattered. At once, Spirit Spatial Blade seemingly had nowhere to exert strength, directly turning into nothingness. However, shattering space, this move bombarded the opponent. But Yi Yuan slammed it where he was standing. The shattering of space already injured him. Boom! 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 The two people were fighting in the void, and a series of bursting sounds transmitted out. The weak ones could not grasp their traces at all. These two people were dueling with spatial rule. Their strengths were both hair-raisingly strong. It was just that the Dragon City Tribe's people were still very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Originally, when fighting with Yi Yuan did not use his full strength at all. Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered, incomparably shocked in her heart. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. She thought that the reason why Yi Yuan was strong was just because he fused with bloodline. With a single bloodline, Yi Yuan's strength was not very strong. But she discovered that she was wrong. This battle really exposed Yi Yuan's powerful strength. This was because his opponent was too strong. Yi Yuan's application of bloodline had virtually reached perfection. She pondered about it. She was of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, but she was unable to do better than Yi Yuan too. Lass, you shouldn't show up here. Feng Qingxian was startled and discovered that the Dragon City Tribe's patriarch had arrived next to her at no idea when. But very soon, she calmed down and said calmly, "This man makes me very curious." The patriarch smiled and said, "He's very strong. He shouldn't be a bloodline warrior. But he isn't Scarlet Plume's match." Feng Qingxian snorted coldly and said, "His cultivation realm is just lower." Clearly, she did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. People with outstanding visual prowess all saw through that Yi Yuan did not stand a chance at all. The patriarch smiled and said, "That's because you don't know Scarlet Plume. In our Dragon City tribe, the #1 genius was originally De. Scarlet Plume was just an unassuming minor character. He was completely living under De's light, but ever since he stepped on the road of mountain challenging, his sharp edge couldn't be concealed anymore. Can you imagine? 200 years ago, he was just battle spirit grade bloodline." Feng Qingxuan's pupils constricted. This time, she was really shocked. Roughly 200 years ago, just battle spirit grade bloodline. And then 200 years later, Earth Kuan grade bloodline? How monstrous was this? In the true spirit race, talent was innate. Breaking the shackle of bloodline was harder than ascending to heaven. She, Feng Qingxian, was naturally Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It was impossible for those battle spirit grade bloodline true spirits to reach Earth Kuan grade for all their lives, let alone talk about Heaven Qian grade. But this Scarlet Plume could actually reach this step in 200 years. It was truly inconceivable. In over 200 years, several thousand major and minor battles, not a single defeat. He grew from a little fellow who was unknown to the public into a powerhouse that daunts people. Of course, the scariest thing about this kid isn't his battle result of flawless victories, but his terrifying learning ability. After each battle, his improvement would be very shocking. Don't look at how he's only 21st place. What his opponents ranked in front of him are most afraid of is his challenge. This kid is destined to stand at the summit in the future, regardless of whether or not he can enter Heavenly Dragon Island. He's definitely able to step into the realm of Hegemon. Therefore, this man that you're interested in doesn't have any chance of winning. The patriarch had indescribable pride when talking about Scarlet Plume. However, what he said was really very frightening. Scarlet Plume's road to maturity was simply too dazzling. He was not a genius in the traditional sense, but he was absolutely a
Terrifying existence.
going against the wind all the way, achieving his present accomplishments. Scarlet Plume was simply a miracle. Feng Qingxian also had a look of shock on her face. She did not expect that who Yi Yuan challenged was actually such an opponent. This was completely looking for abuse. Boom! As if affirming what Feng Qingxian was thinking, Yi Yuan was slammed down by a punch from Scarlet Plume. This scene was similar to the one just now. Previously, Yi Yuan beat De Yi until he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. But now, Scarlet Plume was beating Yi Yuan until he did not have the strength to fight back. From the beginning until now, Yi Yuan was basically in a situation of being passively beaten. Scarlet Plume's devastation was all around. Dragon City tribe completely boiled over with excitement. Lord Scarlet Plume is really cool to the max. Impressive. 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 Lord Scarlet Plume is really an invincible
Existence.
I admit that that punk is very formidable. But it also serves as a foil that Lord Scarlet Plume is even more formidable like this. Several thousand matches and yet to taste defeat. Who does this punk think he is, to actually dare challenge Lord Scarlet Plume? Being swept away by Yi Yuan for 2 matches in a row, Dragon City tribes powerhouses felt a loss of face. But, luckily, they had Lord Scarlet Plume. With him around, victory was guaranteed. Ground Thorn. The mountain full of hubbub could not affect Scarlet Plume at all. Only to see him point his fingertips, undulations appeared in space again. Countless earth spikes suddenly grew out of the earth. Yi Yuan's figure was currently falling. Once pierced, he would become a hedgehog. Shattering space. Once again, Yi Yuan used this move. He forcefully used the backlash force and forcibly made his body change directions in the air, avoiding the ground thorn. However, in the next second, Scarlet Plume was already waiting for him. Shattering space. It was only to hear Scarlet Plume yell out. He actually launched the exact same move as Yi Yuan. The void shattered. Tidal water-like energy undulations completely submerged Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly astonished in his heart. Having no time to think too much, a shattering space rumbled out again. Boom! The void trembled, and Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, but Scarlet Plume did not budge an inch. Scarlet Plume looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "It turns out that spatial rule can still be applied like this. You really broadened my horizons. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper level spatial rule." Yi Yuan's body was covered with scars everywhere. He did not gain the slightest advantage in this exchange of blows. Or should one say he was completely being passively beaten. He did not think that Scarlet Plume was actually so strong. What was even more frightening was that the other party's learning ability was extremely strong. In the midst of battle, he actually comprehended his shattering space move. Shattering space, this move naturally originated from Mi Tian. With regards to the understanding of spatial origin, he had no equal in every heaven and myriad worlds. Mi Tian was just his original name. His hegemon title was actually hegemon space. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were numerous powerhouses. It was also not that there were no hegemons who comprehended spatial origin, but only Mi Tian was crowned the title of hegemon space. Could be seen how far he walked on this path. Shattering space, this move was one of Yi Yuan's trump cards. It had immense power, but he never expected that Scarlet Plume actually completely stole it in the midst of battle. This kind of opponent, it was really his first time encountering in his life. Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in himself. He was not proud, but he had never underestimated his own abilities. Yi Yuan knew that his talent and strength were absolutely not inferior to anyone else. It was just that he did not expect to actually encounter such a powerhouse in the Dragon City tribe. Sure, he could find many excuses, such as his cultivation realm being inferior to his opponent, such as he had engaged in battle consecutively. But Yi Yuan was not Dai. He would not make excuses for himself. He admitted that, in terms of absolute strength, he was inferior to Scarlet Plume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan clearly felt that Scarlet Plume became stronger than at the start, in the midst of battle. This guy was simply born to fight. Especially when encountering an opponent like Yi Yuan, it unleashed his potential even more. Scarlet Plume's battle was like playing chess. You thought of 3 steps, he already thought of beyond 10 steps. Prediction, application of moves, it was all precise to the extreme. It was Yi Yuan's first time feeling helpless. No need to thank me. I still have many moves. You can comprehend even more, Yi Yuan said. Then I'll really have to witness it. I also didn't expect that you're really a superb opponent, Scarlet Plume said. Up until now, Scarlet Plume showed neither joy nor sorrow all along. He did not pat himself on the back because he had the advantage and was also not overjoyed because he learned the method of utilizing space. Everything was like it was someone else's business. Got to admit, such an opponent was too troublesome. World suppression. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. Space fluctuated. Terrifying force grew stronger and stronger with each layer of space that arose. A hint of surprise flashed across in Scarlet Plume's eyes. It was as if a shark smelled the scent of blood. Yi Yuan's moves had greatly broadened his horizons. Oh! From below came a series of exclamations. Clearly, they also felt the terror of this move. Shattering space. Scarlet Plume unleashed this move again. Boom! The terrifying energy undulations sent each of them flying. But the look in Scarlet Plume's eyes became incomparably bright. It was like Yi Yuan opened a new door for him. Impressive. Really too impressive. You really make my hot blood boil, Scarlet Plume said excitedly. Hoo-hoo. Saw it? This is Scarlet Plume. No matter how strong you are, unless you instantly kill him in one move, he'll always grow stronger in the midst of battle. His opponents were usually much stronger than him, but nobody could beat him. He is naturally born to fight. This kid called Yi Yuan, his comprehension in spatial rule is extremely deep. Shattering space and world suppression, the power of these 2 moves are also ridiculously strong. But Scarlet Plume will become stronger in this kind of fights. His opponents will always despair because of this, the patriarch said. With a smile. Feng Qingxian was silent. Yi Yuan's combat power was really strong until it made her extremely surprised. No matter whether it was shattering space or world suppression, they were both moves that were strong until they made people despair. But to Scarlet Plume, they were moves that made his opponents despair. World suppression. Scarlet Plume opened his gaping maws and actually unleashed Yi Yuan's move. Terrifying energy undulations came from the void. Boom! Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure shooting out. Backward. Yi Yuan, you're really a treasure vault. I didn't expect that spatial rule could actually be applied like this. You are really too amazing, Scarlet Plume said excitedly. The comprehension of spatial rule and its application were seriously too difficult. His harvest today was even more than what he reaped in his previous thousands of fights. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was completely a treasure boy that could let him continuously excavate and continuously improve. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and he said with a grin, "It's fine. There's still a lot more. Slowly learn. Successive magnificence. Illuminating day. Unparalleled. Tian Dun. Echo. Jade Cicada." Yi Yuan shouted one after another loudly, and a series of terrifying undulations came from the void. Each move was stronger than the last. The Scarlet Plume, who originally held the absolute advantage, was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan. These 8 moves were all imparted by Mi Tian. Being grouped together, it was named Spatial 8 Styles. Of course, with Yi Yuan's bit of cultivation realm, he could not unleash the full potential power of Spatial 8 Styles at all. But one-shotting those in the same rank was a definite thing. Spatial 8 Styles was painstakingly created by Mi Tian. It was where his lifelong insights into spatial origin lay. These 8 styles that Yi Yuan used were, at the very best, simplified versions. But the power was already sufficiently strong. The moment Yi Yuan erupted, the Dragon City tribe was shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who could have thought that he actually still had so many contingency moves? This kid is also too strong. Just based on these 8 moves, his comprehension in spatial rule is more than a level stronger than Lord Scarlet Plume. To be able to suppress Lord Scarlet Plume with Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven cultivation, this kid is remarkable enough too. It's just a shame that... It's just a pity that his moves will become Lord Scarlet Plume's moves very soon. Although they were surprised by Yi Yuan's suppression, they were not worried. They were perfectly clear about Scarlet Plume's might. Improving in the midst of battle, learning in fights, without end. The stronger the opponent, the more miserably they would often lose. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, his cultivation realm was too low after all. When Scarlet Plume became even more powerful, he would naturally reverse.
Suppress Yi Yuan.
Scarlet Plume, who had always been calm to the extreme, actually became agitated too. In the battle, he laughed loudly and said, "Impressive, truly impressive. My comprehension of spatial rule is seriously too shallow. Thank you, Yi Yuan, for opening up a whole world for me." Scarlet Plume, who was being suppressed, did not feel any frustration at all. He became more and more excited instead. Yi Yuan was unmoved and did not fear the other party secretly learning either. One move after another, they fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. Below, the patriarch was also rather excited as he said, "This youngster really exceeded this old man's expectations. His comprehension of spatial rule is extremely deep. He can definitely pry into Origin Realm in the future. What a fortune to have him come to our Dragon City tribe and let Scarlet Plume have such a fine opponent." While Feng Qingxian was secretly anxious as she cursed, "This boy is really dumb. Doesn't he know that this will make his opponent get stronger and stronger, exposing all of his trump cards, but can't defeat his opponent? Really stupid to the max." At this point, Feng Qingxian did not think that Yi Yuan would win at all. The opponent was too terrifying, and the patriarch's excitement was also that Yi Yuan, this opponent, could let Scarlet Plume grow greatly, being not surprised at how formidable he was. No matter how formidable, he was also just a stepping stone of Scarlet Plume. The stronger the opponent, the more limitless Scarlet Plume's future accomplishments. Regarding this point, the old patriarch was all too clear. Boom! 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 The fight became more and more intense, but Scarlet Plume's growth was visible. To the naked eye, everyone saw that he was currently digesting Yi Yuan's spatial rule rapidly. However, this process was much slower than they imagined. Spatial 8 styles was too difficult and complicated. Successive magnificence. Illuminating day. Unparalleled. Tian done. Yi Yuan, you're no longer my match anymore. After I completely digest these 8 styles, it will be enough to rank in the top 5 of the mountain. Challenger lists rankings. Scarlet Plume said excitedly. His understanding of spatial 8 styles was still only on the surface. The reason why it was powerful was because of the support of his cultivation, realm and spatial rule. With his horizons, no matter what moves he executed, the power would not be weak. If all the techniques of the spatial 8 styles were so easy to learn, it would have been impossible to become Mi Tian's trump card too. But he could slowly digest these spatial rule comprehensions, turning it into his own eventually. This was also the reason why his improvement was so great. Yi Yuan still ignored Scarlet Plume and just made one move after another. Jade Cicada! Boom! Yi Yuan was directly slammed flying out, getting injured again. Scarlet Plume looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "Alright, all your spatial rule comprehensions, I've already learned them. This battle ends here. You didn't kill Anshan and didn't kill Dai. I'll spare your life too. Concede defeat." Yi Yuan stood up with some difficulty. Looking at Scarlet Plume, he suddenly smiled. That smile made Scarlet Plume feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Yuan's face did not have any depression from failure. "Scarlet Plume, you really surprised me a lot. You are a very powerful opponent, but you're not the only one who improves in battle." "Ha!" Yi Yuan roared, and the dragon race pressure on his body suddenly erupted. Earth Kuan grade bloodline crushed many people until they could not breathe. But his aura did not stop here. Boom! The bloodline pressure did not stagnate in the least bit, directly breaking through Earth Kuan grade, reaching Heaven Qian grade. Heaven Qian grade bloodline. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This guy actually broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline in the middle of a fight. It's too fake, right? When did bloodline become so easy to upgrade? Earth Kuan grade to Heaven Qian grade, this is hell difficulty. How did he do it? To the true spirit race, the hardest to advance was not cultivation realm, but it was bloodline. The higher up, the more difficult. Especially reaching Earth Kuan grade, even a tiny improvement was as hard as ascending to heaven. As for Earth Kuan grade to Heaven Qian grade, this threshold, virtually no one could cross it. The dragon race's Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were mostly innate. Those who promoted postnatal were extremely few. But now, Yi Yuan broke through in front of everyone. As dragon race descendants, how could they not be shocked? Scarlet Plume had a look of surprise too. However, he still shook his head and said, "Heaven Qian grade bloodline? I admit it. You are indeed very strong. But thanks to you, my current strength has already improved significantly. Heaven Qian grade bloodline isn't enough yet." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Is that so? Then you try receiving a move from me." Scarlet Plume could not help laughing and said, "You should be clear that these 8 moves are no longer useful against me. Even if you broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's the same too." Yi Yuan did not speak, a hint of a dangerous smile flashing across the corners of his mouth. In a blink of an eye, the overwhelming aura on his body suddenly changed. "I just created this move. Try receiving it." The first form of space wave. Washing sand. Scarlet Plume's pupils constricted, immediately feeling the change in Yi Yuan's body. But he did not care, because from the beginning until now, he had never used his own trump card. Ultimate move. Her? Since that's the case, then I'll let you witness my trump card too. Watch closely, Dragon God Bow. Behind Scarlet Plume, a pair of red wings was actually born, his bloodline. Power instantly rising to the extreme. This move was his ultimate trump card. Fighting with Yi Yuan until now, he never used it either. The moment this move came out, it caused an uproar again. It's Dragon God Bow. Lord Scarlet Plume is finally using this move. No, wait, this isn't Dragon God Bow. The power of this move is much stronger than Dragon God Bow. What the hell do you know? Lord Scarlet Plume comprehended a lot of that, boy. He fused his comprehension into Dragon God Bow. So that's how it is. Lord Scarlet Plume is really too awesome. This move was clearly extremely popular in the Dragon City tribe. As soon as Scarlet Plume used it, the whole place seethed with excitement. As if Yi Yuan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. It was only to see Scarlet Plume bend his body and bow in Yi Yuan's direction. Boom! The sky exploded. A raging to the extreme but immaterial energy collapsed toward Yi Yuan. Through space. A perfect combination of bloodline and space. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume was really a genius. He directly integrated the spatial rule utilization that he learned from Yi Yuan, turning it into his
Strongest Ultimate Technique.
The power of this move was explosive. At the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. However, compared to Scarlet Plume's huge commotion, it seemed a little quiet. On his side, there was naturally a series of contemptuous voices in the Dragon City tribe. This was your so-called ultimate move? It was also too weak, right? Boom! Space shattered, and energy exploded. The shattered space seemingly turned into a giant rolling wave, rushing toward Scarlet Plume. Just like the name wave washing sand, space was shattered into grains, drawing a wave above the void. It was too beautiful. The two ultimate techniques that two great geniuses created themselves collided together without the slightest flashiness. Boom! The earth trembled heavily, and mountains swayed. Those who were slightly weaker could not stand firm at all. In the next second, everyone was greatly shocked. It was only to see that above the void, Scarlet Plume suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth wildly, his enormous body unable to stand anymore, falling from the void. Boom! The ground directly had a large hole smashed out. Defeated. This is impossible. How can Lord Scarlet Plume be defeated? Lord Scarlet Plume, hurry up, quickly fight back. It's merely losing one move. It's no big deal. Lord Scarlet Plume, hurry up and come out to take care of this punk. Dragon City tribe, everyone was cheering Scarlet Plume on. But, inside the large hole, Scarlet Plume did not respond for a long time. Everyone's hearts thumped, having a bad feeling. Yi Yuan slowly landed and also took a long time before catching his breath. This fight was really difficult. However, thanks to Scarlet Plume, he unleashed all of his potential. Not only broke through his bloodline bottleneck, but he also even created an ultimate spatial technique that belonged to him. Concerning Mi Tian's spatial 8 styles, all the moves were extremely powerful. But those were part of Mi Tian's inheritance after all. What belonged to oneself was the strongest. Under Scarlet Plume's pressure, Yi Yuan finally achieved mastery of the 8 styles through a comprehensive study of the subject, comprehending the strongest move, wave washing sand. It was just that when Yi Yuan made his move, he condensed his strength without dissipating. That was why it seemed weak. But what Scarlet Plume, who had a showdown with him, received was a shocking blow. Under this blow, he absolutely did not have the strength to fight back anymore. Scarlet Plume was extremely talented. His comprehension ability was extremely strong. But, comparing comprehension ability, Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. Walking all the way until today, what he relied on was not a powerful bloodline, heaven-defying inheritance, but his comprehension ability that was powerful until it made people despair. Alchemy Tao, Formation Tao, Spatial Rule, the power of origin, without heaven, defying comprehension ability, how could Yi Yuan possibly go step by step from the mortal world to the peak of myriad worlds, even talking with hegemons? Scarlet Plume grew in battles. How was Yi Yuan not the same? I lost. From the large pit came Scarlet Plume's feeble and reluctant voice. Since his mountain challenging started, he had yet to taste defeat. Scarlet Plume's character was extremely strong, but such a failure still made him reluctant. Dragon City tribe instantly exploded. The old patriarch's face had a disbelieving look of shock. Feng Qingxian also had a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she did not quite dare to believe this conclusion. But Scarlet Plume already lost. Could it still be fake? Feng Qingxian came back to her senses and said with a light smile, "The genius that you all take pride in seems to have lost? Old patriarch, in comparison, it seems like the man that I'm curious about is even more extraordinary." The old patriarch looked at her and muttered, "But how is this possible? Scarlet Plume has clearly already grown tremendously during the fight." Feng Qingxian smiled and said, "That's because Yi Yuan grew more during the fight. Scarlet Plume is very strong. He's even stronger than some Heaven Qian grade bloodline, but it's also precisely because of this that it thoroughly stimulated Yi Yuan's potential. This. The old patriarch still did not dare to believe it, but at his age he knew that what Feng Qingxian said was right. Breaking through bloodline in the midst of battle, comprehending an incredibly powerful move. What was more monstrous than this? He originally thought that Yi Yuan was Scarlet Plume's stepping stone. But only now did he know that Scarlet Plume's existence was only to serve as a foil to Yi Yuan's monstrousness. More growth meant that his talent was greater. How is this possible? Lord Scarlet Plume actually admitted defeat. Lord Scarlet Plume has fought thousands of battles without a single defeat. Today, it's actually ended. I don't believe it. Lord Scarlet Plume won't lose. Clearly, Scarlet Plume had an extremely strong fan base in the Dragon City tribe. Even if Scarlet Plume admitted it himself, they were also not willing to believe that the god of war that they worshipped had actually been defeated. In their hearts, Scarlet Plume was invincible. Invincible? How could he be defeated? In the large pit, Scarlet Plume could no longer move. Yi Yuan appeared next to the pit and looked down at him from a height. Thank you for sparing my life, Scarlet Plume said. Yi Yuan looked at Scarlet Plume and said calmly, "You're very strong. It's a shame if you die. Keeping you around is useful, you still have important things to do. The spatial 8 styles. Just take it as a present for you." The Chaos Bloodstone was about to come into being. All the heavens would fall into chaos. With a genius like Scarlet Plume, it was naturally the more the merrier. This Scarlet Plume was a battle fanatic. He did not harbor evil intentions. Therefore, Yi Yuan pulled his punches at the final juncture. That was how Scarlet Plume was spared. Otherwise, under wave-washing sand, Scarlet Plume would already be a dead man. As for spatial 8 styles, Yi Yuan did not mind it being learned by Scarlet Plume. This set of styles, even if it was given to some people to learn, they would not be able to learn it too. There were too few who could comprehend spatial rule. Thank you, Scarlet Plume said. Being defeated by Yi Yuan, he felt very frustrated. But he would not resign himself to his fate. He was a powerful expert and not some silk pants. Otherwise, he could not have walked until this step today as well. This kind of defeat would only make him become stronger. But at this time, he felt a feeling of appreciation toward Yi Yuan. Have you heard? There's a new guy that appeared recently who's mountain challenging everywhere. He has already taken on the top 100 powerhouses on the Mountain Challenger list. I heard it too. This guy is fierce. Dragon City Tribe's Scarlet Plume made his world debut over 200 years and never had a single defeat. In the end, he was taken down by him. Too freaking impressive. His first stop was the Dragon City Tribe, taking on 3 cities in a row. After defeating Scarlet Plume, he went to challenge quite a few in the top 10, and he won all of them in the end. Where did this guy pop out from? This guy is a freak. He's clearly a human, but his bloodline already reached Heaven Shen grade. Too terrifying. I heard that his next target is our Dragon Abyss tribe. Heh? No matter how formidable he is, he's not Long Yi's match too. For so many years, how many people wanted to challenge his position? They all ended up losing. Lord Long Yi's strength is simply unbeatable in Emperor Cloud Heaven. That's for sure. Just based on this punk, he dares to challenge Lord Long Yi's position too. Simply a fool's talk. 2 years had already passed since challenging Scarlet Plume. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan Mountain challenged everywhere, virtually picking on East Billow region's powerful tribes without tasting a single defeat. Yi Yuan's reputation had already spread throughout the East Billow region. He was different from others, so it caused a great sensation. When others made a challenge, the majority started challenging the weak ones, slowly going towards stronger opponents. But Yi Yuan challenged Dragon City Tribe the moment he came up. Following that, he consecutively challenged another 10 powerful tribes. Of the powerful ones, there were even the top 5 on the Mountain Challenger list. This kind of battle achievement, it would not do even if you did not want it to cause a stir. Of course, this was also the effect that Yi Yuan wanted to achieve, ranking at the top of the mountain challenger list within the shortest time. The surrounding people's conversation landed in the ears of a male and female, two youngsters. Right now, people in the entire East Billow region are all singing praises of your deeds. Shouldn't you be a little proud? You're really hypocritical, Feng Qingxian said. Yi Yuan was very annoyed, ignoring her. This woman followed him for 2 years just like that. He could not even shake her off. His movements were too big. He had no way of shaking her off at all. Later on, this woman even broke through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan was even more unable to shake her off. I heard that this Long Yi is Heaven Qian grade bloodline, his combat strength. Closing in on Emperor Vast Heaven. Do you think that you're his match? This season's Mountain Challenger list is going to be out in these 2 days, right? With your battle achievements, it's enough to rank in the top 5. From start to end, it was all Feng Qingxian alone talking. Dragon Abyss tribe was very large. The members were also very strong. The two of them had already arrived at the outer periphery of the tribe. Recently, the Dragon Abyss tribe gathered a large batch of powerhouses. These people all wanted to watch Yi Yuan and Long Yi's fight. Therefore, dragons and snakes were mingling together in the outer periphery of the Dragon Abyss tribe. Yi Yuan's appearance naturally did not get too many people's attention. The objective of coming here was naturally to challenge the Dragon Abyss tribe's powerhouses. Mountain Challenger list's first place Long Yi and second place Wu Fa were both in the Dragon Abyss tribe. As for the third place, he had already been beaten down by Yi Yuan. Actually, this was not anything surprising. 2 years ago, Scarlet Plume comprehended the spatial 8 styles. His strength was already sufficient to enter the top 3. Yi Yuan directly defeated him. Yi Yuan naturally had the strength to enter the top 3. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted at the top of his voice. The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out. The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out. With this, everyone was boiling over with excitement. Even Yi Yuan was also greatly stirred. He did not expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually came out at this critical juncture. The publication of the Mountain Challenger list did not have too many rules. As for who published it, nobody knew either. But the majority speculated that the Mountain Challenger list was published by the Divine Dragon Envoy. It was just that this version remained to be confirmed. The Divine Dragon Envoy was very mysterious. There were not many who had seen his true face before. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of exclamations erupted in the crowd. How is this possible? Did the Mountain Challenger list make a mistake? Yi Yuan and Long Yi hadn't even fought before. What right does he have to rank first place? Unfair. This isn't fair. We strongly request Yi Yuan and Long Yi to fight. The crowd instantly exploded. This was the Dragon Abyss tribe's territory. The vast majority of the people were all Long Yi's worshippers. Currently, the person that they worshipped was actually judged to have lost. Before even fighting, it made them extremely displeased. Some people were already questioning the authority of the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingxian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. He became first on the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan spent some heavenly crystals and got a copy of the Mountain Challenger list too. The moment he looked, sure enough, his own name was ranked in the first place. Meanwhile, Long Yi's name was ranked second place. Of course, this was just the position of the name being listed out. There was not even a sequence number in front of their names. Only all the way until the 11th name was there a sequence number. First place, Dragon Abyss Tribe, Long Lei. Yi Yuan knew this person. He was originally number 9 on the Mountain Challenger list. Now, he was actually squeezed to the 11th position. Yi Yuan knew that the people without a ranking on the Mountain Challenger list were people who were taken fancy upon by the Divine Dragon Envoy and preparing to be brought into the Heavenly Dragon Island. This was also to say that his hard work of more than 2 years finally brought him the result that he desired. I didn't expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually directly ranked me. As first place, Yi Yuan also said in surprise. It's not surprising. The Mountain Challenger list is a comprehensive ranking. It doesn't completely look at battle results. You're ranked first. Naturally shows that your strength and potential are stronger than everyone. Feng Qingxian said. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense too. On this Mountain Challenger list, among the top 30, only he was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, he had already broken through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Coupled with spatial rule, his strength was formidable. Ranking in the first place was also not incomprehensible. He was very confident that as long as he broke through another minor realm and reached Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, sweeping through this list would not be anything strange too. All around were indignant people. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about them and quietly left. Suddenly, an old man blocked his path. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. This was a bloodline warrior, but his strength was extremely strong. You're Yi Yuan? The old man asked, looking like he was talking down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, It's precisely me. May I ask who Senior is? The old man said lightly, I'm Lord Divine Dragon Envoy's servant. I'm here to give you the Divine Dragon token. As he said, the old man threw Yi Yuan a token and said, Half a month later, take the Divine Dragon token and go to the East Sea's shore. There will be a flying boat there. The few of you will board the boat by relying on the Divine Dragon token. At that time, there will naturally be someone to guide you all to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Yi Yuan received the token and said with a bow, Many thanks, Senior. The old man nodded slightly, seemingly still considered satisfied with Yi
Yuan's attitude.
However, he said to Feng Qingxian, If Miss Qingxian is interested, you can come along with him. Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes the young patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Feng Qingxian was overjoyed when she heard that and said, Thank you very much, Senior. Feng Qingxian will definitely go. The old man nodded his head and turned around. He then left. Once the old man left, Feng Qingxian said excitedly, Brat, even the Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes me. You can't shake me off? Hee. However, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, Don't you feel that something is not quite right? Half a month later at the East Sea's shore, when Yi Yuan hurried over, the others had already arrived. When Scarlet Plume saw Yi Yuan, he said rather warmly, Brother Yi, you're finally here. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Scarlet Plume. You are ranked third on the Mountain Challenger list. Scarlet Plume smiled and said, That's all in the past. Once we enter Heavenly Dragon Island, everything will have to start over from the top. Clearly, Scarlet Plume had a great mentality. It was also precisely this kind of powerful mentality that let him rise rapidly. Yi Yuan swept with his peripherals and discovered that the surrounding environment was somewhat disorderly. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume's aura was somewhat chaotic. His body had some injuries too. He immediately understood something. Scarlet Plume noticed Yi Yuan's gaze and said with a smile, Wu Fa refused to accept that I'm ranked third, so he challenged me. Not far away, a young man's face had a somewhat awkward expression. No need to say anything. Scarlet Plume won. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Impressive, Brother Scarlet Plume. Scarlet Plume smiled bitterly and said, But I challenged Long Yi and lost. This guy is too strong, be careful. Yi Yuan was taken aback, immediately understanding something. At this time, Long Yi was currently looking at him with a provoking gaze. His goal was self-explanatory.
Yi Yuan.
If you're a man, accept my challenge. You got conferred without fighting. I, Long Yi, refuse to accept it as final. Long Yi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, Is this number one that important? Long Yi said, Of course, It's important. No matter where I long am, I'll only be number one. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, sorry, I'm not interested. These guys, each and everyone still did not know what was going to happen. They were actually still in the mood to seek to prevail over others here. So what if you got first place? Did you really think that you all could enter Heavenly Dragon Island? It was just that Yi Yuan did not say these words out. However, apart from Scarlet Plume, the others clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. Yi Yuan, it turns out that you're merely someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Coward. You challenged us, but now that you ran into the strongest Long Yi, you're scared? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to enter Heavenly Dragon Island at all. Don't even have the courage to rectify your name. What qualifications do you have to enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Heavenly Dragon Island only accepts the strong. A good-for-nothing like you isn't fit to enter at all. These people were all Yi Yuan's defeated foes. They were brimming with vigor and vitality and did not have Scarlet Plume's mentality. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not answer the challenge, they instinctively thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Furthermore, Long Yi's might was indeed entrenched in people's hearts. Being able to defeat the current Scarlet Plume, there was already no need for explanations. The current Scarlet Plume, his strength was significantly greater than when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. Humph! Whether to compete or not isn't up to you. Long Yi snorted coldly, and the aura of his body suddenly erupted, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. This place was no longer whatever mountain challenging. A word of disagreement and weapons were drawn. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two people clashed together, being locked in a struggle. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were set off from the fighting space, shattering. These two people's strengths were both formidable to the extreme. Among Emperor Cloud Heavens, no one was stronger than the two of them. So strong. It turns out that this guy is so strong. How is that possible? He actually fought to a draw with Long Yi. Turns out that when he was fighting with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded their imagination. In reality, in the mountain-challenging battles, Yi Yuan only fought very arduously when fighting with Scarlet Plume. In that battle, he himself also benefited a great deal. The opponents ever since then could not make him muster up interest at all. It resulted in these people having a misconception that Yi Yuan was not very strong and was not worthy of being number one at all. But now, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. It was completely not on the same level. In the crowd, Scarlet Plume was also very shocked and muttered, "Not seeing for 2 years, Yi Yuan is already powerful to this extent? I thought that my improvement was fast enough. I didn't expect that he actually already shook me off far behind. Without comparison, there would not be any harm." What Scarlet Plume took pride in was his comprehension ability. Comprehending in battles, becoming stronger in fights. His fight with Yi Yuan might have been by chance. But 2 years later, Yi Yuan's improvement far exceeded his imagination. He finally understood that there was not the slightest fluke in Yi Yuan's winning him. Yi Yuan has already comprehended the second form of his ultimate spatial technique. It just depends on whether or not Long Yi can force him to this step. But looking at it now, it seems like he can't. By the side, Feng Qingxian said faintly. Scarlet Plume's entire body trembled, full of disbelief. Back then, he lost to the first form, Wave Washing Sand. It had just been 2 years, and Yi Yuan had already comprehended the second form. Yi Yuan displaying spatial 8 styles opened another door for Scarlet Plume. 2 years had passed, and he was still digesting the application of spatial 8 styles. Spatial 8 styles was too vast and complicated. But Yi Yuan actually already walked even further on his own path. This was really a merciless crushing. Spatial first form, Wave Washing Sand. Above the void, Yi Yuan bellowed. Long Yi was slammed into the sea like a cannonball. This battle ended. The remaining 8 people were all rendered speechless. At this point, Yi Yuan, this number 1, could be considered to be duly deserved. Coward? Good for nothing? No qualification to enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Hoo-hoo. If even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then what do you all count as? A bunch of trash. You're not Yi Yuan's match and you still hope for others to defeat him? Is this the dragon race's geniuses? What a joke! Feng Qingxian ridiculed without holding back in the slightest. The group of geniuses wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Being looked down upon by people was not scary, but being despised by a woman was frightening. Of course, being despised by a beautiful woman was even scarier. At this time, a streak of light approached from afar, resolving everyone's awkwardness. The flying boat came. Someone came down from the flying boat. It was precisely the old man who gave the token. All come on up. Remember to show your token. Otherwise you'll be obliterated, the old man said lightly. The party boarded the flying boat, seemingly already forgotten about the conflict previously, appearing somewhat excited. Heavenly Dragon Island was the place that all of East Billow region's dragon race descendants yearned for. They challenged mountains everywhere in order to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. How many life forms did the East Billow region have? But there were only merely 10 of them who were able to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. This was glory. Senior, after entering Heavenly Dragon Island, do we need to take note of anything? Someone asked flusteredly. The old man said coolly, after getting on the island, there will naturally be someone who'll inform you guys. Senior. Everyone was trying to get a word in, attempting to inquire about the situation on the island. After all, it was a new place. They knew absolutely nothing. However, the old man had a nonchalant appearance, answering very perfunctorily. Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if he was an outsider and had nothing to do with this. Several days later, a large island appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has chaos heavenly dragons taking in and spitting out heaven and earth spiritual energy. There's immortal mist lingering on the island all year round. Is this place Heavenly Dragon Island? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. The moment everyone heard, they thought the same too. This place was too different from the place that they yearned for. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance, standing with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, what the world knows has mostly been rumors, snowballing. You believe it too? Yi Yuan continued. I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island formed its independent space. This place doesn't seem to be so. The old man frowned and said unhappily, Kid, do you think that by getting on the Mountain Challenger list, you're very impressive? After getting to Heavenly Dragon Island, I'll be more obedient. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I even heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has a lot of true dragons. True dragons can be seen swimming everywhere in the sky. But there's nothing to see here. The old man was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this kid had been to the Heavenly Dragon Island before? What Yi Yuan described was exactly the same as Heavenly Dragon Island. However, he would not show it on his face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you questioning the Divine Dragon Envoy servant? The Divine Dragon token that was given to you all wouldn't be fake, right? Originally, hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts were somewhat nervous, but this sentence calmed them down. Yi Yuan smiled and stopped talking. The old man let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this kid was really too astute. He almost spilled the beans. He was only Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. If these few little fellows revolted, the matter that Master entrusted would probably be screwed up. When the flying boat landed on the island, the old man's heart finally settled down. More than 10 people came over to welcome them. They were all Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty experts. The person at the front was even a great emperor at Emperor Sacre Heaven Realm. These are all this batch's Mountain Challenger list's geniuses? The great Emperor's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The old man gave a bow and said, "Yes, master. The top 10 on the mountain. Challenger list are all here." Yi Yuan was startled in his heart. This great emperor was the divine dragon envoy. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this divine dragon envoy actually did not have the aura of the blood race on his body. Why did he see through that old man at a glance? It was because he had the blood race's aura on his body. Yi Yuan's origin of chaos blood was very sensitive to the aura of the blood race. This old man was not a blood slave, but the blood in his body had been remolded before. At that time, Yi Yuan had already detected that something was wrong. Actually, after arriving at Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Yi Yuan had always been very curious. The 33 heavens' other planes were all suffering the torment of the blood race. But this place seemed to be calm and tranquil, all the way until Yi Yuan encountered the divine dragon envoy's servant. He finally confirmed that the blood race still extended their fiendish claws toward Void Shrine illuminating heaven. It was just that they did not invade with great fanfare. Instead, they made arrangements in secret. "Who's Yi Yuan?" Divine Dragon Envoy suddenly asked. The old servant pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "It's him." The Divine Dragon Envoy sized Yi Yuan up and down. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves grandly. It was only to see a gust of hurricane howl past, closing in on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned pale with fright, his bloodline pressure erupting wildly, directly bringing forth his strongest attack. Second form of space, Dragon's Roar. However, this hurricane was like a metal plate. It was as if he collided right onto the metal plate. Bang! Yi Yuan was directly bounced flying. Yi Yuan was greatly enraged and rushed in front of the Divine Dragon Envoy, roaring angrily, "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" The Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! What pure bloodline! I really didn't expect that your human race's fleshly body actually has such a pure dragon race bloodline. Indeed, well deserving of being number 1 on the Mountain Challenger list. Yang Yi, the quality of this batch of kids is pretty good. There will be rewards." The old man smiled broadly and said, "It's all master who was skillful in guidance. Yang Yi doesn't dare to claim credit." The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze looked toward Feng Qingxian and said with a smile, "Didn't expect that this time even the Fire Phoenix clan's dethroned young patriarch is brought here too. Not bad. Really not bad." With this, everyone's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the situation was not quite right. The eyes that this Divine Dragon Envoy looked at him with did not seem to be appreciating whatever young geniuses. It looked like he was looking at a prey. Instead, previously, when Yi Yuan questioned the old servant, they still did not take seriously. Now, they discovered that this heavenly dragon island really had something very wrong with it. "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" Long Yi questioned. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "There's no meaning. It's just that, seeing each and every one of you have powerful bloodlines, this seat is very gratified." Long Yi's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're not the Divine Dragon Envoy. What objective did you hoodwink us here for?" Divine Dragon Envoy smiled lightly and said, "This seat being the Divine Dragon Envoy is without a doubt. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon tokens fell down from the sky? Only the Heavenly Dragon Island can make this thing. It's not what anyone can imitate. Alright, don't think too much, because very soon you all won't need to think anymore. After getting on the island, you all will understand." Long Yi's expression changed drastically, his figure immediately flashing, about to escape. Divine Dragon Envoy seemed to have long gotten used to this scene, lightly smacking a palm out. Bang! Long Yi's back was hit by the palm, vomiting out blood with a cough, and he no longer had the strength to run away. Everyone who was originally still thinking of escaping immediately ceased all actions. This divine dragon envoy was an origin realm mighty expert. They could not escape at all. Hoo-hoo! Be more obedient. Arriving here you can forget about leaving. Remember, you all are making a contribution to the dragon race. You should feel honored. Divine Dragon Envoy said with a faint smile. At the same time, he gave a look to the people around him. There was immediately someone who stepped out of the ranks, chaining Long Yi up, while the others swarmed out, chaining handcuffs and shackles on the rest. These handcuffs and leg shackles were specially made. After they wore them, they only felt that their bloodline power was completely locked, unable to unleash at all. Hence, the 11 geniuses became prisoners. Feng Qingxian was shocked in her heart. Everything was as Yi Yuan expected. Previously, she did not believe it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was kicking up a big fuss over nothing. It was because the divine dragon token was not fake. But now, everything was practically the same as Yi Yuan said. Feng Qingxian had 100,000 Ys in her heart. The divine dragon envoy was clearly real. But why would he lay his hands on his clansmen? This fake heavenly dragon island was right under the eyelids of the heavenly dragon island. There was actually nobody who cared? What were they capturing a few geniuses for? So on and so forth. Feng Qingxian could not figure it out. Everything could not be explained. But very clearly, everything was as Yi Yuan predicted. The divine dragon envoy detained the group of geniuses and entered a water dungeon. In the water dungeon, Long Yi and the rest were shocked to the extreme. It was because they saw many familiar faces. I sent that Lord Long Qingyi? He was the number 1 on the last season's Mountain Challenger list. Why would he be here? Also him, East Billow Region's legend, Lord Tai Chin. He swept across East Billow Region back then and was the idol of all the mountain challengers. He's actually being trapped here too. That's Lord Dongyu. He was our Dragon Sur tribe's number 1 genius. Didn't expect that he actually landed here too. Just what on earth is this place? Seeing one familiar figure after another destroyed their willpower. Some geniuses. 1,000 years had already passed from now. They were still being trapped here. What did this indicate? It showed that they would also be spending the remainder of their lives in this place. The water dungeon was huge with countless prisons. It was sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was like an underground city. No sun could be seen all year round in this place. It was as if it was hell on earth. Yi Yuan saw that there were some who were already tormented until they did not look human anymore. There were not only true spirits here. There were many humans too. It was just that those humans were all in great agony, struggling and rolling around in the water dungeon. Arg? I beg you all, kill me. You bunch of brutes. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you all off too. It hurts. It's hurting me to death. I'm going to explode. Everyone looked over, only to see a human powerhouse swell up into a ball. Then, with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of minced meat. Very bloody. The few people's complexions were deathly pale. Although they had fought countless battles, they had never seen this kind of extremely tragic scene before. People were less than animals in this place. Where on earth is this place? Why does the divine dragon envoy do this kind of cruel thing? Long Yi could not resist asking. Hoo-hoo? This is for our dragon race's future. If we can grasp the secret of bloodline evolution, then everyone will be able to become hegemons. Our dragon race will be able to become the overlord of myriad worlds. Even thinking about it makes people excited. This blood dragon island was constructed for this. Your bloodlines shall also contribute a portion of strength for the dragon race's future. The divine dragon envoy's eyes were full of fanaticism. Everyone becoming hegemon? Long Yi's entire body trembled as he said. The divine dragon envoy smiled and said, "That's right. This blood dragon island has already been built for more than 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, we've made tremendous progress. The day where everyone can Become hegemon isn't far off. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pointed at a metal jail and said, "Are you talking about him?" Inside the metal jail, a half-human half-beast fellow was currently staring fixedly at the few people who came in with scarlet red eyes, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. One could tell from his appearance that this should have originally been a human. But he grew a pair of weird wings on his body, his ears were also sharpened to a point, his mouth growing out savage tusks, his entire person looking incomparably strange and ugly. His 4 limbs were on the ground. Actually, it could not be counted as 4 limbs anymore because his 4 limbs were all animal legs. However, the first feeling that he gave Yi Yuan was not ferociousness but wretchedness. He had the origin of blood and could feel that this person had mixed at least more than 10 types of bloodline power in his body. And these dozen over kinds of bloodline powers could not be superimposed perfectly. They would even have conflicts with each other. He could feel how much pain this person had to endure. Of course, this person already completely did not have his own consciousness. He was filled with killing intent throughout his body. This half-human half-beast fellow actually already reached the hegemon realm. Around him, those ferocious beasts did not even dare to breathe loudly, instinctively fearing him. Clearly, this guy was very dangerous. But the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart started surging uncontrollably. This bunch of guys simply had no bottom line when doing things. The divine dragon envoy seemed to be very proud of himself as he said, "That's right. This guy is called Zhao Yu. He was originally just a good-for-nothing. After he cultivated to Emperor Vast Heaven, he was unable to make any more advancements. It was us who bestowed upon him eternal life, possessing sublime strength." Roar! A terrifying to the extreme aura came over. Everyone saw Zhao Yu pouncing. Over here. Even if these were all geniuses, even if they clearly knew that the likelihood of Zhao Yu breaking out of the locked cage was not high, they were still frightened until they took several steps back. A woo! The water prison surged with electricity. Zhao Yu screamed miserably and was directly electrocuted back. This water prison was clearly specially constructed. Could even withstand the hegemon realm Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Then how strong was the person who fixed up the cage? Could it be that the heavenly dragon island's upper echelons had something to do with this too? Highly probable. The reason why he went deep into the tiger's den was to investigate this matter. Senior, I guess that the matter here likely has something to do with how you almost died back then, right? Yi Yuan said to Mi Tian. Mi Tian was silent for a long time and said with a sigh, "I don't know either, but it's probably related. It looks like the blood race had already started making plans at that time." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "To the blood race, you all, these chaos true spirits are the real treasures. Whether or not the chaos bloodstone can open the door of eternal life and reach the great beyond, perhaps the key lies with you all. However, you all are too strong. He can only do it in secret. This scheme has lasted for several 100,000 years. What extravagant preparations! Chaos true spirits could be said to be the peak of bloodlines. Their bloodline was bestowed by heavenly Tao. Therefore, if the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to reach the great beyond, it would naturally be of great reference value to him. If he was the Chaos Bloodstone, he would not let them off too. But Chaos True Spirits were too powerful. Innate Chaos True Spirits were existences on the same level as the Chaos Bloodstone. Regarding these powerhouses that were born from heaven and earth, each of them was powerful to the extreme. Just like Mi Tian back then, he was already a top hegemon that roamed the heavens unobstructed, sweeping across the Soul Clan with his strength alone. This kind of existence, even if it was the Chaos Bloodstone, the Chaos Bloodstone would be very wary too. Let alone that Void Shrine illuminating heaven's powerhouses were not just Mi Tian alone. Mi Tian fell silent again. Yi Yuan could feel the struggle in his heart currently and stopped speaking. Actually, Yi Yuan already faintly had some guesses. It was just that Mi Tian did not say anything, so he could not ask too much as well. Hoo-hoo? He's currently like a wild beast without his own will at all. Most likely you all can't control him at all. That's why you'd lock him in the cage, right? If you let him out, the first one that he'll kill will probably be you. Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a cold smile. The Divine Dragon Envoy was indifferent and said with a smile, "So what? We've already found a way to control him. He'll be very obedient. The few of you are all very talented. Perhaps in the future you all will be able to step into the legendary Chaos Grade bloodline." The eyes that the Divine Dragon Envoy looked at the few people with made everyone shudder without feeling cold. Nobody wanted to become like Zhao Yu, possessing the strength of Hegemon realm but becoming a wild beast that was at other people's beck and call. What was the point? Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy, not concealing his killing intent in the least bit. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, I feel very optimistic about you. Judging from our past experiments, the human race's physical body has the highest compatibility. Very soon you won't be using this sort of eyes to look at me. You'll be thanking this seat." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Soon you'll be thanking me too." Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you've got personality. Like it. I hope that in the future, you'll become stronger than him. Take them away." The group was taken away again. When Yi Yuan walked past Zhao Yu's water prison and saw that miserable appearance, the killing intent in his chest sprang up again. Suddenly, his gaze and Zhao Yu's gaze met, and he could not help trembling all over. He saw a trace of anguish from that ferocious to the extreme gaze, a trace of seeking deliverance from the pain. This Zhao Yu actually still had a last strand of self-consciousness remaining. Senior Long ran. "There's no need for me to say anything more, right?" In a secret cave of the Dragon Abyss tribe, Yi Yuan put away the light screen in front of him and said calmly. This Yi Yuan was his human soul clone, the enshrouding mist soul physique. He naturally would not venture into this fake heavenly dragon island without due consideration. Otherwise, it would be sending himself to death. Hence, he found this hidden cave under Mi Tian's guidance. It was Dragon Abyss, tribe's progenitor Long Ran's cave abode. He was a Hegemon realm powerhouse. In order to convince Long Ran, Mi Tian directly revealed his identity. But if Yi Yuan said that the heavenly dragon island was actually laying there, hands on their own people, Long Ran would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, the heavenly dragon island was the dragon race's holy land. Therefore, Yi Yuan split his origin divinity into two, leaving his human soul clone here. Then he used a soul race secret technique to share what the dragon race soul clone saw and heard, displaying his experience on the light screen. Shock was written all over Long Ran's face, his heart in wrenching pain and bitter hatred. Long Yi did not recognize the people there, but Long Ran knew many of them in the water prison. During these 100,000 years, those geniuses who entered Heavenly Dragon Island actually all entered the Blood Dragon Island. Some were no longer around. Some became like disembodied ghosts. Why would Heavenly Dragon Island lay their hands on their own clansmen? Long Ran practically roared out. He was too disappointed, too shocked. Heavenly Dragon Island had deceived them for 100,000 years. These 100,000 years, how many geniuses had the East Billow region produced? These geniuses actually all died at the hands of their own people. Seeing the miserable appearances of those younger generation disciples, Long Ran felt heartache to the extreme. Yi Yuan clearly saw tears at the corners of his eyes. In reality, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's chest could no longer be contained. To be able to make a Hegemon realm who had lived for several 100,000 years shed tears, it could be seen how tragic Blood Dragon Island's situation was. War and death were very tragic. But, using some fresh lives to do human experimentation, this kind of cruelty simply could not be described. Animals were better. Because of the blood race, They exploited Heavenly Dragon Island's ambition, Yi Yuan said. Long Ran's pupils constricted, his gaze gradually turning cold as he said, Come. 3 days later, several hundred powerhouses from more than 10 major tribes set off for Blood Dragon Island. Lord Bloodless, the divine dragon envoy said respectfully to the blood race powerhouse in front of him. When Yi Yuan saw this blood race powerhouse, his pupils could not help constricting. Hegemon realm. There was actually a hegemon realm on this Blood Dragon Island. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that this hegemon realm was very strong. He originally thought that the divine dragon envoy was responsible for Blood Dragon Island. Did not expect that there was actually such a powerhouse. Could Long Ran be his match? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not sure whether or not there would be other hegemon realms on this island. This was somewhat troublesome. But at this time, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to release. Bloodless swept a glance over everyone, his gaze finally stopping on Yi Yuan, and he said in pleasant surprise, "This batch is pretty good. Especialidis. Kid. Having a human physical body but his bloodline power is extremely strong. A fine sapling. Perhaps our blood bestowal can obtain great success this time." Divine Dragon Envoy said in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, could it be?" Bloodless nodded with a smile and said, "Heaven rewards the faithful. The new conversion blood crystals are finally out. With these, we'll be able to control those berserk guys." Divine Dragon Envoy was agitated until he was almost weeping and said, "Lord, Bloodless has toiled hard and rendered great merits. The dragon race is endlessly grateful." Bloodless smiled and said, "We're an organic whole, bound together for good or ill. What's the talk about toiling hard and rendering great merits? We need to wait for another 2 days and the conversion blood crystals will be able to come out. Lock them up first and fuse 2 days later." The Divine Dragon Envoy waved his hand, commanding people to take Yi Yuan and the others away and to lock them in the water prison. There were handcuffs on their hands, shackles on their legs, and the water prison even had powerful restrictions. This bunch of people was practically waiting for death. Feng Qingxian said in despair, "Yi Yuan, you've doomed me this time. If this young lady dies here, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Crack. Her voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's handcuffs fell right off. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "This isn't your bloodline sealed?" Long Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said, with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "My bloodline can't be sealed. Got to be kidding." He had the origin of blood. It was the source of all bloodlines. Seal his bloodline? It did not exist. Feng Qingxian said excitedly, "Hurry! Quickly untie me." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not yet." Feng Qingxuan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm going to scout out this underground city. Bringing you all along is too cumbersome." Feng Qingxian and Long Yi were speechless. Yi Yuan said, "All of you hold your horses. In less than 3 days someone will come and save us." Long Yi said, "But powerhouses are plentiful like clouds here. There are even hegemon realm powerhouses. Even if people come, they can't save us too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then if your ancestor comes out of retirement?" Long Yi's entire body trembled, and he said, "You're saying, Ancestor Long Ran? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "His elderly self has already moved out and is currently calling the various major tribes to set off for Blood Dragon Island. At that time, blood will flow into rivers." Feng Qingxian said in shock, "It turns out that those few days you went to meet the Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor? This fellow you hid from me so bitterly." Yi Yuan said coolly, "This kind of thing, the less you know, the better. If you reveal any flaws, not only will it waste all the previous efforts, you'll even doom all of us." Feng Qingxuan's face turned black. This guy really did not show mercy when knocking someone down a notch. However, she also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But what Feng Qingxian was surprised by was that Yi Yuan acted too well along the way. All of his expressions were just right. He got angry when he should get angry, panicked when he should panic, and even when he should posture, he postured very adequately. Feng Qingxian did not expect that this guy still had this side. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others were shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan's meaning was that he had long anticipated everything, and he made complete arrangements. How did he discover it? The entire East Billow region was kept in the dark. How could a measly little Yi Yuan actually detect it? Brother Yi, since you've already seen through everything, why do you still let yourself get caught in danger? Scarlet Plume said in confusion. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he said, originally, I thought that the divine dragon envoy was being controlled by the blood race, so I wanted to come and probe. But then I didn't expect that the truth is actually like this. The blood race and Heavenly Dragon Island joined hands to inflict great suffering on the living. If I didn't sneak in, I also wouldn't have seen such a ghastly sight. The moment these words came out, the few geniuses revealed indignant expressions. Indeed, when they saw each one of those seniors being turned into things that were less than animals, the killing intent in their hearts could not be contained too. But even if these can't seal your bloodline, this water prison is being sealed by powerful restrictions. How will you get out? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan got up and said coolly, you all stay here first. Make sure not to reveal anything. I'll be right back. Finished saying, his figure moved, passing right through the door. Going out of the water prison and fading into the void, Yi Yuan avoided some restriction array formations carefully, heading towards the depths of the water prison. In less than half a day, Yi Yuan had gotten a rough idea of the water prison. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to go where it was too deep. There were a large group of powerful martial artists there and also many blood race auras. Clearly, this Blood Dragon Island had experts plentiful like clouds. At the end of the water prison, there was one secret room after another, with constant streams of people. Many people were brought into the secret room, and then they emitted extremely miserable sounds. Clearly, they were experimenting on those people. Killing intent surged in Yi Yuan's heart once more. However, he still forcefully pushed it down. A little impatience would spoil great plans. Yi Yuan wanted to know about the intel from the depths of the water prison, so he controlled his temper and secretly listened to the intel. After half a day passed, Yi Yuan discovered that they had started to get busy. I didn't expect that the first batch of conversion blood crystals actually went unexpectedly smoothly. With this, there will be work to be done. I heard that this batch of mountain challengers are all pretty good. There are a human Heaven Qin grade bloodline and a Fire Phoenix clan's Heaven Qin grade bloodline. People upstairs said that the conversion blood crystals this time will be fused with them. The few of you go to the secret room and prepare. Bring them. Over half a day later. Yes. In the dark, Yi Yuan's heart was shocked from listening. They were going to make a move so quickly? Wouldn't that mean that they could not wait for Senior Long Ran they all to arrive? This became troublesome. Damn it. Only half a day's time. This is a big problem. Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety, rushing back without stopping. When he passed through the water prison, his figure stopped. Suddenly, his eyes turned intent and he said, since we can't wait, then we'll have to do it ourselves. With a strategy in his heart, Yi Yuan returned to his cell like lightning. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, they could not help perking up. All shut up. Listen to me, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and immediately shut up. Yi Yuan said that whatever damn conversion blood crystal has already succeeded, they will be laying their hands on us very soon. We can't wait for Senior Long Ran to come anymore. Therefore, we can only do it ourselves. The moment these words came out, everyone immediately fell into despair. Long Yi smiled bitterly and said, Do it ourselves? Just based on the few of us? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, of course it's not the few of us. There are tens of thousands of powerhouses in this water prison. The weakest one is also true sovereign heaven realm. If we let them all out, we might not be unable to fight. Scarlet Plume said, but what about hegemon realms? Furthermore, it seems like the majority of those detained in this water prison isn't even Emperor Sakura. Heaven realm, right? This bit of strength, it isn't enough to fill the crevices between their teeth at all. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that solo cage in the distance. Everyone followed his eyes and could not help shuddering. Zhao Yu. Long Yi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, are you crazy? If we let him out, he'll be the first to tear us all apart. No way. Absolutely not. He's a monster. He doesn't have intelligence at all. He only knows to kill. Yi Yuan, stop joking. That monster has hegemon realm strength. Once he comes out, the entire water prison will be slaughtered by him. These people had an instinctive fear of Zhao Yu. This kind of fear was like a human encountering a wild beast. It would not reason with you and also would not listen to you. The only emotion that it had was killing. Letting such a monster out, wasn't that seeking death? Yi Yuan said coolly. Then, do you all have a better solution? Saying it like, if you don't let him out, you all won't die. Everyone could not help choking. All right, I'll release the seal on you all first, then go and save the others. Together, with the water dungeon's captives all rioting, they will turn this damn place upside down. Even if we die under Zhao Yu's hands with his destructive power, this Blood Dragon Island can forget about having anything left behind too, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, releasing everyone's handcuffs and shackles very quickly. In an underground palace in the depths of the water prison, the divine dragon envoy weighed the crystals in his hand, extremely delighted. Haha! With this, the time for our dragon race to unify the heavens has arrived. Lord Bloodless. For so many years, thank you for your hard work. Bloodless smiled and said, you're doing it again, no? These are all this seat's duties. I only hope that when the dragon race unifies the heavens in the future, Lord Mijun doesn't forget our blood race. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, Lord Bloodless is joking. Unifying the heavens. That's also our two races joining hands. The two people exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Bloodless sneered in his heart. A bunch of fools. In the past 100,000 years, he had already pretty much figured out the dragon race's bloodline. The Mother Stone progressed very quickly these few years and was almost about to be born. Chaos bloodline was indeed powerful. It was just a shame that he could not acquire genuine Chaos-grade bloodline. Otherwise, the Mother Stone would have long come into being already. However, it did not matter. After the Mother Stone came into being, he would personally come to take the Chaos-grade bloodline. Unify the heavens? What a joke. The one to unify the heavens is our blood race. Right at this time, a group of people ran into the Great Hall in a panic. A subordinate said, Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, things are bad. Things are bad. The water prison, the prisoners, are rioting. The Divine Dragon Envoy's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What's going on? Tell me in detail. That subordinate said, That punk called Yi Yuan. The sealing handcuffs actually can't lock him up. He has already opened up all of the water jails. The bloodline warriors in the water prisons and True Spirit clan members are all rioting. Bloodless said in surprise, Impossible. The sealing handcuffs were specially made by this seat. Unless their strength reached hegemon realm, it's absolutely impossible to open it themselves. That subordinate almost wanted to cry. Could he still lie about this sort of thing? Wanting to talk about this sealing handcuff, it was indeed formidable. In these 100,000 years, not the slightest mistake had occurred before at all. But this time, a problem occurred. The Divine Dragon Envoy recovered his composure very quickly and said coolly, It's merely a bunch of trash who had their blood essence drained. There's no need to kick up a huge fuss. Lord Bloodless, rest for a while. I'll be right back. Bloodless nodded his head and did not say anything. Those imprisoned in the water prison were mostly younger generation geniuses. Most were Emperor Cloud Heaven experts, and a minority were Emperor Vast Heaven experts. There was also an extremely small group of bloodline warriors that were Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses. However, that was merely it. To an Origin Realm powerhouse like this, it was not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Blood Dragon Island was heavily guarded. How could he possibly be the only expert? Bloodless, this hegemon realm did not need to take action at all. Under the Divine Dragon Envoy's word of command, Blood Dragon Islands powerhouses charged over towards the water prison. Just as he said, they were merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. With the Divine Dragon Envoy taking the lead, more than 10 Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm bloodline warriors were not even his match. These bloodline warriors were all captured to fuse with conversion blood crystals. Many people died. There was only one person that survived. It was Zhao Yu. When the Divine Dragon Envoy joined the battle, the rioting side started to lose ground very quickly. And at this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing in front of Zhao Yu's cage, his expression flickering indeterminately. This was a huge challenge to Yi Yuan too. He did not have the confidence to escape with his life from under Zhao Yu's hands. Even so, he saw the tiniest hint of remnant struggle in Zhao Yu's eyes. But he was a hegemon realm powerhouse after all. Not far away, Long Yi and the others were frightened until their legs were trembling, swallowing saliva nonstop. After I go in, you all immediately shut off the restrictions. If I die, you guys immediately run away. However far you can run, do so, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Although he knew that the likelihood of escaping was very low, it was better than sitting passively and awaiting destruction. Outside the water prison, there was a switch to control the restrictions. One could control it from the outside. This cage's restrictions were too powerful. Yi Yuan was unable to pass through. Two could only be controlled by Scarlet Plume. Yi Yuan, no way. Let's just charge out. This is too dangerous, Scarlet Plume said. Although the few of them were scared, they still felt incomparably moved in their hearts. Yi Yuan was using his own life to fight for their slim chance of survival. They could all feel that this Zhao Yu was very strong. After going in, once he was let out, his destructive power would definitely be very strong. But, with Yi Yuan going in alone, it was virtually certain death. It was not that Yi Yuan was being a hero who liked this sort of solemn melancholy of a brave warrior who would not be returning, but that this matter had to be done by him. Only he had a glimmer of hope. If the others went in, that was truly certain death with no hope of survival. Of course, he was also unreconciled to it in his heart. He was unwilling to die just like this. The Divine Dragon Envoy and Bloodless were here, committing crimes that were too numerous to be recorded. He was long already filled with killing intent in his heart. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "We can't charge out. Open it." Feng Qingxian did not speak. Looking at Yi Yuan from the back, her eyes somewhat misty. What kind of a man was this? Others did not know, but Feng Qingxian had a feeling that as long as he charged out of the water prison, Yi Yuan had a high probability of escaping with his life. This guy's methods were too many. But he did not escape. Instead, he chose the most dangerous way. In the next second, the restrictions opened, and Yi Yuan entered the cage like lightning. Scarlet Plume instinctively wanted to shut off the restrictions and flew out. Feng Qingxian smacked him, flying with a slap. "Feng Qingxian, what are you doing?" Long Yi roared angrily. "Either way, we can't go out either. Just die together." Yi Yuan dares to gamble with his life. "You all are men too. Are you so cowardly?" Feng Qingxian said coolly. The few people all lowered their heads in shame. Roar. The moment the restrictions opened, Zhao Yu's roar made everyone start to tremble. Yi Yuan only felt a pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. pressing over toward him. Every pore on Yi Yuan's body was exploding, virtually going to die. The feeling of facing a hegemon realm head-on, it virtually made people crumble. This was also Yi Yuan's first time facing such a terrifying existence head-on. He had seen before many hegemon realms, but someone like this, it was really his first time. At this moment, all actions were futile. Zhao Yu was too strong. This kind of might was that kind of primitive barbarity. It was as if he walked over from great antiquity. Swoosh! In virtually an instant, Zhao Yu pounced over toward Yi Yuan. Before even getting close, Yi Yuan was already shocked by Zhao Yu's powerful aura until he received internal injuries. Zhao Yu raised his sharp claws. As long as this claw landed lightly, even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, they would also be lost here. Life was hanging by a thread. You are not a monster. Yi Yuan practically used all the strength in his body to roar these 5 words out. Bang! Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing heavily onto the jail door. Opposite. Eft! Yi Yuan's innards were directly ruptured, spitting out a mouthful of bloody froth. But fortunately, he was still alive. Feng Qingxian and the rest were frightened until their faces turned white. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Feng Qingxian was about to run over. Don't come over. I won't die. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet by himself. Roar. Another roar. Zhao Yu already stepped out of the cage. The ferocious tiger had been unleashed. Zhao Yu's gaze was locked firmly onto Yi Yuan. Was that the power of origin just now? Long Yi said in shock. Scarlet Plume nodded and said, there's no mistake. That's the origin of blood. Furthermore, it seems to be different from that origin in hegemon bloodless body. The origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body seems to be purer and higher level. Long Yi said in surprise. Emperor Cloud Heaven comprehended the power of origin. See, this guy's trump cards really emerge in endless streams. Scarlet Plume also said in astonishment, looking at him challenging mountains. Back then, he didn't use his full strength at all. What he used were all dragon race means. Brother Yi is really an unmatched monster. The tiger's body trembling, making a hegemon realm submit? It did not exist. Zhao Yu's hesitation at the last moment was because of the origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body. Of course, you are not a monster. These 5 words had indeed struck the softest spot in the depths of Zhao Yu's heart. His sanity was virtually non-existent, but he ultimately still retained the tiniest trace of humanity. What was the struggle, the anguish, in the depths of his heart for? It was because everyone viewed him as a monster. If he had already completely had his consciousness die out, Yi Yuan's words naturally would not have an effect. But, as long as he still had a tiny trace, then these 5 words would be very crucial. And the release of blood origin made Zhao Yu's body instinctively understand. In his body, those disorderly bloodlines that were mingling and clashing together were being controlled. Yi Yuan wanted to tell him, I can let you not suffer the pain of bloodline havoc anymore. This was giving him hope. Under the combination of the 2 factors, Zhao Yu stopped at the final juncture. However, he was ultimately just a wild animal. Hence, Yi Yuan still nearly died. Roar! 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 The underground water prison was shaking until it was almost crumbling. Zhao Yu was in great pain currently. Yi Yuan dragged his heavily injured body and walked toward Zhao Yu. You are not a monster. You're the same as me. A human. Roar! Zhao Yu roared again. A tremendous force transmitted over Yi Yuan was sent. Flying once more. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably miserable. However, he still insisted on getting to his feet and continued walking toward Zhao Yu. By the side, the hearts of Feng Qingxian and the rest were practically leaping out of their throats. This was truly dancing on the edge of death. If Zhao Yu wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it would really just be a matter of batting an eyelid. You are not a monster. If even you yourself gave up, then you'll really be hopeless. Are you reconciled to it? Are you willing to let those people who turned you into this have their way? Roar! A typhoon swept over. Yi Yuan was directly swept up into the sky, smashing heavily onto the ceiling and falling onto the ground again. If it were anyone else, they would not even have the strength to get to their feet currently. But Yi Yuan did not give up. He got to his feet and walked toward Zhao Yu again. Each sentence from him came from the bottom of his heart. He saw Zhao Yu's agony. He also saw the pain of countless people like Zhao Yu. Compared to those people, perhaps Zhao Yu was fortunate instead. At least he survived. You've already suffered pain that others can't endure and survived. Could it be that you want to give up on yourself? No matter what you become, as long as your heart doesn't change, you're a human. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu, his eyes incomparably sincere. Feng Qingxian, Long Yi, and the rest were extremely moved too. It was because they all felt Yi Yuan's sincerity. He was not making use of Zhao Yu. He genuinely wanted to save this monster. They felt incredulous. If it were them, they absolutely could not do it. This kind of monster, they felt disgusted just by taking a look. As if moved by Yi Yuan's sincerity, Zhao Yu did not attack Yi Yuan this time. Believe me, I can turn you back into your original appearance. Yi Yuan walked in front of Zhao Yu, placed his hand on top of his head, and gently stroked him. Feng Qingxian and the rest opened their eyes wide. Zhao Yu actually became quiet. The divine dragon envoy directly crushed an Emperor Sakura heavenly emperor's head and threw the dead body to one side. This move intimidated everyone. The divine dragon envoy was not some flower vase. He was a mighty origin realm expert. Moreover, he even had many Emperor Sakura heaven realm powerhouses by his side. The rioting army's powerhouses started to despair. The opponent was too strong. He did not give them a chance at all. The divine dragon envoy's gaze swept over everyone's faces and said coolly, "Bunch of ant-like fellows. Just based on you people, you also want to escape. Blood Dragon Island? Forget about you all. Even hegemon realms can forget about leaving too." Everyone had fearful looks on their faces, all remaining silent and not. I said this before? Why don't I remember it? You must have heard wrongly. The divine dragon envoy was extremely terrified. Zhao Yu was staring fixedly at him. That ferocious gaze never left him up till now. A powerhouse at his level of cultivation realm originally should not be like this. But Zhao Yu's appearance and primitive, brutal aura indeed made people daunted at the sight of him. The divine dragon envoy was an origin powerhouse, but in front of Zhao Yu it was a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I feel that what you said is very right. As the divine dragon envoy, your hands are stained full of your own people's blood. You're not ashamed in the slightest, but take pride in it instead. You indeed have to pay the price for what you've done." The divine dragon envoy felt Yi Yuan's killing intent. His expression changed drastically as he said, "Yi Yuan, you understand. I was just obeying orders. The real executioner is someone else." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you really take me to be a kid who's still wet behind my ears? For over 100,000 years, the crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. Today, pay the price for the things that you've done." The divine dragon envoy's expression changed wildly, both legs trembling non-stop. Under Zhao Yu's tremendous pressure, he did not even have the courage to resist. But right at this time, a trace of ripple appeared in the air. Hegemon, Bloodless and Hegemon Dragonwild emerged. Two great hegemons descended at the same time. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that there was actually still more hegemon realm on this Blood Dragon Island. It looked like the dragon race had some people who attached a lot of importance to this place. "All right, the farce ends here," Bloodless said coolly. The divine dragon envoy drew a deep breath, feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. The two great hegemon realm powerhouses were here. He finally had the confidence. His gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, "Yi Yuan, are you very surprised? Didn't expect that there are actually two hegemon realms on Blood Dragon Island, right? Do you think that by controlling this monster, everything will go off without a hitch? Now I want to see who's paying the price. Roar. Zhao Yu opened his gaping maws and became more and more berserk. Bloodless was a target that he must kill too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Let's avoid them first?" Roar. Roar. Zhao Yu's angry roar became increasingly maniacal. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I understand. Since that's the case, you do as you wish then." Roar. The divine dragon envoy smiled coldly and said, "Beast-like thing, merely a defective product, that's all. To also dare call out in front of two great hegemon realms. With two great hegemons here, divine dragon envoy's courage also grew considerably. Regarding Zhao Yu, this kind of monster, he held him in contempt. Swoosh! Zhao Yu's figure instantly became blurry. A horrifying to the extreme aura swept over toward the divine dragon envoy. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry. Fleeing the battlefield, he sustained serious injuries and had not fully recovered yet. Bloodless snorted coldly and said, "Ignorant brute, courting death." Virtually at the same time, two great hegemons made a move at the same time, dealing with Zhao Yu. But the moment they made a move, the two people's expressions changed. Zhao Yu's sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the sky. A scent of incredible danger hit them head-on. Bang! Bang! Bloodless and Dragonwild's figures left faster than when they arrived. Zhao Yu repelled two great hegemons with one move. His figure continued pouncing over toward the divine dragon envoy, grabbing him in his hand and started tearing. At the same time, Yi Yuan displayed a spatial secret technique, bringing the majority of the people out of the battlefield. Those who failed to avoid it in time were directly shocked into meat paste by the aura of the three great hegemons. Also, those defective specimens that Zhao Yu brought, their two eyes turned bloodshot too, pouncing over toward the other Emperor Soccer Heaven experts. At once, the entire dungeon became a hot mess. There were powerful restrictions inside the dungeon. Everyone only saw the raging energy flying everywhere like stray bullets. Instant death upon contact. Boo, 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 boo. Zhao Yu tore the divine dragon envoy to shreds very violently. However, he did not tear apart his origin divinity. He swallowed it in one mouthful. He had an instinctive hatred toward the divine dragon envoy and would not let him die so easily. From start to end, the divine dragon envoy did not have any strength to fight back at all. The divine dragon envoy probably never even dreamed that he would die at the hands of the monster that he created. Perhaps this was the samsara of cause and effect. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu roared, seemingly feeling the delight of having taken revenge. Dragonwild and Bloodless seeing this scene, the two great hegemons' expressions were very ugly. This guy was very troublesome. Zhao Yu's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. In reality, it also greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's strength probably did not lose to peak hegemons already. Plus that brutal savage strength and imposing momentum that did not fear death, his combat power probably approached supreme hegemon. Bloodless and Dragonwild were both not weaklings, but they were still repelled by him with one move. Roar! Zhao Yu suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Bloodless. This was the second person that he was going to kill. After Bloodless became hegemon realm, he virtually did not know what fear was. But now he felt his hair stand on end. Zhao Yu was very dangerous. Swoosh! Zhao Yu turned into an afterimage, pouncing toward Bloodless. Bang! 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 Zhao Yu's attacks were incomparably fierce, without easing up at all. Bloodless did not even have the chance to use his ultimate move. Very primitive, very violent, but very strong. Dragonwild actually did not dare to join the battle for some time. This Zhao Yu was too ferocious and brutal. Dragonwild, if you still don't take action, the two of us will have to die here today. His strength is already infinitely close to supreme hegemon. Bloodless roared angrily. When Dragonwild heard that, he could only clench his teeth and join the fight. But it was useless. Zhao Yu fighting 1 against 2 completely suppressed them. The entire dungeon was reduced to fragments by the 3 people's battle. Even the restrictions started shattering. Finally, with a bang, the top of the dungeon had a large hole being punched. The stars outside could be seen. The 3 people directly fought their way out from underground. When those prisoners saw this scene, each and every one of their faces turned white. This kind of battle was too savage and brutal. They were unable to imagine, if it was not for Yi Yuan subduing Zhao Yu, would they have been torn to pieces or not? Such an existence made them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. Many people's eyes looked toward Yi Yuan. How did this guy do it? Such a ferocious existence. They felt their souls quiver just with one glance. Yi Yuan could actually subdue him. Furthermore, they could tell that Yi Yuan did not have any contractual relationship with Zhao Yu. But Zhao Yu, without any intelligence, was actually willing to listen to Yi Yuan's orders. This was simply too miraculous. But no matter what, they were saved. The feeling of seeing the light of day again was really too wonderful. The ferocious beasts that Zhao Yu brought out, their strength were all extremely powerful. Before long, Blood Dragon Island's elite powerhouses were all brutally killed. Those prisoners were all extremely thrilled. Today, this damn place that trapped them for several thousand years was finally going to be torn apart. Above the void, the battle was furious to the extreme. The 3 great hegemons battle was completely not like the battle of hegemon realms. Primitive and fierce. Zhao Yu disregarded getting injured, attacking Bloodless frenziedly. Bloodless' physical body had already been smashed many times. He only survived by relying on powerful revival from a drop of blood. But the more Bloodless fought, the more terrified he became. Was this guy really the monster that he created? Why was he so strong? When he hegemoned dragons and suppressed Zhao Yu in the past, he was clearly not so strong yet. This was of course Yi Yuan's work. Yi Yuan helped Zhao Yu to examine his bloodlines and discovered that the bloodline powers within his body were incomparably complicated. The conversion blood crystal that Bloodless spent 100,000 years to come up with was naturally not an ordinary object. With Yi Yuan's current ability, he could not resolve it at all. After all, this was a hegemon level thing. Yi Yuan discovered that those complicated to the extreme bloodlines had already completely fused into one entity with Zhao Yu and could not be separated at all. At least, with his current strength, he could not do it at all. But Yi Yuan thought of a way. It was to inject a drop of his blood essence into Zhao Yu's body. Of course, his fused bloodline was actually nothing to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's bloodlines were far stronger than Yi Yuan's fused bloodline. It was just that the bloodline conflict left him in the abyss of suffering at all times. It was also precisely because of this that Zhao Yu became extremely irascible. However, a trace of blood origin was contained in Yi Yuan's blood essence. The origin of chaos blood was the source of all blood. There was no need to say more about its power. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, this trace of origin power had the effect of a lubricant. It was just like Zhao Yu's bloodline powers. They were originally stacked together like miscellaneous things, but now they were arranged neatly. Therefore, Zhao Yu's control over his bloodlines became even more accomplished with high proficiency. He did not need to waste energy to go and maintain that complicated bloodline conflict. Hence, his combat strength went off the charts. Arg! 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 Why is it like this? How can it be like this? Bloodless also did not expect that this creature that he created was actually so powerful. Bang! 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 Bloodless' physical body was blown apart over and over again. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. You revive 10 times, I'll blow you apart 10 times. You revive 100 times. I'll blow you apart 100 times. Finally, after being blasted apart once more, he could no longer recover. The powerful hegemon Bloodless was completely killed by the monster that he created. Once Bloodless died, Dragonwild was unable to salvage the situation alone and fell very quickly. 2 great hegemons died at the hands of Zhao Yu, this monster. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, seemingly giving vent to the resentment in his heart. His intelligence was almost wiped out, but the instinct to take revenge was still there. Now that the great enmity had been avenged, his angry roar carried an inexplicable grief, moving people. Below, thousands of people felt deeply affected, as if they had experienced it. Too many people actually shed tears. In fact, what happened to Zhao Yu actually happened to them too. Finished venting, Zhao Yu leaped down and came before Yi Yuan, lying, prostrating. Clearly, he was thanking Yi Yuan. The current Zhao Yu was extremely respectful and submissive. How did he still have the demeanor of the king of all beasts? All around, thousands of people directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This person was sent by heaven to save them. Many thanks, Sir Yi, for your life-saving grace. Everyone spoke in unison. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, if you all want to thank Zhao Yu and his companions. I know that you all view him as a monster, but they are not monsters. They relied on powerful will to survive. Their humanity had not been extinguished. If that were not the case, even if I had exceedingly formidable abilities, I can't save all of you either. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was extremely ashamed. Transplanting conversion blood crystal had extremely high mortality. Those able to survive were anomalies. However, nobody saw them as humans, even if Zhao Yu and the others were once one of them. This kind of incomparably ugly monster, even they themselves felt disgusted too. And also, fear. But it was these monsters that they looked down on in their hearts that rescued them today and avenged them. And many thanks for Brother Zhao's life-saving grace. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for taking action. Gradually, more and more people bowed toward Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said with a smile, you look, they are all thanking you. Roar! Zhao Yu roared fiercely as though he was angry. Everyone was alarmed when they saw it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, he's happy. Only then did everyone feel relieved. The current Zhao Yu was no different from a wild beast. Everything was based on instinct. The only one that he trusted was Yi Yuan. This was because the sincerity of Yi Yuan was something that no one else had. In the horizon, more than 100 people in mighty contingents were flying over toward this side. These hundreds of people had an imposing momentum, seething with killing intent. Especially the old man in the front, he had an unstoppable momentum. These people were precisely the various tribe powerhouses that came from afar. Long Qianxiang, come out for this seat and die. His voice reached first before his person reached. Hegemon Long Ran's fury at this time could be seen. But when his figure appeared in the sky above Blood Dragon Island, his entire person was stunned. Where are the people? Long Ran said with a dumbfounded look. The auras of hegemons were very strong. Let alone that Zhao Yu had fought fiercely with the 2 great hegemons for the greater part of a day. Dragonwild's and Bloodless auras had not dissipated yet until now. Long Ran was very certain that there were 2 great hegemons who died. The entire Blood Dragon Island was a scene of desolation, being fought until it fragmented into pieces, becoming a wasteland. Even Long Ran, this hegemon realm, was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Two great hegemons falling. This was a huge matter. What was going on? Yi Yuan rose up into the air and said to Long Ran with cupped fists, Senior, Long Ran, Blood Dragon Island's matter has already been resolved. The 2 great hegemons on the island, Dragonwild and Bloodless, had been executed. Everyone who was involved in murdering their own people, they had all been beheaded. Long Ran had a stunned look again and said, are resolved? So it has nothing to do with me anymore. Roar! Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu rose up into the air and bared his teeth at Long Ran. brimming with killing intent. When Long Ran saw Zhao Yu's ferocious appearance, he could not help jumping in fright and was almost about to attack. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior, please stay your hand." The one who killed Dragon Wild and Bloodless was precisely Zhao Yu. "Zhao Yu, this is Senior Long Ran. Don't be rude." The moment Zhao Yu heard, he immediately stopped behind Yi Yuan and stopped, flying off the handle. When Long Ran saw this scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. Zhao Yu gave him an extremely dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if they really came to blows, he was most likely not this guy's match. Furthermore, this guy was incomparably savage. He was completely a wild beast. But he was actually so obedient in front of Yi Yuan. How did this boy do it? During this period of time, Yi Yuan had always been devoted to Blood Dragon Island's matter, and he cut off the connection with his human soul clone. Therefore, Long Ran did not know what happened here. It was also precisely because of this that when the human soul clone knew that things were bad, he urged Long Ran to hurry over. Long Ran did not expect that it actually had nothing to do with him anymore. After dispelling the heavy fog, everyone seemed to have stepped into paradise. Many true dragons were soaring in the sky. This place was the world of dragons. "Stop! Trespassing Heavenly Dragon Island is a capital offense." Suddenly a voice came out of the large fog. 2 Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm true dragons dashed out, blocking everyone's path. But very soon their expressions changed, because they saw thousands of people moving like a great flood, barging into Heavenly Dragon Island. Each one was very powerful. The old man in front was even an existence that made them tremble. "Long Min, you're really awe-inspiring, to dare block this seat's path." Long Ran said with a cold snort. This group of people was precisely Long Ran and party who came from Blood Dragon Island to denounce publicly for crimes. Originally, Long Ran planned on coming alone, but he listened to Yi Yuan's advice and brought these thousands of people all onto Heavenly Dragon Island. Apart from this, the leaders of East Billow region's various major tribes, as well as 4 other hegemon realm powerhouses, were all gathered here in order to put pressure on Heavenly Dragon Island. These people represented the entire East Billow region. This Elder Long Ran has returned. Long Min naturally doesn't dare to stop, but these people, each and every one of them, they are strange beings. How can they enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Whatever business Elder Long Ran has, you can enter the island with all the elders. As for the others, they had better remain outside. Long Min said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, but the meaning in his words was filled with disdain. These strange beings that he talked about, it was naturally referring to Zhao Yu and the rest. These people were filled with a savage aura on their bodies. In Long Min's view, they were not worthy to enter the island at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the 33 Heavens dragon race. Being a paramount place, these monsters getting on the island were desecrating the holy land. Long Ran and the rest of the hegemon realm powerhouses naturally had extremely high statuses in the dragon race. It was just that they were advanced in age and could not bear to part with their tribes. That was why they did not stay on Heavenly Dragon Island. But they were all Heavenly Dragon Island's hegemon realm elders. They naturally had the qualifications to enter the island. Roar! Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu roared furiously. His fiendish aura instantly spread throughout the entire island. Long Min's expression changed greatly. He felt the scent of death. It was not just Zhao Yu. Long Min's words made everyone who were already sensitive to begin with completely explode. This guy must be in cahoots with Long Chenxiang. Kill him. Take revenge for our dead brothers. Your father is risking it all today and fighting it out with Heavenly Dragon Island. Facing Long Min's discrimination, each and every one of them was extremely indignant and virtually wanted to rampage. Long Min could not quite hold them back anymore. Although he was aware that he was aloof from the masses, one look and it was clear that these people were not to be trifled with. Disregarding Zhao Yu, none of those monsters behind him was to be trifled with. Any random one that came out could tear him to shreds. Get lost. Otherwise, this seat will kill you now as a sacrificial offering, Long Ran said with seething killing intent. Long Min's expression changed repeatedly, and he said, Elder Long Ran, here is Heavenly Dragon Island. If you do this, you have to consider the consequences. Long Ran sneered and said, if this place isn't Heavenly Dragon Island, this seat wouldn't come. Today this seat came to ask Mijin whether or not he still takes this seat to be a clansman. Finished saying, he directly smacked Long Min flying with a slap and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Several thousand people marched for the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island in a mighty contingent. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island seethed with excitement at once. Many people were uncertain what it meant and even thought that there were enemies attacking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One powerful aura after another stepped out of the void. 1, 2, 3. 37 hegemon realms. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This was also too strong. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven only had 60 over hegemon realm powerhouses, while a single Heavenly Dragon Island actually had 37 hegemon realms already. Plus Long Ran the 5 of them. There were 42. Yi Yuan knew that there were definitely still many hegemon realms that had gone into hiding. Just one dragon clan, the number of hegemon realms was no less than 60. This power was too terrifying. How many hegemon realms did the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven have? No wonder the blood race did not dare to invade this place in a flagrant manner. Once they angered the 4 symbols family clans, several hundred hegemon realms joining forces could directly level them. With 37 hegemon realms stood proudly in the air, it completely suppressed the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's side at once. A hegemon realm whose aura was powerful to the extreme questioned Long Ran. Long Ran, do you want a rebel? Bringing a bunch of monsters and forcibly getting on Heavenly Dragon Island. What do you want? Yi Yuan felt that this person's strength was at least supreme hegemon level. 2. Rebel? Her? Long Jian, this old man's head isn't rotten. Can I rebel just by bringing these people? This old man came here today with no other intention than to seek justice for East Billow region's children and grandchildren. If Heavenly Dragon Island feels that our East Billow region is expendable, then you can very well annihilate all of us today. From now on, Heavenly Dragon Island is Heavenly Dragon Island, and East Billow region is East Billow region. We'll have no dealings with each other. Either way, in the eyes of you, all these hegemons who are far removed from the masses and reality, we're just a bunch of ants. Long Ran's words carried endless lament and resentment. On Blood Dragon Island, he understood everything. Looking at these monster-like children, his heart ached to the extreme. Over 100,000 years, how many geniuses died? Among these people, perhaps there would be hegemon realms appearing. No matter how lacking, there would also be a large batch of origin powerhouses. But they all died in their own people's hands. Long Jian's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, have you gone muddle-headed with age? East Billow region and Heavenly Dragon Island are of the same breath and branch. We are both of the dragon race. Where are your words coming from? Of the same breath and branch? Ha ha ha. What a fine of the same breath and branch. Long Jian, you open your eyes wide and take a good look at them. Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang turned them into resembling neither human nor ghost. You're telling me now of the same breath and branch? Don't tell me that Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang has nothing to do with Heavenly Dragon Island, right? Long Ran laughed until tears ran down his old face. Long Jian's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, you have to take responsibility for saying this kind of words. Long Ran, this seat knows that you harbor discontentment, but making slanderous charges like this, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? At this time, another supreme hegemon came forward and criticized Long Ran. Roar! It was only to hear an astonishing angry roar. Zhao Yu directly turned into an afterimage without waiting for Yi Yuan's orders, pouncing toward this person. Everyone felt Zhao Yu's heinous wrath. Bang! Enormous fluctuations rippled in the void, and Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. And that supreme hegemon was actually also knocked back several thousand feet. By Zhao Yu. Vile beast! This seat will slaughter you. That supreme hegemon was greatly enraged and was about to kill. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily too and pounced once more. Zhao Yu, stop! Yi Yuan hurriedly yelled. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily with unwillingness. Yi Yuan leaped up and arrived in front of Zhao Yu and said firmly, I know that your fury is hard to appease, but I guarantee you he'll definitely pay the price. Roar! Zhao Yu seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words, roaring angrily again, but restrained his sharp edge. Above the sky, the group of hegemon realm powerhouses was incredibly amazed. They could tell that this wild beast-like monster did not have intelligence. But he was actually so submissive and obedient to a measly little emperor. Cloud Heaven. Yi Yuan did not recognize this supreme hegemon, but he already knew who he was. Hegemon dragons and, back then, when Zhao Yu was completely beastified, he was suppressed by him. Clearly, the experience back then was very unpleasant. Zhao Yu only relied on instinct when doing things. Apart from hegemon, dragons, and nobody made him have such great fury. Her? Little fellow, your tone is very big. You think that because this ugly monster listens to you, you can be unbridled in front of this seat. Dragons and said with a light laugh. Clearly, he did not place Yi Yuan, this little bug, in his sights at all. That made sense. Why would an exalted supreme hegemon place an emperor Cloud Heaven in his eyes? However, he was calm and collected on the surface. In reality, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He naturally knew who Zhao Yu was because it was he who took action to suppress Zhao Yu when he was forced to fuse with the conversion blood crystal. Back then, the berserk Zhao Yu did not have the strength to resist at all under his hands. But that blow earlier, although Zhao Yu was somewhat at a disadvantage, he already had the qualification to fight with him. Furthermore, this monster did not recognize its closest relatives and was violent to the extreme, could actually heed Yi Yuan's words. This boy was not simple. Yi Yuan looked at dragons and said coolly, Dragons and, we haven't come after you yet, but you jumped out yourself. When these people came to Heavenly Dragon Island, we didn't think of going back alive at all. If Blood Dragon Island's matter is the entire Heavenly Dragon Island's intention, then I have nothing to say. Today, just count it as the few thousand of us are walking right into a trap. But if it isn't, you probably can't shirk responsibility. Dragon Sand's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, What Blood Dragon Island? Brat, you dare to slander this seat. This seat will kill you right now. Could it be that anyone else dare to say a word of refusal? Terrifying power of origin directly pressed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to be hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. This was the strength of a supreme hegemon. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily once more, preparing to pounce towards dragons. Enough! Dragons and stop! The matter hasn't been figured out yet. What are you haggling over with a junior for? Long Jian stopped dragons and was clearly a little apprehensive of Long Jian. That was why he restrained his aura and said with a cold snort, This junior has a human physical body, but he possesses Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It's peculiar. No matter how things are, we have to figure it out. Long Jian nodded his head, expressing agreement. Indeed, he found it very strange too. Yi Yuan's bloodline power clearly could not hide from these major powers. Long Ran. Whatever there is, say it clearly in front of all the clansmen, Long Jian said. Long Ran said with a cold smile. Heh? Luckily, this old man listened to Yi Yuan and came with such a grand lineup. Otherwise, I really couldn't have explained things with one mouth. This matter can't be reasoned with you. Want to see progenitor Mi Zhen? Long Jian frowned and said, Long Ran, you're going overboard. Long Ran did not care in the slightest and said with a cold snort, Long Jian, this matter don't need me to say you've also guessed some things, right? Came today to personally ask progenitor Mi Zhen whether or not he has given up on the East Billow region. If so, don't need everyone to take action. This old man will kill them with my own hands, then pass away in seclusion here. His gaze swept over the faces of all the hegemons, and he asked in a solemn voice, There are many among you all who came from the East Billow region too. Now, somebody is treating your children and descendants as pigs and sheep, both hands stained full of their own people's fresh blood. Do you all have an easy conscience like this? Those present were all not fools. Long Ran coming with such a grand lineup, bringing along a bunch of ugly creatures and forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island. How could they not see through some clues? They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. There was actually someone who had such gall. Long Jian let out a sigh and said, All right, this seed understands. Rumble. An enormous round hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive dragon head emerged from the round hole. A boundless chaos aura instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dragon Island. Seeing this enormous dragon, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to the impulse to prostrate in worship. He was incredibly shocked in his heart. Was this the aura of a powerhouse who was about to reach the great beyond in the legends? Strong. Really strong to the extreme. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that Supreme Hegemon was already the limit of Hegemon realm. Such as Hegemon imperishable, that level of existence, he was seriously far too strong. Even if Hegemon Samsara was stronger than him, how strong could he be? But now, having witnessed this enormous dragon, he completely understood. Under the firmament, Yi Yuan felt that he was as insignificant as an ant. They were heaven. The enormous dragon swam out of the sky. That massive body could not be contained even by the entire vast expanse of heaven. Yi Yuan estimated with his eyes that this enormous dragon's body was probably reached 100,000 feet long. Chaos true dragon. This was an existence that was born from heaven and earth. Paying respects to progenitor Mi Zhen, everyone knelt down toward this giant dragon. In fact, even the incomparably berserk Zhao Yu lied prostrate. There was a voice in Yi Yuan's heart that was calling non-stop, asking him to kneel. But he did not. Instead, Yi Yuan stuck his chest up and stood even straighter. The giant dragon's gaze looked over, the dragon head sticking straight down, virtually touching Yi Yuan's face. Young man, why do you not kneel? I'm a divergent cultivator. I don't even kneel to heaven and earth. Why would I kneel to you? You have a dragon soul. You're of the dragon race, so you have to kneel to this ancestor. You're born from heaven and earth. Then, do you kneel to heaven and earth? Mi Zhen stared at Yi Yuan and was silent for a long time. Yi Yuan also met Mi Zhen's two eyes and did not shrink back in the slightest. Long Ran and the rest felt like they were almost fainting in anger. This punk's gall was also too fat. This was the progenitor. You actually dared to speak like that? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mi Zhen burst into laughter. The laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Yi Yuan felt that his bones were almost being shattered. Interesting. An interesting little fellow. Looks like you understand heaven. Very well. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there has never been a divergent cultivator who could transcend samsara. This progenitor really wants to see how you fight with heaven. Amidst the loud laughter, Mi Zhen pulled back and circled around above the void again. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief in secret. This scene earlier merely lasted for a dozen overbreaths. But Yi Yuan felt as if 10,000 years had passed. His heartbeat was almost stopping. Facing such an existence, to say that his heart was still like water, that would be a lie. But Yi Yuan's willpower was long already incomparably powerful. He overcame. Of course, what was more important was that Mi Zhen was really too terrifying. He did not have any secrets to speak of in front of him. Being so near, Yi Yuan did not know whether or not Mi Tian would be exposed. But, just now, Mi Tian seemingly disappeared from his body. Even Yi Yuan himself could not feel his existence anymore. Very clearly, Mi Zhen could not feel it too. At this point, how could Yi Yuan still not guess it? To be able to make Mi Tian fall apart from an existence like Mi Zhen, who else could there be? Mi Tian being reluctant to make it clear all along. On the one hand, it was that he himself was not sure too. On the other hand, he was worried that he would harm him. Mi Zhen was too strong. Long Ran, whatever you have, say it. Mi Zhen looked at Long Ran and said, gravely, what? Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang actually did such things that go against heaven and reason. No wonder the younger generation disciples who entered Heavenly Dragon Island. These few years have been getting worse with each generation. Turns out that they were sent to Blood Dragon Island. The two of them have really lost all balance of judgment to actually lay such vicious hands on their own people. Long Ran revealed everything about Blood Dragon Island's incident. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island fell into shock. And these monsters in front of them were Blood Dragon Island's masterpieces. Although Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses were sitting up high in a prominent position and turned their noses up at East Billow region, this did not mean that they could butcher their clansmen. Heavenly Dragon Island had many hegemon realms that came out of the East Billow region. Blood Dragon Island's matter aroused everyone's fury. Presumably, I brought everyone here today to ask one thing. Are the East Billow region's tribes still part of the dragon race? Long Ran choked with sobs as he said. Mi Zhen was silent. After a long time, he heaved a sigh and said, this progenitor wholeheartedly pursued great Tao these few years, resulting in neglecting Heavenly Dragon Island's affairs. I didn't expect that it actually caused such a tragedy. Long Ran, don't mention such a thing again. This progenitor apologizes to you and to everyone on behalf of Heavenly Dragon Island. These words were sincere and moving. Many East Billow region geniuses felt inexplicably touched. Progenitor Mi Zhen was a godlike figure to them. But Progenitor Mi Zhen did not put on any airs and actually apologized to them. In reality, nobody blamed Mi Zhen at all either. Their resentment and hatred were all focused on Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang. Progenitor Mi Zhen, you aren't to be blamed for this. It's all Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang's fault. Yeah, you don't need to apologize. Progenitor's apology is too much for us to bear. Everyone was in fear and trepidation. All the people that originally came in a threatening manner became scared all at once. Only Yi Yuan and Long Ran were sneering in their hearts. Although Mi Tian did not mention this to him, how shrewd was an old monster. Like Long Ran? Mi Tian did not reveal his identity but let Yi Yuan enter Heavenly Dragon Island through mountain challenging, which in itself already indicated many problems. Coupled with Mi Tian's demise, Yi Yuan could roughly guess some things. The more Mi Zhen was like this, the more vigilant he was in his heart. However, he naturally would not be dumb enough to expose it. Long Ran said with righteous indignation, Progenitor, we don't blame you for this, but I want to ask Progenitor one thing. Are the East Billow regions various tribes still considered a part of the dragon race? Mi Zhen said in sullen anger. Long Ran, these words are overboard. You all are big brother and my descendants. You're naturally all part of the dragon race. Long Ran said, since that's the case, Progenitor, please uphold justice for this sort of thing is absolutely not done by Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang. Only, there must be someone involved from Heavenly Dragon Island. Progenitor, please take charge and get to the bottom of things. Everyone prostrated again and said in unison, Progenitor, please get to the bottom of it. Mi Zhen nodded his head and said, Dragons and what do you have to say? progenitor, there's nothing to say. As long as they can produce evidence, proving that Blood Dragon Island's matter was instigated by me behind the scenes, I'll waste my own cultivation to atone for my crime to progenitor. Dragons and had a calm look and was not the least bit worried at all. He controlled Blood Dragon Island's matter remotely and did not leave behind any evidence. Now Dragonwild and Long Qianxiang were both dead. With no witnesses to testify, he was not scared at all. Roar! Zhao Yu roared angrily again. The moment dragons and opened his mouth, Zhao Yu always could not control himself. Dragons and looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and said with a cold snort, "Kid, control this animal well. Otherwise, once this seat is enraged, I'm afraid that I can't resist slaughtering him. This animal is just a bloodline warrior. He's not a member of my dragon race. If the seat wants to kill him, nobody will stop me." Yi Yuan was not angry either and said with a light smile, "Hegemon dragons, and do you have what's called a guilty conscience?" Dragons and could not help laughing and said, "Is an animal without intelligence roaring a few times at this seat considered proof? I think that the people that this brute is roaring at aren't just this seat alone, right? Roar! Roar!" Zhao Yu reached the brink of rampaging once more. Dragon San's 2 eyes turned cold, and he said coolly, "Kid, this seat's dignity isn't to be provoked by an animal. Give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't take out evidence, this seat will slaughter this beast first." Hegemon dragons and was overbearing to the extreme. However, the hegemons did not express any dissatisfaction with his words. Zhao Yu did not have intelligence at all. Him roaring a few times naturally could not be taken as evidence. But Hegemon Dragonsan's prestige was not to be provoked. One should not look at how Hegemon dragons and was very respectful in front of Progenitor Midzen. He was a true blue supreme powerhouse. His strength was not at all inferior to the soul race's Hegemon imperishable. How could this kind of powerhouse let an animal provoke in front of him time and again? Therefore, him wanting to kill Zhao Yu was within reason. Nobody could find any problems. Hegemon dragons and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from a height. In his eyes, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan or Zhao Yu, they were both just ants. But Long Rant's expression was very ugly. The development of things had somewhat escaped his control. Proof. He really did not have this thing. Blood Dragon Island's matter was done very cleanly. He had already searched Blood Dragon Island and did not find any evidence that could directly take dragons and down. Forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island, he wanted to let these several thousand people all tell the same story and cast stones at dragons but he did not expect that dragons and was actually so overbearing directly, wanting to kill Zhao Yu. Yet, he had no way to reason things out. 3, 2. Dragon San's imposing momentum grew stronger and stronger. The pressure of a supreme hegemon crushed East Billow region's geniuses until each and every one were about to kneel down. Clearly, he wanted to take Long Ran down a notch. As for the rest, he did not place them in his sights at all. 2 breaths, his imposing momentum already rose to the peak. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, "You want proof? Then I'll let you see it." Humph! Dragons and snorted coldly. Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a brutal blow, the 2 eyes going dark, almost fainting, directly spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was directly being pressed on the ground with an incredible pressure. All the bones in his body were directly crushed. This guy was too strong. Even if it was just a warning, it was also not what Yi Yuan could withstand. He would not kill Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan was of the dragon race. But he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to open his mouth. "Brat, the conversation between hegemon realms, it isn't your turn to come and interject. Whatever you have, let Long Ran say it. You aren't qualified." "Enough!" Roar! Seeing Yi Yuan get injured, Zhao Yu completely rampaged dragons and was overjoyed in his heart. What he wanted was this result. Zhao Yu was very troublesome. His enmity toward him was a hidden danger from start to end. Therefore, resolving it now was the best. Zhao Yu, stop! At this time, Yi Yuan bellowed. Zhao Yu shuddered. He felt Yi Yuan's fury and actually held back the wildness, only to see Yi Yuan slowly get up from the blood pool, pointing at dragons, and, as he said coldly, "What are you scared of? Today, unless you kill me in front of progenitor, I'll definitely make you pay the price." Dragons, and was shocked in his heart. He was very sure that the blow earlier was enough to turn Yi Yuan into a mass of slush, unable to get up anymore. But Yi Yuan stood up. Then he pointed at his nose and scolded him, which was also to say that this guy was talking to him while withstanding a pile of broken bones and enduring a pain that normal people found it hard to imagine. Was this kid a madman? Dragons, and did not expect that this puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was actually so ruthless to himself. Scared? Her. Apart from progenitor, there isn't an existence that makes this seat scared in this world, just based on you, a measly little emperor. Cloud Heaven? That blow just now was just teaching you a lesson to let you know how insignificant you are. The world of hegemon realms isn't what you can get involved in. Also, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Hegemon dragons, and said with a calm look. Long Ran also did not expect that dragons, and actually disregarded his status, and made a move against the Emperor Cloud Heaven Yi Yuan. At this time, he flew into a great rage and said, "Dragons, and do you still want face or not? Bring it on. If you have the ability, kill the few thousand of us. Come on. Shameless thing. If you have the ability, kill us." An exalted supreme hegemon actually made a move against an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Do you still want face or not? Come on. Kill us. Kill us. The East Billow region's several thousand people all exploded. No matter who dragons and messed with, they would not have been so agitated. Yet he touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was their savior. Without Yi Yuan, they would still be at that damn place living a life like hell. The hegemons were all extremely surprised. Clearly, they all did not expect that Dragon Sand's blow actually seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. In their view, although dragons and had the suspicion of bullying the weak, he was not wrong. A puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven indeed did not have the qualifications to take part in the conversation between hegemons. They had always thought that the leader of this group of people was Long Ran. But now they discovered that it was clearly not. Each time that Yi Yuan opened his mouth to speak, their expressions were very different. Humph! This seat wants to see what proof you can take out. I'll say it first. If you can't take out proof or it's simply empty rhetoric, then this seat will kill people all the same. Dragons, and said with a cold snort. He gave in. Angering the entire East Billow region, this price was not what he could bear. The domineeringness from before was a fair use of his status. Hegemons could not be insulted. This idea was seared in everyone's hearts. But now, Yi Yuan had the entire East Billow region behind him as his backer. It was clearly different. Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Zhao Yu became aware of Yi Yuan's goal and opened his mouth to spit. Remnant soul was spat out. This remnant soul was riddled full of holes, looking very miserable. However, his appearance could still be discerned. Long Qianxiang. Long Qianxiang. He's actually not dead yet. He's pretty much dead like this, right? Consciousness is already blurry. There's no difference from a fool anymore. Can his words serve as evidence? Many hegemons all secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was extremely unwise. It was not that he could not have Long Qianxiang incriminate dragons but he at least had to have a complete origin divinity too, right? What the hell was this? When dragons and saw this, he could not help laughing and said, "This is the proof that you're talking about? Do you think that we all, these hegemon realms, are very easy to hoodwink from start to end?" Mi Jin did not express anything. He was aloof from worldly affairs. It was as if everything was under his control. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish, his origin divinity directly leaving his body, transforming into a thick mist. Dragon San's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, enshrouding.
Mist sous le physique.
This kid is actually so heaven-defying in the soul path. Even Mi Jun let out a light cry of surprise too.
Enshrouding mist sous le physique, known as a strongest sous le physique in the
soul race. Even Hegemen heavenly soul was marginally weaker in comparison to. In this place they actually saw an enshrouding mist soul physique. How could they not be surprised? A Hegemen said, I heard that the Nirvanic soul clan has many imperishable soul physiques. This kid is probably the same too, right? No need to make a big fuss. No. Yi Yuan has the true enshrouding mist soul physique. There's the aura of chaos in his soul body. It's exactly the same as imperishable that old ghost. No, wait. This boy's enshrouding mist soul physique is very strange. Actually even engraved with many origin seeds. Long Jian said with a serious face. He and dragons and were both the dragon race's supreme hegemons. They were not at all inferior to hegemen imperishable. Their experiences and knowledge were naturally extraordinary. His words shocked everyone. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan's soul physique had even greater potential than hegemon imperishable? However, what is he trying to do? Many people were wondering with uncertainty. Amidst doubtful voices, the enshrouding mist soul physique directly burrowed into Long Qianxiang's dilapidated origin divinity. Ugh! Arghhh! Strange cries emitted from Long Qianxiang's mouth. But very soon, the enshrouding mist soul physique spread out. One lifelike image after another appeared in front of everyone. Are these all Long Qianxiang's memory fragments? That's Windward tribe. This accursed brute actually exterminated the entire Windward tribe. Also, isn't that Hegemen Dragonriver's grandson? He was captured too. Blood Dragon Island too. My God. Just how many extremely brutal things has this scum done? One scene after another appeared, and the entire Heavenly Dragon Island was shocked. These scenes were just Long Qianxiang's memory fragments and not complete memories. But even so, it was sufficient to set the world on fire too. Long Qianxiang and Dragonwild, two people over the years had simply reached a point where all rationality and morality were lost. It even involved the descendants of several hegemons. The expressions of those hegemon realm powerhouses gradually turned dark. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. But now, Long Qianxiang had already touched their reverse scales. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Quickly look! That's Hegemon Dragonsan's voice. He's currently giving Long Qianxiang orders. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked toward that scene. It was only to see Long Qianxiang kneeling on the ground, listening attentively to someone's instructions. This person was none other than precisely dragons. The development is too slow. I need more powerful bloodlines. Dragons said. Long Qianxiang trembled and said, Lord Dragons, please forgive our offense. We're already doing our very best, but the bloodlines are still insufficient. Then go and kill. East Billow region has so many tribes. There are always some rare bloodlines. If you kill more people, there will naturally be bloodlines. Dragons and said coolly. Yes. Subordinate understands. Long Qianxiang said. The conversation was not long, but each word cut deep. That indifference toward his own clansmen made people's hair stand on end. There were not many scenes with him. Could be seen that dragons and was extremely careful. But he still left behind clues in the end. Whoosh! All of a sudden all the scenes disappeared without a trace. The enshrouding mist soul physique turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Yi Yuan's physical body. Progenitor Mi Jun. I wonder if this can be taken as proof? Yi Yuan stared at the true dragon above the void and said coldly, Mijin nodded his head and said, "The enshrouding mist soul reading art has a great reputation. It can naturally serve as proof." Enshrouding mist soul reading art was Hegemon Imperishable's unique secret.
Technique.
Utilizing the enshrouding mist soul physique to perfectly replicate the information in the soul body. This move was even more useful than Soul Search. Soul Search was too violent, it was very easy to lose some important information, but the enshrouding mist soul physique would not. Over 100,000 years, how many memories was that? But, during these 100,000 years, dragons and rarely appeared in Long Chenxiang's life. With soul searching, it basically could not be found. But the enshrouding mist soul reading art could. Dragons and was shocked. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this move. With this, the evidence was really ironclad. Dragons, and what do you still have to say now? Long Ran berated angrily. You butcher. You've simply lost all balance of judgment. Dragons, and you brute. This seat will fight it out to the bitter end with you. Today, progenitor, please seek justice for the wronged souls of those clansmen who died. With this, dragons and had incurred public wrath. What he had done could not see the light at all. If it saw the light, he would. What he offended was the entire dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm powerhouses more or less had some connections with the East Billow region. The Holy Land did not exist independently. Heavenly Dragon Island's existence was supported by the entire East Billow region. Dragon Sand's actions had angered everyone. Above the void, Mijin looked at dragons and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Dragons, and what do you still have to say?" Dragon Sand's expression was grim to the extreme. His gaze, when looking toward Yi Yuan, seethed with killing intent. He did not place this ant-like little fellow in his eyes at all. Whether or not you were angry or hateful, what did it have to do with me? But it was this bug-like existence that exposed all of his unsavory past. With this, he really could not clear his name even by jumping into the yellow river. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, dragons and let out a wild laugh and pointed at Mijin as he denounced indignantly, "Mijin, you've disappointed me too much." All the hegemons shut up. Dragons and went crazy to actually even dare to scold the progenitor Mizen. Our dragon race is born from chaos and is the strongest in all the worlds. Why do we have to be content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region? We stand proudly at the summit of all the heavens and should unify the 33 heavens to begin with, becoming the overlord of all races. But you only know to eke out a miserable existence on this heavenly dragon island. If you're not doing it, then I'll do it. What's wrong with cooperating with the blood race and studying bloodlines? Those who accomplish great things don't pay attention to trifles. What do a few clansmen dying count for? If it can let everyone become hegemons, our dragon race will be able to dominate the heavens immediately. At that time you all will have to thank me, dragons, and what wrong have I committed? The current dragons and was unrestrained to the extreme and did not even place Mijin in his sights. In fact, some dragon clans' warring factions were stirred up by him until they were itching for action. Unifying the heavens, becoming the overlord of all worlds, this was really a huge temptation. Dragons, and you're really crazy. Have you forgotten about the labyrinth? Divine palace back then? Unifying the 33 heavens? You're pushing the entire divine race towards the abyss. Long Jian rebuked angrily dragons and smiled coldly and said, "What the hell does the labyrinth divine palace count as? As long as our bloodline can break through the shackles and have a few more great beyond realm powerhouses appear, why worry that it can't succeed? Long Jian, you're a coward. Enough." Suddenly, Mijin shouted coldly and said, "Dragons, and you disappoint this progenitor too much. This progenitor is born from chaos and has experienced countless years. I haven't met anyone who could unify the 33 heavens yet. Furthermore, aren't you clear what the blood race is like? Asking a tiger for its skin? Who gave you the courage? dragons and had long already fallen completely into madness and said with a wild laugh, "Mijin, you're the same as me Tion, that old fellow, both gutless. Fellows, I think that you guys must have reincarnated wrongly. You should have gone to the south to be brothers with that old tortoise to begin with." Mijin's eyes turned cold, and the aura of great Tao instantly covered the entire heavenly dragon island. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly press down dragons and was not willing to show weakness, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Everyone's expression changed wildly. It was because his aura actually approached that of Mijin's. This guy is actually powerful to such an extent already, Long Jian said, in shock. Boom! With one exchange, the entire heavenly dragon island started to shake. Dragons and was directly smacked flying out. It was not that dragons and was weak, but that Mijin was really too strong. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. It was his first time witnessing the might of a great beyond realm. This kind of power really made people despair. Supreme hegemons completely could not withstand a single blow in front of a great beyond powerhouse. Dragons and was very strong, virtually reaching the great beyond realm. But it was that tiny bit off in the end. Dragons and was bloodied all over, but he still let out a loud laughter and said, "Saw that, Mijin? Great beyond realm isn't lofty and out of reach too. I can do it as well." Mijin snorted coldly and said, "You're still lacking some level of attainment in the end." Finished saying, Mijin smacked another dragon claw down. One claw, heaven and earth changed colors, and the winds and clouds surged. Yi Yuan felt the aura of the door of eternal life from this claw. So strong. This level of existence, every action and movement secretly contained heavenly Tao, as if heavenly Tao itself had descended, especially that they could actually muster the power of the door of eternal life. Bang! Dragons and was virtually scattered until this claw. Seeing this scene, Long Ran could not help doubting too. Could it be that he guessed wrongly? There was no problem with progenitor Mijin at all? Otherwise, how could he use such drastic measures, directly killing a great general under his command? Bang! It was another claw. Dragon Sand's physical body was virtually smacked into a pile of slush. Mijin said coolly, "Dragons and it ends here." Dragons and did not care about Mijin, but he looked toward Yi Yuan instead, and said fiercely, "Brat, it's all you. If not for you, the seat's grand plan would definitely have been able to succeed. Even if I die today, the seat will make you accompany me in death too." Swoosh! A terrifying aura instantly engulfed everything and swept over. Zhao Yu protected Yi Yuan, a hint of solemnness showing on his savage face. He felt Dragon Sand's might. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's fine. With progenitor around, he can't jump around." Mijin gave Yi Yuan a glance and smacked a claw down once more. Boom! Dragon Sand's physical body immediately exploded to shreds. His dragon soul was also directly scattered. Everyone let out a long sigh in relief. I didn't expect it. Such a terrifying guy was actually hiding among us. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, given time, progenitor me, Jin probably couldn't have done anything to him either. It's all thanks to Yi Yuan, this kid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too ghastly to contemplate. At this time, some people could not help thanking Yi Yuan. With an ambitious schemer like dragons and around them, it was really too scary. Long Ran let out a long sigh in relief and was extremely remorseful in his heart. He felt that he should not have doubted progenitor Mijin. Yi Yuan, it's all thanks to you this time? Amen? Where is he? Long Ran was just about to thank Yi Yuan, but then he discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. 10 miles away, a figure flashed, imprisoning a drop of fresh blood in his hand. Above the void, Mijin's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment, while Yi Yuan grinned and looked at that drop of fresh blood in his hand as he said, "How is it? Are you very surprised? I said that I'd make you pay the price. I wasn't joking with you. Amen? What's Yi Yuan doing? What he's holding in his hand seems to be Dragon Sand's blood, right? Dragons and is already completely dead. What is he holding his blood for? Can't be that he can still revive, right? With regards to Yi Yuan's actions, everyone felt very perplexed. With dragons and dead, there was no idea how much blood in his body that was scattered all over the place. Yet Yi Yuan ran so far away to get a drop of blood and even placed a restriction. How baffling! But Mi Jun was extremely enraged in his heart. Just now, he put on a look of heartache and headache. It was merely just putting on a show, that was all. Dragons and was not dead at all. Of course, it was true that he killed dragons, and in front of so many hegemons, it could not be faked as well. But in reality, dragons and was just seriously injured and did not completely. His essence, energy, and spirit were all merged into a drop of fresh blood. He killed dragons, and by blowing him up, there was blood everywhere. Nobody would pay attention to the direction that a single drop of blood essence had gone to. Dragons and was a supreme hegemon. Furthermore, he was just a tiny bit away from great beyond realm. This kind of subordinate, how could Mi Jun possibly give him up so easily? Therefore, the two of them joined hands, carrying out the scheme that deceived everybody, who knew that this blood essence was just about to escape when it was seized by Yi Yuan. The hegemon realms all over the sky did not even detect it. So how could he tell? Mi Jun was going crazy. He had killing intent aroused and wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of a thought. Yet he could not. Killing Yi Yuan at this time now was tantamount to telling everyone that he was the main culprit behind the scenes. Doing so would be equivalent to alienating himself from the dragon race. It was true that he was the dragon race's progenitor, but wanting to actualize his ambitions, he needed the entire dragon race as the backing. He could not do it alone. Otherwise, with how the Chaos Bloodstone was extremely strong, there was completely no need to create a blood race to help him attack cities and seize fortresses. Yi Yuan had calculated this as well. That was why he would take action. Otherwise, he would rather let dragons and go. Yi Yuan was different from Long Ran. He never believed Mi Jun from start to, and therefore, he had always remained vigilant, especially after Mi Jun killed dragons, and then Yi Yuan detected a trace of undulation. The undulation of blood origin. Dragons and becoming strong naturally could not do without the blood races support. He remolded his bloodline. It would definitely leave behind the aura of blood origin. Very unfortunately, Yi Yuan had a trace of the origin of chaos blood, and this trace of origin was even stronger than Mi Jun. He grabbed dragons and like he was pinching onto Mi Jun's vital point. Swoosh! Yi Yuan returned in an instant. After consuming a grade 7 heavenly pill, his injuries were already more than half healed. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? Long Ran said with a frown. Yi Yuan played with that drop of blood essence in his hand and said with a smile, "If I say that he's dragons and you all definitely won't believe it." Long Ran could not help laughing and said, "Yi Yuan, you're oversensitive. Progenitor's arcane eyes are exceedingly formidable. How can dragons and possibly hide from him? This drop of blood is merely a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That's all." Yes, this drop of blood essence looked exactly identical to ordinary dragon blood. Yi Yuan looked at Mi Jun with a smile, looking like he was taking credit for someone else's achievements. Mi Jun found it really unpleasant to the eye. However, got to admit, Dragonsan's mental strength was very strong. Even until now, he was not willing to reveal a hint of flaw too. This drop of blood was calm like water. Yi Yuan, this progenitor is great beyond realm. With Dragonsan's bit of strength, he can't hide from this progenitor. Just a drop of ordinary dragon blood. You're thinking too much, Yi Yuan, Mi Jun said reluctantly. He never suspected Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan's level was too far from him. Of course, he admitted Yi Yuan was very impressive. Kid, This seat knows that you like to be in the limelight. However, you've already shown off a lot too. This kind of method to talk big to impress people, don't take it out. You are questioning my dragon race's progenitor, Long Jian said in a solemn voice. Goodness gracious. What a severe crime. But I said before too. I'm a divergent cultivator. I even dare to question heaven, so let alone progenitor? In this world, I only believe in myself, Yi Yuan said coolly. Impudent. A measly little emperor cloud heaven actually dares to be so condescending, Long Jian said angrily. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's not that I'm condescending, but that you're very silly and very naive. Don't you forget how dragons and schemed against you all. A cunning rabbit has 3 nests. Do you think that he'll really die so easily? Long Jian smiled coldly and said, just a drop of ordinary dragon blood, that's all. You say that it's dragons and it's dragons and… Yi Yuan smiled and said, then why don't we play a game? If I prove that it's dragons and you call Grandpa 3 times, alright? If I lose, I'll kneel down to progenitor and apologize, and I'll destroy my Tao heart. Long Jian's expression turned somber, very surprised in his heart. This boy was actually betting his Tao heart. Could it be that there was really a problem? But even progenitor clearly could not see through this thing. Why not? In the end, Long Jian still chose to trust progenitor. He did not believe that dragons and could hide from progenitor. It was just that he did not know that dragons and progenitor were in cahoots to begin with. He was destined to lose this bet. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said to Feng Qingxian, hey, lend your Nirvanic rebirth fire. After roasting, we'll know the truth. Mi Zhen's heart thumped. This brat had such vicious means. Nirvanic rebirth fire could burn all things in the world. It was one of the most powerful means of the phoenix race. Under the grilling of such blazing fire, dragons and would definitely reveal his true colors. Normally, Feng Qingxuan's meager strength naturally could not do anything to him. But he was only left with a drop of blood essence now and was weak to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have been directly grabbed by Yi Yuan too. Amen? This was all thanks to Mi Zhen. Mi Zhen regretted it to the extreme now. If he knew long ago, he would have gone easy just now. Leave dragons and with some vitality. And he could have escaped from Yi Yuan's hands too. But, in order to make things authentic, he directly struck ruthlessly. Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes stared, and she said with a cold snort, I'm not called hey. Also, is this your attitude of asking people for help? Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to turn around and directly ignore her, she hurriedly said, hand it over. You're really petty. Boom. The terrifying Nirvanic rebirth fire instantly ignited. Dragon Sand's endurance was indeed incomparably strong. Over 15 minutes passed. Dragon Sand's blood essence did not stir at all. Long Jian smiled coldly and said, is that the dragons and that you're talking about? Kid, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Kowtow to progenitor and atone for your crime. Enough, boy. It ends here. In this world, there's nothing that can escape this progenitor's arcane eyes. Mi Zhen finally could not hold back and spoke. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Bah, bah, bah. Crackling sounds emitted from the Nirvanic rebirth fire. Amidst the flames, a hoarse yell came over. Arg! Little brat.
Yi Yuan.
This seat can't coexist with you under the same sky. Proj. Pa. A force fired out. The blood essence was directly blown up. Dragon Sand's remnant soul was directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. At the final juncture, he wanted to ask Mi Zhen for help, but Yi Yuan could not let him call out. Once Mi Zhen was exposed, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, he killed dragons and right away. Then he looked at Long Jian and said with a smile, how about that? Want to concede defeat and call Grandpa 3 times for me to hear?